Audiobook title, Naval Gacha System. It's time to monopolize the Seven Seas Part 02. The captain stopped when he saw the icy gaze of the fleet admiral. The man before him wanted answers, so he could only gulp and respond with dread. I am Captain Crassus of Pinguisarca, a humble businessman. Crassus's introduction made Abraham want to rip the bastard's throat. He didn't know if human trafficking was something humble in this world, but to have the gall to say it in front of him. Fortunately, he controlled his emotions well, and his outward appearance didn't change in the eyes of the pitiful captain. A humble businessman, huh? Well, let's talk about your presumed merchandise, humble businessman. Abraham's words were shrouded in sarcastic disgust. How many people are you planning to sell and where are you selling them? He asked a vital question to the captured captain of Pinguisarca. Crassus was a bit hesitant after hearing the words of the fleet admiral. But with the revolver beside his head, the captain stopped hesitating and answered truthfully. We plan to sell 130 slaves into the colonial dominion of Terra. Abraham raised an eyebrow, remembering the 127 slaves recorded by Systema. That meant that 3 slaves died before they got rescued by the United Navy. Colonial dominion of Terra, do you have a map of it? The middle-aged man inquired once again, gazing directly into the eyes of the fearful captain. Yes, I have a map of Terrace region, Crassus responded while avoiding the peering gaze of the fleet admiral. Thank you for answering honestly, Captain. It's good that you're cooperative. But is there something you aren't telling me? For them to reinforce you with escort vessels, you must have sacrificed a lot for their protection. Though, why did you do it? Abraham was satisfied that the captain cooperated with the interrogation, but he knew that things weren't as straightforward as it was in the surface. Crassus' body trembled, which was immediately noticed by the middle-aged man. Jackpot, Abraham thought and decided to push the captain even further. Please cooperate with me, Captain Crassus. Wouldn't it be interesting to see the sunrise of tomorrow instead of forever basking in darkness? With such words, Crassus' Spiller collapsed and was completely at the mercy of the fleet admiral. What do you want to know? Crassus lowered his head in dejection while lumping his body into the luxurious chair. I've already said it before, Captain Crassus. What are you willing to protect so much on this ship? Abraham felt pleased about his first interrogation. He was planning to sell her to the colonial dominion of Terra for a hefty profit. I planned to have the greatest auction of all time, so I needed to get her to Terra no matter what. Crassus confessed and continued. The Magi are probably interested in something like her, one of a kind. No, perhaps for of a kind. The rarest of all beast folk and the strongest at that. Following each word of Crassus was the jumping interest of Abraham. The rarest and strongest beast folk was chained under Theship, imprisoned by various runes. She was amongst the 4 revolutionaries of the resistance, the leaders of the rebellion. I managed to acquire her after getting a tip that she was injured and exhausted to damnation. And so, I captured her and, as said before, planned to sell her in the colonial dominion of Terra. Crassus felt weak after confessing to the fleet admiral. It was as though he was betraying himself, which wasn't far from the truth. On the other hand, Abraham was in deep thought as he analyzed the matter of the captain. It appears that the pig wasn't lying, meaning that his words might have some truth in them. If it was the truth, it meant that there was some big shot imprisoned in this ship. One of the rarest and strongest beast folk that stood amongst the 4 leading revolutionaries of the so-called resistance. After calmly scrutinizing the information given about the beast folk imprisoned below, Abraham became more interested in the subject matter. Obviously, with interest stemming from the titles of the beast folk, the fleet admiral wanted to meet and free her personally. It would be an intriguing sight, and perhaps he would receive a favor. With this in mind, Abraham smiled at Captain Crassus as though he had struck gold. Meanwhile, Crassus felt chills over his body and noticed the fleet admiral staring at him with a scary smile. The ugly bastard couldn't help but wonder if he was about to be tortured for the entirety of his life. Chapter 28 028 Captain Crassus's circumstance in the captain's cabin of Pinguisarca. Abraham stood on the wooden deck while holding an old-looking notebook between his gloved fingers. He had furrowed eyebrows as he glanced at the words written on the pages. I overestimated the throne of Babel. He muttered with a tinge of disappointment in his tone. It appears that his perk, Throne of Babylon, didn't give him the ability to understand written language. Or perhaps this was something that was beyond language. Nonetheless, it was disappointing for the middle-aged man who desired to learn more about magic. It felt like a great loss, but there was no use in continuing to be depressed about it. With this in mind, Abraham shook his head and threw the disappointment to the back of his mind. He turned his gaze towards the captured captain, who looked at him with a horrified gaze. His eyes squinted as though asking what he had done to make the ugly bastard so terrified of him. I guess there's nothing left here, or is there? Abraham raised an eyebrow and the captain flinched in instinct. This made Abraham feel that there were more treasures lurking about. This guy is hiding a lot of secrets. Abraham thought and looked at his men. He signaled the Marines to deeply inspect the area and destroy any obstacles in their path. The Marines nodded in understanding and swiftly followed their orders. They destroyed the cabinets of the captain and broke every part of it where something could be hidden. After seeing nothing, their next target was the luxurious wooden desk. Crassus subtly moved, which was instantly noticed by Abraham, who was keenly observing the captain. So, he hid it inside his desk. The middle-aged man snickered inside his mind and watched the Marines break the luxurious wooden desk into various pieces. Its destruction resounded throughout the cabin, and after some time, a chest was revealed. It was a small chest that could only be considered as storage for jewelry. What a treasure we have here, Crassus. How do you think should we open it? Abraham grinned at the captured captain. Crassus didn't reply, which prompted the fleet admiral to look at his fellow subordinate, Second Lieutenant Campbell. Campbell nodded with a determined gaze and stepped forward. Crassus gazed at the platoon leader in confusion before getting hit by a hard punch in the cheeks. Pam, blood splattered across his face as he felt the stinging pain of his bloodied mouth. Crassus almost lost his consciousness and was barely holding on to his senses. I don't want things to become violent, Crassus. Tell me, how do you open this chest? Abraham's smile disappeared as a threatening tone escaped his mouth. Crassus looked at the fleet admiral and instinctively wanted to spit his blood on the middle-aged man's face. Luckily, he stopped himself as he didn't want to die yet. Why you use blood? Crassus breathed in and out throughout his response as he was barely out from the effects the hard punch did to his face. Blood, as expected, things are always interesting with you. Abraham commented and took a drop of blood from the ugly bastard's lips. After taking the droplet, he smeared it onto the small fancy chest. It didn't take long as the locks inside the chest unfolded themselves, bringing about its opening. Inside were two interesting artifacts, with one being somewhat familiar. The first artifact was the runic communicator resembling a bar of silver engraved with various runes of magicraft. As said before, it was used for long-range communication for those that acquired it. The second artifact seemed stranger than the first one. It resembled nothing more but a crimson gem with no obvious engravings in it. It makes one wonder whether or not it has any special properties. I'll be bothering you to know more about these too. Abraham smiled at the captain, who felt repulsive anger in their heart. But Crassus contained it with all his might and released it with a sigh. The captain then started slowly explaining the properties of the two artifacts, although he was having a hard time uttering words because of his bloodied mouth. Abraham listened carefully as he realized that the so-called runic communicator was how the Penguis Arca managed to call for reinforcements. With this in mind, his thoughts were directed at how they could jam the connection between two runic communicators. However, he decided to have these thoughts at the back of his mind as there was another artifact he needed to think about. It was an interesting artifact, to say the least. The second artifact was called the Linguid Gem by Captain Crassus. According to the captain, it translates the words spoken by anyone or anything. Practically a portable throne of Babel. I see, so this is what they use to communicate with the beast folk. I guess the language barrier is problematic. Abraham furrowed his eyebrows as a realization struck him. They made this gem to tell the beast folk they will be enslaved. Resistance is futile, and the results are death. A horrid use for an amazing artifact. He shook his head in disappointment. Campbell, take this gemstone. Treat it as a translator, which will help you communicate with the locals of this place. Abraham gave the Linguid Gem to his second lieutenant. Campbell accepted the gemstone and nodded at the fleet admiral. Afterward, Abraham returned his attention to the captain. Untie him and cuff his hands. We'll be bringing him to the lower decks. He ordered the Marines, who acknowledged the orders with a nod. The Marines swiftly surrounded Crassus, who shivered from fear. They untied him from the luxurious chair, but immediately cuffed his hands behind his back. Crassus was a bit confused as to what was going on, but instantly understood after the Marines led him outside the cabin. They were planning to free the monster below. What a great day, Crassus. Abraham smiled while some Marines were mopping the bloodied wooden floor. All of the corpses were already thrown overboard, leaving nothing behind but splattered blood. The captain of Penguis Arca felt chills in his spine. The so-called United Navy gave no mercy to those who had died. Luckily, it seems that those alive were given mercy, though as war prisoners of the United Navy. Crassus didn't reply to the fleet admiral who was enjoying the warm sunlight of the golden sun. It made the middle-aged man feel a bit light, especially after the cold slowly seeped into his body. Abraham merely shook his head after getting no response from the captain and led the group to the lower decks. They entered the staircase and soon reached the lower decks. In the lower decks were several guarding Marines, with some of them giving assistance to the injured and shackled hostages. Other Marines were also busy breaking the chains. Abraham's entrance into the lower decks brought everyone's attention. The Marines immediately stopped what they were doing and saluted the fleet admiral. "At ease," he uttered, making the Marines continue what they were previously doing. Meanwhile, a Marine officer stepped forward and lightly bowed to the highest of command. The fleet admiral must need something for him to go down into the lower decks. "How may I help you, sir?" the Marine officer asked with obvious respect. "Is there someplace in the lower decks that your team can enter?" Abraham inquired, to which the Marine officer nodded in agreement and replied, "Yes, there is a strange vault at the bottom of the lower decks. We are still trying to force our way into it, but it will take time. The vault is somewhat tough." It appeared that the Marines had discovered the prison cell of the imprisoned revolutionary and were making an effort to open it. "Can you lead us to it?" Abraham asked, and the Marine officer responded with a thumbs up. "If that is the wish of the fleet admiral, I shall do so." With the guidance of the Marine officer, Abraham's group went deeper into the lower decks. They arrived at the bottom and saw a strange-looking vault engraved with several runic enchantments. The prison cell of this revolutionary was lavish and extremely secure. Her power must be somewhat powerful, enough to give Crassus a sense of caution. "I wonder if such runic enchantments can work against a magus." Abraham was already thinking of ways to use the prison vault against the Magi. But that wasn't the subject they were tackling at the moment. He turned his gaze to the cuffed captain of Penguis Arca as if expecting him to do something. Crassus noticed the eyes of the fleet admiral and sighed in disappointment. Becoming a prisoner was far from delighting, but it was his fate as the defeated. Following the desire of the fleet admiral, Crassus walked forward and stood in front of the vault door. He looked at it and remembered the revolutionary he had captured. He couldn't help but wonder if what he had done was the worst choice of his life. After all, without it, his fate would have been far from a prisoner. Crassus took a deep breath and muttered one single word to the runic enchanted vault imprisoning the revolutionary. "Aperta." The locking mechanism of the vault door slowly unraveled, causing clicks of metallic hum to reverberate throughout the bottom deck of Penguis Arca. Everyone backed away from the vault door as it steadily loosened and released its bolts. In a couple of seconds, the vault door unfastened and opened before their eyes. The Marines prepared themselves for the worst while Abraham squinted his eyes with a serious expression plastered on his face. Even though he might have been acting easygoing, he was the most nervous amongst the group. He hoped for whatever was inside to be peaceful, as a bloodbath would probably follow if it was hostile. When the vault door fully opened, Abraham and the Marines saw what was inside. The walls of the vault were cluttered with runes while chains spread throughout the interior preventing movements. At the center of it all was the shackled revolutionary, a gorgeous lady with silver white hair and a pair of sharp black horns on her head. She had a thick dark-scaled tail laying beside her body, while her limbs were strapped in chains. She was the Fallen One. Chapter 29, 029 The Fallen One, Laplace. In the fortified vault imbued with various runic enchantments and secured with several chains, a gorgeous white-haired lady lay shackled at its center. Quite contrasting appearance from the monster-like imprisonment. When the fortified vault doors slowly unfolded and opened itself to the outside world, the white-haired lady slowly opened his eyes and saw the one that imprisoned her along with many others. She noticed the unbridled fear in the captain's eyes, making her slightly chuckle at his unfortunate circumstance. On the other hand, Abraham was in a daze as though he had seen something profound, which wasn't far from the truth for the middle-aged man. A stunning white-haired lady with demon-like black horns and a dark lizard tail was a check in the list of things he found attractive. Though, Abraham controlled himself and didn't reveal much from his expression. It would be damned if the other side thought of him as a weirdo. My Crassus, you lost your life." An exquisite voice escaped her supple lips while the captain trembled in horror. Abraham noticed the reaction of Crassus and wondered what the captain feared so much from the white-haired lady in front of them. "It looks like you already knew what happened to the ship," the fleet admiral remarked, and the beautiful white-haired lady raised an eyebrow before returning to look at him with interest. "So, you understand our languages. Here I thought, I will be handling another annoying language barrier." She lightly chuckled as if not bothered by her situation. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Fleet Admiral Abraham Shepard of the United Navy." As per etiquette, Abraham introduced himself to the imprisoned one. The gorgeous white-haired demoness merely gazed at the fleet admiral, seemingly stupefied. However, she hid it quickly for a second. "I am honestly dumbfounded. A human actually respectfully introduced himself to a beast folk. Is the sun rising from the west?" the white-haired lady playfully commented. "Apologies, but the sun is sadly rising from the west." Abraham gave an amusing smile to the lady, while the Marines glanced at the fleet admiral in shock. But the second lieutenant glared at his men to not react much to their fleet admiral's attempts. There must be a reason for it, a plan perhaps. "What a jolly gentleman," the white-haired lady giggled while being shackled by dozens of chains. "May I know your name?" Abraham asked as his mind ran with various digital screens that helped him talk eloquently to the beautiful white-haired lady. According to Systema, he needed all the help he could get. Or specifically, her words were, "Fleet Admiral, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to grow and graduate as a man. Systema will assist every moment of this conversation for the Fleet Admiral's future." Abraham didn't know if he should be disappointed in himself for asking for assistance from his precious partner, but with how things were going, he wasn't regretting it. The gorgeous white-haired lady raised an eyebrow and turned her golden irises with slit-like pupils to the captain of Pinguis Arca, Crassus. "I see Crassus must not have entirely explained what he was keeping in the bottom of his ship." There was a tinge of disappointment in the white-haired lady's words. "Crassus, I believe you will explain the truth to the gentleman here, correct?" Her voice resounded in the rune-imbued vault, making Crassus rapidly nod his head. Abraham felt somewhat confused as the ugly bastard seemed to be a lot more terrified of the imprisoned lady than of him. He didn't know why, so he was a bit curious about it. Crassus glanced at the fleet admiral feeling egged between the rock and a hard place. Just when he thought things couldn't get worse, he was now standing in front of an actual monster. The captain of Pinguis Arca stepped closer to Abraham. The Marines were about to stop him, but the middle-aged man signaled them to halt and let the captain continue on his way. When the two were close to one another, Crassus took a deep breath and explained the information of the beautiful white-haired lady in great detail. "The lady here is the leader of the rebellion, considered as one of the 4 rarest beast folks named the cardinal beast deities. Her title was Dragon. The runes in the vault are barely suppressing her power, and I suggest not to mess with it," Crassus whispered while glimpsing at the white-haired lady who was merely smiling at him. The captain felt shivers before shaking his head and continuing his explanation. "She's stronger than anything and anyone. Even the Magus you fought will not be able to handle her and would probably be defeated in a minute. The reason why I was able to capture her to begin with was luck, so I hope that none of us will play with fire." Crassus's warning made sense, but Abraham felt a lot of bias from it. It was completely natural for Crassus to be fearful. After all, he was the one that imprisoned her when she was at her lowest. Besides, her dangerous threat only implies that she was hostile against the United Navy. But through the brand of loyalty, Abraham understood her overall sentiments towards the United Navy, and it was mostly neutral. There were no signs of hostilities or hatred. With this in mind, he arrived at his greatest decision that he wouldn't regret throughout the entirety of his life. It gave him a powerful ally, and perhaps at any rate, Abraham gazed at the imprisoned one with determination blazing from his eyes. The gorgeous white-haired lady looked at him with calm and muttered, "Have you decided my fate?" Her tone was the same yet different. It wasn't as confident as before, and it was shrouded with hidden pain. It looks like she wasn't overpowering as she'd like to portray. Maybe there was tragedy in her capture, though Abraham understood that it wasn't his right to intrude on her personal history and life. "I'll decide once you give me your name, personally," he calmly stated and entered the rune-enchanted vault of the imprisoned white-haired lady. The dragoness looked at Abraham with a dumbfounded expression and lightly laughed at his words. Her golden-slitted eyes peered with grace at Abraham's before she responded to his words. "I am Laplace, the dragoness of the East." The imprisoned one finally introduced herself to the fleet admiral, bringing about an amiable atmosphere. "Good to see you, Laplace. Call me Abraham." I'll set you free. Abraham smirked at the white-haired lady and walked over to the runic enchantments imbued on the vault's walls. He took out a military knife from his coat and began ruining the enchantments. In mere seconds, the enchantments lost their power, and the suppression of Laplace faded in an instant. The white-haired dragoness, or Laplace, felt her strength returning to her weakened body. It has been a while since she grasped this great power. Afterward, the chains restraining her to the center broke into pieces as she steadily moved her shackled limbs left and right. Abraham felt the strength of the dragoness and wondered the limits of her power. She might be able to lift a truck with ease, and maybe more in her current state. How does freedom feel like? He inquired, to which the white-haired dragoness replied with a saddened smile. Delightful and heavy. Quite a depressing answer, but Abraham gave a thumbs up and remarked to the freed white-haired dragoness. It looks like you're free. Freedom wasn't always without a price, as it has responsibilities and consequences. You would become in charge of your own life and become responsible for your failures. Sometimes you would fear the responsibilities of freedom. But that's a natural process, and time will help you adapt to its difficulties. It was something Abraham personally understood from his former experiences. Meanwhile, Crassus was beside the marine, in fear of the dragoness doing something against him. She stared at him in intrigue and grinned, revealing her fangs. Do I appear like someone who wants to eat you, Crassus? Laplace seemed like teasing Crassus, but Abraham knew that the captain would have died if not for the dragoness understanding that he needed the captain alive. The color of her sentiments towards Captain Crassus was incredibly hostile, which was understandable. You just don't move on from enslavement because someone said so. We can chatter later. How about we climb to the upper decks? Abraham coolly advised, which everyone in the bottom deck accepted. The group then walked through the staircase with Abraham and Laplace leading the way. It didn't take long for them to reach the main deck, and the radiant light of the sun swiftly covered their bodies. Laplace used her pale arms as cover from the bright radiance of the sun, and soon observed the main deck of the conquered merchant vessel of Pinguis Arca. As her golden-slitted eyes discerned her surroundings, the dragoness promptly noticed gigantic metallic warships passing beside the merchant ship. One towered over everything and created a vast shadow encompassing the ship. It was then she realized the exceptional power of the United Navy. Chapter 30. 030 Calm Before the Storm. The white-haired dragoness, Laplace, gazed at the metallic warships of the United Navy with clear amazement. She was a bit curious about how Abraham's force managed to capture the merchant ship, but with these weapons of war before her, the truth was obvious. Pinguis Arca was conquered through sheer firepower. Laplace slowly turned her eyes to the fleet admiral of the United Navy, Abraham Shepherd, with a curious gaze, wanting to know more about the United Navy. Abraham merely grinned when her eyes laid down upon him and calmly explained some information about the United Navy, which the dragoness carefully explained. The United Navy is a modern naval force consisting of several unique fleets and technologies. Compared to the sea, we might seem alien, even to the humanity you loathe. After all, you must have felt it, right? The great differences between us and them. He stated with confidence as though he uttered a fact. Laplace only smiled at his statement and nodded in response. There was a substantial difference between the humans of the United Navy and the humans of Europa. But the differences between the two humanity remained questioned. Even Abraham didn't know the answer, but a conjecture was already made inside his head. And it was a disappointing one. At any rate, with Laplace's confirmation, he continued his explanation. Our values are simple, and that is the freedom of all sapient life. Stemming from that value is the banning of slavery and the enforcement of maritime security for the freedom of anyone to safely navigate the seas. It might sound arrogant to outsiders, but it is our value, and that is something that must never change. Otherwise, the United Navy will be no more. Abraham asserted the values of the United Navy which every naval personnel proudly uphold. It was a part of their identity that must never be abandoned. I see somewhat of a strange idea that I never thought of, but it makes sense. Laplace was undergoing enlightenment. For someone who was always exposed to the violence of the olden era, getting introduced to the values that needed 1,000 years to be completely born was quite an intriguing affair to go through. Doesn't your rebellion involve acquiring freedom from the enslavers in the colonies? Abraham raised an eyebrow as her statement confused him even though he understood it a bit. Correct, we fought for freedom, but not for all. Only for us and our kind. Because of that, some of our species also enslaved humans. Laplace shook her head and felt disappointed. The idea was there, but it wasn't something easy to realize. In the lake of hatred where everything was painted in blood, the idea of your enemy's kind being treated the same as you were revolting. That is understandable. When you're in a precarious situation, it will be hard to prioritize others who aren't connected to you in any way. Abraham understood the sentiment of priority. It wasn't something foreign to him or anyone in his world. Even the United Navy will have the same sentiments for those they protect and those outside of their influence. If given the option to save others or themselves, the United Navy will pick their own and then the others. But to think that the beast folk could enslave other humans. Abraham was somewhat surprised by this fact. He thought that the beast folk were at the bottom of the food chain, but it looked like he was wrong once again. While most of the Pharisee are occupied by the colonizers of Europa and the other continents, there are some under control by beast folk-controlled nations. However, those nations tended to be closed off and vicious, even to their own kind. One can consider them barbaric, but they were my former allies nonetheless. Laplace explained the reasons why such a thing could be possible, though there was something in her words that brought Abraham's attention. It was the fact that she considered them as her former allies, which meant the burning of the bridges between the two. Something must have happened for that to occur. You have given me a lot of information, Laplace. I am extremely grateful for it. I'll try my best to return you to your rebel forces. Abraham wanted to have an ally as it was impossible to handle the world alone. But when he uttered of her rebel forces, Laplace's face seemed to wallow in sorrow, hatred, and deep melancholy. Abraham noticed it clearly and wondered whether or not something had happened to her rebel forces. But he didn't dare to question it as it wasn't the time. They barely met and didn't have time to understand each other deeper yet, so it was better to bid on his patience and wait for her to open up. Before the two could continue their deepening discussion, a radio operator walked over to the two and issued a report to the Fleet Admiral. Mission report, Fleet Admiral. The radio operator saluted and awaited further instructions from the highest of command. Abraham turned his eyes away from the radio operator and expressed his enjoyment of their discussion. It was an interesting conversation, Laplace. I'll be taking my bid with my subordinate here. I hope we can continue our discussion later. I have the same thoughts, Abraham. A playful smile was on Laplace's face, making Abraham unknowingly shiver. It was like being stared down by a predator. Anyhow, Abraham swiftly parted from Laplace and headed to the corner railings with the radio operator for the upcoming mission report. It looks like his subordinates have completed it with ease. I'll start with the mission report, sir. The radio operator announced and Abraham nodded in agreement. The radio operator soon started his long report about the rescue mission of the prisoners of war. Most were captured with ease, but some resisted and were promptly taken down. Abraham wasn't against their execution since they were the ones who dared to resist his personnel. Besides, hostilities weren't taken well on the decks of UN ships. The radio operator also mentioned the transfer of prisoners of war to the UNS Guardian of the High Seas, where they will be kept during the entirety of the maritime security mission. Other than that, the precise number of war prisoners was about 86 men. A rather low number, but it was already a barely manageable one. Amongst the prisoners of war, there were also captured high-ranking officers, which might have confidential information about their opponents. All in all, the information reported by the radio operator was extremely useful in providing a depth and image of their situation. As the radio operator continued his report, Abraham felt satisfied by the results and silently glanced at the dragoness, who appeared to be observing the boundless horizon. With his jet-black eyes on her, Abraham uttered a question to his precious partner. Systema, is she listening to my conversation? He couldn't help but wonder whether or not Laplace could hear them from a distance. Systema's response didn't delay and a mechanical ring resounded in Abraham's mind. Ding, the individual, Laplace, is listening to our conversation, Fleet Admiral. How? He raised his eyebrows as it was hard to believe that someone could be hearing them from afar. Judging from her body language and movements, I have deduced that she's lovingly listening to your conversation like how one would listen to a radio. How the target manages to do that is unknown. Abraham shook his head when he heard of Systema's words and looked at the dragoness with deepening interest. A smile emerged on his face as his conversation with the radio operator concluded. After the report, the radio operator returned to do his job after giving a salute while Abraham went back to the gathering of Marines in the main deck. He stood before them as though he was about to give an announcement, which he was going to do. The UNS Lightbringer is finished cleaning things up. It's time for the hostages to be extracted from the merchant ship. They must be fully extracted in 10 minutes. I want us out of here quickly. Abraham announced and ordered his men for the extraction of the hostages. He and the Marines had been dwelling on the ship for far too long. They needed to leave the merchant vessel and continue tracing the route given by Systema for the completion of the maritime security mission. Affirmative, sir. Second Lieutenant Campbell shouted and saluted to him. The Marines also did the same and accepted his orders without questions. With that, the extraction or evacuation of the hostages was underway. Several Zodiacs were being filled with beast folks and delivered to the UNS Guardian of the High Seas. Meanwhile, Abraham walked towards the wooden railings and carefully observed the dazed dragoness. The scenery must be captivating. He calmly muttered and stood beside her, watching the same horizon as the white-haired dragoness. Hearing his words, Laplace got out of her trance and glimpsed at the handsome middle-aged man beside her. A pleasant smile formed on her face as she responded. It is enchanting. Following her response was silence. The two never uttered a single word while looking over the same beautiful scenery. But such silence was soon broken when Laplace spoke to Abraham in a soothing voice. Apologies for eavesdropping in your conversation, Abraham. She seems to have proactively apologized for listening to his discussion with the radio operator. It's just something I can't help. I can hear everything around me with ease. Distances don't matter. But then, Laplace just dropped a bomb out of nowhere. Abraham could only look at her with an astounded expression. Chapter 31. 031 Siren's Call. In the main deck of Penguis Arca, Abraham was dumbfounded by what Laplace had revealed to him. The ability to hear in vast distances? What were its limits and how far can it go? Such questions echoed inside his head. But before asking some questions to the dragoness, Abraham immediately threw his astounded expression away and regained his calm. It wouldn't be good to have a stupid face during the conversation with Laplace. How far can you hear and what are its limits? He humbly questioned, wanting to know more about her abilities. After all, it was never good to be ignorant. Laplace gazed at his jet-black eyes with thoughts going through her head before responding to his curious question. A playful smile emerged on her face as she pointed into the high seas. I can hear how amazing you are from your subordinates in that warship. What she was pointing at was none other than the UNS Lightbringer. At first, Abraham kept glancing at her pale finger and the UNS Lightbringer trying to calculate their distances from one another. Luckily, though, Systema assisted him and gave him the answer. Ding! The distance between the Dragoness and the UNS Lightbringer is over 750 meters, or specifically about 786.4 meters. I appreciate your assistance, Systema. Abraham thought to himself and realized the words that Systema had uttered in her monotone voice. What the dash? 786 meters was a far distance in Abraham's mind. The fact that she heard so far into the high seas while also being able to hear through metallic reinforced walls was nothing short of amazing. I underestimated her. He felt that he had underestimated the capabilities of this white-haired dragoness greatly. And this might not be the end of her capabilities, so he became even more curious about her. But there were some things that should be questioned and some things that shouldn't. Abraham feared that he might ask an information too personal to the dragoness. It won't be good for relations, especially when he sought for her power and her forces in the high seas. That is incredibly amazing, Laplace. Abraham muttered under his breath, but it was clearly heard by the dragoness, who merely grinned at his words. This isn't the end of my abilities, Abraham. I'm sure you're curious about it. Laplace placed her fingers under his chin and her golden-slitted eyes directly gazed upon his clear jet-black irises. Abraham stepped back and lightly coughed before commenting to the dragoness. There are things that must be said, not questioned. I believe that you'll tell me later, not out of debt, but because you want to. Laplace froze when he heard his genuine words of patience and humility. It made her a bit embarrassed of her recent actions, though she hid the embarrassment deep in her heart. On the other hand, Systema was bewildered by how good her fleet admiral's eloquence was in speaking with a woman. It made her wonder if it was talent or luck. For someone who was considered to be a middle-aged loser, such words might have come from somewhere, but where actually? Abraham didn't know that his kind words brought confusion to both women inside and outside of himself. Other than not knowing how to read facial expressions from professionals, he was also ignorant that kind, loving, and understanding words were women's weaknesses. As expected of a gentleman, you must be popular, Abraham. Laplace decided to counter the middle-aged man's unexpected allure, but sadly she failed. I am sadly not, Laplace. But thank you for your compliment. Abraham smiled as this was the first time someone assumed that he was a popular guy. Which, not gonna lie, felt good for his abyssal ego. A compliment would always make others' day brighter, regardless if they were men or women. It was a natural state of appreciation that social monkeys like humans loved. Upon understanding this knowledge, Abraham felt that it wasn't pleasant to be the only one complimented. So, his lips opened and pleasant words escaped his mouth. I must say, Laplace, you are honestly the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. You're a charming and gorgeous lady. There were no lies in his words. Abraham didn't talk to women that much in his former life, and to be honest, Laplace was really the most gorgeous woman he had ever seen. Oh my, is Abraham hitting on me? Laplace smirked at the middle-aged man, who raised an eyebrow after hearing her. The fact that this lady always teased him at any moment was intriguing yet provoking. It was time to counter, so an enthralling idea appeared inside his mind. Apologies, Laplace. It seems that I was too obvious. Abraham gleefully grinned at the dragoness. Before they could continue, however, Second Lieutenant Campbell interrupted their conversation. The blond young man had a serious expression on his face, signifying the emergence of a troublesome problem. Campbell saluted to his fleet admiral and reported the newest relay of the warships. Sir, a target group has been detected 50 kilometers away from our current location. His words resounded and Abraham immediately raised an eyebrow. Say again, Second Lieutenant, Abraham ordered, and the second lieutenant calmly responded. Target group detected, distance 50 kilometers. M4 all. The fleet admiral furrowed his eyebrows as this was beyond problematic. It might be another reinforcement of the merchant vessel, or it might be entirely something else. Has the extraction of the hostages been completed? Abraham coolly asked since they needed to retreat fast before whatever group heading towards this location reached them. Extraction is about to be completed, sir. We are at our last batches of rescued hostages. Campbell answered, which made the middle-aged man sigh in relief. It looks like it's time for us to leave, Abraham muttered under his breath and glanced at Laplace, who had an expression of understanding. He wondered whether or not the dragoness knew something of the unexpected intrusion of a target group. Do you know something, Laplace? Abraham questioned while Laplace looked at him with her golden-slitted eyes and softly replied. Your current circumstances sound familiar. May I know what you have fought before capturing the merchant's vessel? While the vault blocked most of her hearing from going through, she could feel the ongoing battle before the capture of the Pinguis Arca. Hearing her question, Abraham thought for a moment before responding to the dragoness. We fought 4 escort vessels who appeared to have a group of magi protecting them. It was a tough battle, but we had complete victory over them. Abraham's response made Laplace raise an eyebrow and mumble under his gaze. So war masters, huh? I guess with their involvement, things make sense. After her short mumbling, she gazed at Abraham and stated, Your warships are in trouble, Abraham. You have fought against war masters, which might not be as problematic as the usual magus, but can be troublesome when grouped up together. What do you mean by that, Laplace? Abraham felt confused as to what the dragoness was trying to imply from her words. The war masters, in their final breath, can sacrifice themselves for a forbidden spell. The one they used might be the Siren's Call, which is a horrific spell that could destroy fleets when enacted upon. Specifically, the Siren's Call emits an unknown frequency that can travel for hundreds upon thousands of metrons. Afterward, that frequency can call sea monsters known as Leviathans to its location. The more Laplace explained, the more hopeless Abraham became. Sea monsters? When did dealing with some magic guy result in fighting against sea monsters? Was his luck so bad? Abraham couldn't help but have useless thoughts before returning his calm and realizing the importance of the information unveiled by Laplace. Second Lieutenant advised the captains to be cautious and report to them the possibility of sea monsters being our adversaries. He swiftly ordered Campbell beside him. Affirmative, Fleet Admiral. Second Lieutenant Campbell saluted to Abraham and took his leave to meet with the radio operators in the merchant vessel. Laplace, thank you for the vital information. Abraham smiled at the dragoness as he was incredibly grateful for the information she had given him. The fact that they could possibly consider the target group as sea monsters would make them more prepared for the upcoming assault. You're welcome, Abraham. Laplace accepted the thankfulness of the fleet admiral with a soothing smile. How about we take our leave? Staying in this merchant vessel is becoming a hazard to us. Abraham threw his hand out to the dragoness, who accepted it without hesitation or delay. The two of them entered the last batches of Zodiac delivery along with Second Lieutenant Campbell and the Marines. The merchant vessel was emptied of life and became nothing but a desolated ship floating in the middle of the high seas. Meanwhile, in the Combat Information Center of the UNS Lightbringer, Captain Lux heard various reports from the intelligence officers and operators. 152-degree probe detection. Distance 43,000 meters and closing. Depth lowering from 10 to 125. Speed 50 knots, accelerating. Get the bird up in the air. Captain Lux ordered for the Seahawks to move. Sending orders to the hangar deck, sir. One radio operator relayed his orders to the ones in the hangar deck. Target group at 152 degrees. Distance 40,000 meters. Speed 53 knots. We're fast approaching. Another naval personnel reported. Upon hearing it, Captain Lux immediately sounded the alarms. Ready for the engagement. With his words, a reverberating alarm resounded throughout the decks of the UNS Lightbringer. Asterisk, this is not a drill. This is not a drill. General quarters, all hands man your battle stations. Asterisk. Chapter 32. 032 Herd of Leviathans. Inside the Combat Information Center of the UNS Lightbringer, Abraham watched the live footage recorded by a Seahawk. Within the live footage was the herd of sea monsters propelling themselves into the location of the United Navy fleet. Abraham's eyebrows were furrowed as the reality of their circumstances set into his mind. It was far from good, especially with their newly acquired intelligence. Sea monsters with a length of between 50 meters and 100 meters are heading towards us. Despite their size, they also seem very fast. Can we even handle them? He silently thought with a grave expression. If they wanted to win against their incoming adversaries, they must carry out a first strike. Fleet Admiral, what are our further orders? Captain Lux inquired with profoundness. Abraham was interrupted from his thoughts and glanced at the captain. Let's execute our first strike protocol and immediately throw every anti-surface and anti-submarine ordnance we have towards them. These sea monsters are extremely dangerous. The moment they get close to us will be the time our fleet will meet its demise. Regardless of how big or metallic their warship was, 2 or 3 sea monsters might be able to sink them. And with a herd of them incoming, it was obvious what the result was. Understood, Fleet Admiral. We will be launching our available standard missiles. While it was painful to waste millions of dollars, it was for a chance of survival. Good, I want them ready in 2 minutes. Abraham nodded in satisfaction and Captain Lux began implementing the orders of the Fleet Admiral. With Captain Lux gone, Abraham was left alone, observing the herd of Leviathans. Laplace gave deeper information about these creatures, and he finally understood why the spell was forbidden. Leviathans were violent sea creatures that traveled in a herd of a dozen or more. They were serpentine in form, but with several tentacles dangling from their body. These oceanic abominations have scales that not even a barrage of cannonballs couldn't penetrate, and an acidic saliva that could melt anything or anyone. They would sink any ships in their nearby vicinity as though it was their covenant, so they weren't useful for military purposes, which the nations of foreigners understood. But while not useful for military purposes, they were a trump card that could be used when one was fated to die against the enemy. It was the concept of mutually assured destruction or MAD. The fact that these locals understood the concept was already problematic for the Fleet Admiral. I can't help but feel that things will become more complicated in the future, Abraham thought while shaking his head in annoyance. He already understood that his life in this world would be far from a calm one. But this was too much for a middle-aged man like him to handle. Just after handling a naval battle, destiny wanted him to fight against a sea monster? How much does it want him to die? Abraham couldn't help but feel that the world was against him. It felt a bit foolish to feel such a way, though it was hard not to. Let's stop being narcissistic and handle the trouble. He wryly smiled and quietly thought to himself. He continued to observe the monitors presenting the situation outside. Naval strategies kept popping up inside his head, and none of them were working out. He wasn't dealing with an enemy fleet, destroyer, cruiser, aircraft carrier, or a submarine. He was about to fight against a herd of giant sea monsters. Perhaps I might be thinking too much about it. Instead, I need to understand how they engage to know the tactics I could use against them. Abraham had a realization. Through this thought process, he analyzed the information he had about the Leviathans. From the words of Laplace, these sea monsters seemed to attack in close quarters. If they engage through close quarters by ramming into ships, one can consider them as agile massive guns or torpedo boats. Although faster and more agile than any gunboat, they could also submerge deep into the waters. With this consideration, an idea struck the Fleet Admiral. The more he thought about it, the more it made sense. These guys were like stronger and faster ramming ships. But that doesn't make them impossible to fight against, only hard to deal with. Have the Armada follow the maritime security route at full speed. The UNS Zaria will be leading the formation with the UNS Lightbringer in the rear. The UNS Guardian of the High Seas will be in between the two. Abraham gave further orders, which were heard by the intelligence officers and the communication operators. Without any hesitation, they relayed his orders to the bridge. The reason for the recent orders was simple. Their greatest advantage was distance, and they must maintain it for their survival. Through this, one can conclude that the United Navy must advance and not face the sea monsters head-on. Instead, they could use their torpedoes and missiles to terminate the Leviathans one by one. It was a sound strategy that didn't have any issues. It was also the better option, as a direct fight against sea monsters would cause a lot of casualties. Orders have been relayed, sir. The bridge will be following through accordingly. Fleet Admiral, a data link has been established with UNS Zaria and UNS Guardian of the High Seas. Their respective captains are desiring to meet the highest of command. The first report made Abraham nod in contentment, but the second one made him confused. It was then he remembered that he hadn't met with the captains of the two newly summoned ships. Zeroyen, Theta, open their transmission, Abraham ordered, and the communication operator connected the transmission through a data link. One might be curious about the data link. Well, the Tactical Data Link, TDL, systems were essential components of fully integrated naval communications systems on both manned and unmanned naval platforms. All naval command, control, and communications C3 systems rely on tactical data link systems and standards to either transmit, relay, or receive critical data. TDL interoperability enables tactical data to be shared between operators in real time on manned platforms and enables data from unmanned platforms to be integrated into the C3 data streams. True tactical communications interoperability across all naval assets facilitates a common, mission-critical view of surface, subsurface, air, and space environments. In simpler terms, it was comparable to a highly advanced private Discord server for Navy assets. Typically, there would be satellites supporting the data link for vast connection. But for now, they could only connect a data link through close distances of 1,000 kilometers maximum. Comrade Fleet Admiral, Zaria is honored to see the highest of command, Fleet Admiral, Guardian Reveres. In two of the monitor screens were the captains of the UNS Zaria and the UNS Guardian of the High Seas. Vakshad looked like the usual Russian old man, although a bit on the buffer side. One might mistake him for being in his 40s because of his unusually high vitality. On the other hand, Howard had short gray hair and seemed to be only a few years older than Abraham. Perhaps the captain had just recently reached his 40s. It's nice meeting you too. Abraham nodded at the two captains in the monitor screens and continued. I would like to discuss more about the two of you, but for now, we have a problem to handle. I'm confident that the intelligence officers had sent you my orders. While he would like to get to know them more, this wasn't the time for such interactions. Comrade Fleet Admiral, orders have been received. The UNS Zaria will be leading the formation of the Great Armada. Vakshad felt honored to be given the responsibility of leading the front of the formation. Fleet Admiral, the battle plan has been welcomed. The UNS Guardian of the High Seas will be providing full support to the formation and will tackle the sea monster problem. Howard also didn't seem against the plan Abraham had in mind. It was simple but effective for their current circumstances. While a protocol for such situations was desired, he understood that they didn't have the time and resources to create this strategic plan. Besides, they could handle sea monster protocols after they survived these precarious circumstances they found themselves in. Good, I will be expecting your cooperation in this upcoming battle. Abraham was satisfied that his newly acquired naval personnel were listening to him without resistance. The UNS Zaria will endure and fight for the United Navy. Captain Vakshad saluted to him before ending the transmission. The UNS Guardian of the High Seas has the same determination, Fleet Admiral. We will engage against anyone, even the entire world if the situation says so. Captain Howard was the same and had deeper resolutions. His transmission ended after uttering such words, and silence encapsulated the monitor screens that recently turned off. But before Abraham could keep himself in the pleasant grasp of silence, the radio operators reported the status of the Leviathan herd. Sir, target group at 152 degrees. Distance 35,000 meters. Speed 55 knots and increasing. Depth elevated from 125 to 5. The radio operator's words resounded throughout the Combat Information Center. Abraham's eyebrows became furrowed as he clenched his fist in annoyance. Though, he calmed himself from anger and decided to tackle the issue with rationality. Is the bird ready for combat? He questioned the intelligence officer, to which the officer nodded and calmly responded to the highest of command. The Seahawk is ready for combat, sir. Okay, have them start the first strike protocol. However, advise them to be cautious and not get too close into the waters. They can use every ordnance equipped in the bird. What Abraham needed was for the Leviathan herd to slow down. After that, the UN Armada will start raining freedom warheads on these annoying giant fishes. Affirmative, sir. Relaying orders to Harpoon. The radio operator handling the inboard surface-to-air communications replied to the fleet admiral. Meanwhile, in the middle of the high seas was an MH-60R Seahawk piercing through the air with unparalleled speed. It circled around the Leviathan herd, which could be seen treading in the waters below. The Maritime Aviation Warfare Officer had just received the relayed orders from the UNS Lightbringer. The Overwatch wanted them to engage with the herd and slow them down. Maintaining distance and caution was paramount. Orders received, the officer muttered under his breath. Chapter 33. 033 Sea Hunting. 3 kilometers away from the herd of Leviathans. An MH-60R Seahawk, codenamed Harpoon, hovered 10 meters from the rough waters of the high seas. Below it descended the dipping sonar system, which could detect underwater targets with remarkable ease. Sonar deployed. An aviation crewman reported while looking down at the vicious tides from the confines of the interior. Target group has been detected. Distance 2,800 meters and closing. The Maritime Aviation Warfare Officer muttered under his breath. Following his words, the crew operating the Harpoon gazed at him with anticipation. They were the trigger of the first strike operation, so it was somewhat exciting for the aviation personnel. The officer took a deep breath and continued with his words. Mark 54 lightweight torpedo ready for deployment. He glanced at the radar system and saw the target group getting nearer by the second. Locking to the leading Leviathan. Another crewman reported, signifying the signal to open fire. Foxtrot release. The Maritime Aviation Warfare Officer released the torpedo from the anti-submarine helicopter with a single push of a button. As the torpedo fell from the Seahawk, it landed on the rough tides with a splash and immediately propelled itself into the high seas. It headed towards the target group with ferocity and targeted the Leviathan leading the herd of sea monsters. The aviation personnel watched the propelling torpedo as it pierced into the waters. It only took a minute for the Freedom torpedo to be half a kilometer away from the target group. They kept watching through the monitor screen while the radar system detected both the torpedo and the Leviathan about to make contact. And then it happened. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. An explosion resounded throughout the high waters as it erupted into damnation. A massive splash was made and blood splattered along with it. Observing results, one of the crewmen reported and observed any movements from the leading Leviathan. Results confirmed. Target has been engaged and terminated. With the results of their engagement clear, the dipping sonar system was pulled from the waters. The Harpoon swiftly elevated its altitude for necessary precautions and immediately reported what had happened to the Overwatch. Overwatch, this is Harpoon. Torpedo's engagement was a success. Leading Leviathan has fallen. The Maritime Aviation Warfare Officer reported to the UNS Lightbringer. Asterisk Harpoon, success confirmed. Effects have been recorded and the herd has loosened its acceleration. Further engagements have been authorized through Hellfire weapon release. Asterisk the next order of the Overwatch was not surprising for the aviation personnel of the Harpoon. With the Leviathans so near to the surface, it was the greatest opportunity they had before the sea monsters submerged. Affirmative, Overwatch. Harpoon will further engage. The officer accepted the next orders with calm. Good may the United Navy be with you, Harpoon. For some reason, the radio operator on the other side started uttering references from their old world. May the United Navy be with me, Harpoon out. The Maritime Aviation Warfare Officer played along with the reference and closed the transmission. After the transmission between Overwatch and Harpoon ended, the officer relayed the further engagement orders of the High Command to the aviation personnel. Overwatch has ordered us to continue our engagement against the sea monsters. Our main priority will be slowing them down and buying time for the Armada to prepare for the incursion. All of them nodded in understanding and weren't against the new orders. Their torpedo didn't seem too effective against the herd, so they needed to engage further. With the orders relayed by the officer, the pilot swiftly flew the Harpoon to the herd of Leviathans charging towards the Armada of the United Navy. The officer watched the giant sea monsters swimming through the rough waters while pummeling through the corpse of the leading Leviathan. It looks like they are determined to reach their target. The officer muttered in disappointment as it would have been better for these fishes to retreat. Sir, Hellfire has locked into the remaining leading leviathans. An aviation personnel coolly reported to the officer. He looked at the locked sea monsters on his monitor screen with a digital square moving along with them. The officer looked at the aviation personnel and nodded before ordering the release of the air-to-surface missiles. Open fire. The Maritime Aviation Warfare Officer ordered with a thunderous voice. Subsequently, the aviation personnel opened fire and released the AGM-114 Hellfire missiles. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. One after another, the Hellfire missiles propelled themselves into the air with unparalleled acceleration. They pierced through the air like a hot knife through butter and left a trail of smoke behind. It didn't take long for the missiles to arrive at their destinations. What ensued were deafening explosions almost rivaling that of the torpedo eruption. Boom, 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 boom. Locked targets hit confirmed. Verifying damages and results. Upon impact, a crewman reported to the Maritime Aviation Warfare Officer. Damages verified. Results for leading leviathans have been disabled but not terminated. They are slowing down with a grievous wound along their body. Another crewman reported to the officer, and it seemed that the effects were somewhat disappointing. None of the leviathans hit by the Hellfire missiles were killed. They were only severely injured, but perhaps this was enough. Target group distance 1,252 meters. Speed 43 knots. They are decelerating, sir. The piece of good news was the success of their operation. The herd of fishes finally slowed down. This would buy the Armada enough time to prepare for the incoming assault. I'll be paying for dinner once we return. The officer smirked and glanced at the pilot. Maintain our altitude and be cautious as we don't know much of their capabilities. The pilot merely nodded to the officer's orders while the officer opened the transmission with Overwatch through the communication operator. Asterisk Harpoon, this is Overwatch Actual. Congratulations on your operation's success. Asterisk, you have bought the United Navy enough time. Abraham's voice escaped the confines of the communication device, making almost every crewman in the helicopter straighten their back and instinctively salute. The honor is ours, Fleet Admiral. It was also because of your wisdom to initialize the mission that brought us this victory. The Maritime Aviation Warfare Officer responded with great care. My involvement matters not. Asterisk Harpoon will exfil from the target group and return to Overwatch. While exfil, the Harpoon will drop sonobuoys for increased accuracy in the data link. Asterisk the first strike protocol will soon begin, so brace yourselves. After giving them a warning, Abraham's transmission ended. Silence encapsulated the interiors of the Seahawk before the pilot had the helicopter evacuate from its previous location. If the Fleet Admiral's words were correct, a missile barrage would strike the target group and a bloody event would unfold. They needed to get out fast. You've heard the Fleet Admiral. Let's drop the sonobuoys in the route of the target group. The Maritime Aviation Warfare Officer ordered the sonobuoys to be dropped. Sonobuoys were small expendable sonar buoys dropped from aircraft or ships for anti-submarine warfare. They were extremely useful, especially when the data link couldn't be used to its complete potential. Without delay, the aviation personnel dropped the sonobuoys in numbers while returning back to the UNS Lightbringer. Gazing at the crewmen, the officer merely grinned at them and remarked, "Brace yourselves, men. Things would be bound to be shaky in the near future." While the Harpoon flew back to the United Navy's Armada, flickering alarms blared over the Combat Information Center as things were about to get heated. Several intelligence officers, radio, and communication operators were deeply concentrated in their devices and duties, monitoring the incoming target group. "Are the Tomahawks ready?" Abraham asked Captain Lux, who calmly stood beside him. The Tomahawk in the UNS Lightbringer was a RGM/UGM-109B Tomahawk anti-ship missile, a perfect weapon that would hammer the sea monsters into the abyssal depths of the high seas. "Tomahawks are ready for release, Fleet Admiral." Captain Lux nodded and responded to Abraham's question. The middle-aged man was pleased and followed the protocol. "Good. Armada will begin the first strike protocol." Abraham ordered the beginning of the first strike protocol, and the alarms blared even louder throughout the interiors of the ship. It wasn't only the UNS Lightbringer that had its alarms blaring. Both the UNS Zaria and UNS Guardian of the High Seas were also in the same state. Datalink has connected with the sonobuoys. Target group has been detected with greater accuracy. Designating target group. Alpha 100001, Alpha 100011, Alpha 100111, Alpha 101111, Alpha 111111, Alpha 100002, Alpha 100012, and Alpha 100112. With the Leviathans in the target group assigned with their own identifications, it was time for them to lock in. Locking in Alpha 100001 locked, Alpha 100011 locked, Alpha 100111 locked, Alpha 101111 locked, Alpha 111111 locked, Alpha 100002 locked, Alpha 100012 locked, and Alpha 100112 locked. Targets have been locked, sir. Awaiting for weapons release. The naval personnel slowly turned their gaze and looked at the fleet admiral with anticipation. Abraham met their gaze with determination and declared the first strike of the United Navy. Weapons open. Following his words were the various reports of the naval personnel proceeding with the order and launching the Tomahawk missiles. Unlatching 8 VLS door cells, Foxes are open. One of the naval personnel reported, and his words were followed by another calm one. Tomahawks ready. Launching in 321-inch. Following the sequence of the launch was the vibration of the entirety of the UNS Lightbringer. It shook for a second before the missiles resounded like thunder. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. The Tomahawks propelled themselves into the heavens and pierced through the blue skies with a radiant flash. With it were the missile launches of the Allied warships, UNS Guardian of the High Seas and UNS Saria. Each of them also deployed a large number of Tomahawks into the incoming targets. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk swoosh. Swish. Asterisk. Abraham could only watch the multiple launches of expensive Freedom warheads with a cold expression. The price was a lot to pay, probably reaching the number of tens of millions. But it's a small price to pay for survival. He muttered under his breath, observing the monitor screens recording the launches. For as long as the United Navy stands in this foreign world, abhorrent prices have no heed over Fleet Admiral Abraham Shepard. Chapter 34, 034C Brawl, Brace. The maritime aviation warfare officer yelled at his crewmen as the Seahawk trembled violently from the passing Freedom warheads of the United Navy's armada. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk SWUU SHHH. The pilot skillfully maneuvered the helicopter and controlled it with great expertise. The harpoon stabilized and the shaking of the helicopter ended without any troubles. All of them could see the trail of white smoke left behind by the barrage of Tomahawk missiles. There should be over a dozen of Freedom warheads in the first strike. The officer sighed in relief when their helicopter didn't lose stability and fell into the ocean. It would have been embarrassing and dangerous for them. At any rate, with the multiple launches of the United Navy's armada, the first strike protocol had officially begun. Not only was the officer curious about the results, but he also wondered about the High Command's reaction. Meanwhile, in the Combat Information Center of the UNS Lightbringer, Abraham watched the radar relay of the missiles piercing across the distance. The radar signature of the Leviathans kept blinking in and out while the naval personnel in the CIC watched with anticipation. Sadly, however, things weren't meant to be smooth sailing in this world. Target group 152 degrees. Distance 33,561 meters, closing in. Speed 36 knots, stable. Depth 6 and lowering. The newly arrived report made Abraham furrow his eyebrows. The herd of Leviathans was submerging, which wasn't a piece of good news. After all, as the sea monsters get deeper, the Tomahawk missiles would become less effective upon impact. Luckily, bad news wasn't the only thing that emerged. There were also pieces of good news. Foxtrot closing distance 2, 5532, 0241, 4891, 00156105 impact. One of the radio operators reported the status of the first strike, which was a success. An impact was made before the Leviathans could fully submerge themselves into the high seas. Target group status. Alpha track numbers. Alpha 111111 to Alpha 100012 confirmed hit. 3 hostiles sunk. Another radio operator reported to the Fleet Admiral. Now, Alpha 100001 confirmed hit. Hostile sunk. Alpha 100011 confirmed hit. The pieces of good news kept piling up for the Fleet Admiral as several Leviathans were directly hit by the Tomahawks. An impact of the missile would probably be enough to split their body into 2. Though not every sea monster was successfully hit by the barrage. Alpha 100111 has submerged. Strike missed. Alpha 101111 failed to strike. Alpha 100112 has fully submerged. Strike ineffective. 3 leviathans of the herd managed to escape their doom and submerged into deeper waters. When the news of their actions was reported, Abraham felt the need to eat fish for dinner. He wasn't happy after the first strike protocol failed. Wasting millions of dollars for freedom warheads should have complete results. But he understood that reality wasn't as simple as the games he had played. There were dozens of variables, which was why when striking a target, any military would send more than one bomb just to be sure. Silence encapsulated the Combat Information Center, though the alarm kept blaring throughout the metallic interior of the UNS Lightbringer. Target group has not changed its trajectory. Distance 27,143 meters. Speed 45 knots. Depth 125 and sinking. An intelligence officer reported the relayed information of the radio operators, although it was saddening that all of the sea monsters didn't get terminated by the first strike. Their chances of survival were greater than before as only 3 leviathans were left. Harpoon is on site and is requesting for landing. Sending permission to aviation control. A communication operator said while relaying the permission order. Connecting Harpoon transmission to aviation control. Another communication operator uttered and sent the connection to the aviation control of the UNS Lightbringer. Ding! While Abraham carefully listened to his naval personnel, a familiar mechanical bell rang inside his mind. He raised an eyebrow, not because of its arrival, but for its lateness. The submission prompt is incredibly late. He thought to himself as the monotone voice of Systema resounded inside his head. Escape, Sea Surveillance Submission. A herd of Leviathan has set its sights on the United Navy sailing across the high seas. While engagement against such creatures is probable, it is the most destructive and gruesome path. The fleet admiral must save the fleet from inevitable doom. Because of the submission, the maritime security mission will be pronounced a success after the submission's completion. The reward for the submission's success will be 1,000 source points. When Abraham heard and read the digital screen before him, his eyebrows furrowed as he realized something significant that Systema had indirectly declared to him. I was half expecting Systema to ask for the termination of the herd of Leviathan. After all, despite not completely eradicating them, we are on the path of victory. Perhaps there is some unknown variable I am ignorant of. Abraham wasn't stupid and understood the implications of some things. At any rate, the more he thought about it, the more confident he became about the theory of an unexpected variable lurking in the abyss of the high seas. With this in mind, Abraham desired to change their strategies to complete retreat and withdraw to the port of Dawn for resupply and repair. He looked at Captain Lux, who immediately noticed his gaze and humbly lowered their head. Does the fleet admiral wish for something to be done? Captain Lux calmly questioned while Abraham merely looked at him for a second before gazing back at the monitor screens. Order the change of strategies. We must completely retreat. Full speed ahead, withdraw to the port of Dawn. Abraham ordered with a serious tone. Captain Lux was dumbfounded by the unexpected order of the fleet admiral. He wondered what could have happened to their operation that forced the fleet admiral to complete withdrawal. However, despite his shock, Captain Lux followed the orders of the fleet admiral with unparalleled loyalty. Send a transmission to the data link. The fleet admiral has ordered a complete withdrawal. The UN Armada will be changing its routes and returning to the port of Dawn. His stern words echoed throughout the Combat Information Center, which poured cold water on the anticipating naval personnel. But their excitement wasn't out of place. This was their first time fighting against a monster, so they might find themselves interested in putting Sea Monster Hunter in their resume. However, even though they had some resistance from the complete withdrawal order, they understood the consequences of failing to follow the issued commands. At the minimum, they would be court-martialed. At worst, executed. So, the naval personnel swiftly followed the commands of Captain Lux and sent a transmission of the order into the data link. As such, every ship would be able to hear the withdrawal orders. Transmission sent. One of the communication operators relayed, while another one followed. UNS Zaria has acknowledged the orders of the Fleet Admiral. UNS Guardian of the High Seas has acknowledged, sir. With the confirmation of the 2 warships, the complete withdrawal order was undergone. The leading warship, UNS Zaria, changed its routes while the others behind it followed. Abraham watched through the radar system relay and noticed that one of the remaining Leviathans was directly heading toward them. But since the Leviathan was submerged, a lot of anti-ship or anti-surface missiles couldn't be used. Though there were always anti-submarine missiles and torpedoes. Take it out. Abraham calmly ordered, and another weapon release was granted to the CIC of the UNS Lightbringer. Unlatching torpedo tube, Fox open. One intelligence officer reported as another followed. Firing Mark 54 lightweight torpedo in 321. Mark 54 lightweight torpedo launched. Designated target, Alpha 100112. A torpedo was launched from the torpedo tubes of the UNS Lightbringer. It was pushed outward and fell to the waters with a splash before propelling towards the submerged target. Foxtrot distance to target, 12,315 meters. Distance closing in, 10, 1547, 5615, 1112, 745121 impact. In the radar system array, the blinking of both Alpha 100112 and the Mark 54 lightweight torpedo faded from the machine as though they hadn't existed. Abraham calmly watched the results of the impact and saw no more issues with it. This made him sigh in relief, as it would be problematic if something did happen. Sir, Harpoon has been transported to the hangar deck. Operatives have been withdrawn. One of the communication operators reported the status of the Harpoon. Abraham nodded at the operator as the safety of his personnel was paramount in his eyes. Good, have them take a res dash. Before he could continue responding to the communication operator, one of the naval personnel shouted at him with bad news. The naval personnel was a radio operator who discovered something significant. Fleet Admiral, our active sonars have detected a large creature at the bottom of our nearby location. It has a bigger radar signature than the Leviathans we have seen. The report shocked Abraham, but sadly, it was merely the beginning of what was to come. Sir, look. An intelligence officer pointed at the monitor screen recording the status of the merchant vessel. The waters below the Pinguis Arca got rougher as bubbles began to escape from underneath. Unknown signature is elevating its depth. 250164, 100, 4512. It's on the surface. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. What followed was a reverberating explosion that echoed throughout the high seas. The merchant vessel was rammed into pieces, and a massive sea monster leaped from the rough seas. It resembled a leviathan, but a lot bulkier, stronger, and had dozens more tentacles. Its appearance wasn't the thing that amazed Abraham. It was its size. The length of the newly emerged adversary was at least 250 meters in length. It was a monster amongst monsters. Watching the unknown Leviathan take space on the monitor screen made Abraham realize why the submission focused on the Armada's retreat. Fighting against such a massive sea monster was suicide, especially with its distance from the small fleet. A withdrawal was probably the only option they had. And Abraham wasn't against it. Prepare yourselves. Concentrate on the withdrawal and don't attract the attention of the unknown Leviathan. Captain Lux gave several orders to the naval personnel. He finally understood why the fleet admiral wished to withdraw. Target identification. Tagging target classified. Leviathan Alpha. Chapter 35, 035 Withdrawal. Abraham quietly watched Leviathan Alpha fall back to the rough waters with an explosive splashdown. Despite its size, the giant sea monster was fast and agile. Some rather problematic traits for the United Navy. Nothing's left from the Pinguis Arca, he thought while observing the leftover pieces of the wooden merchant ship. Even though it was significantly smaller than the warships of the United Navy, the fact that Leviathan Alpha could destroy it with ease disturbed him. Sir, the radar signature of Leviathan Alpha has disappeared. One of the radio operators tensely reported as the flickering big of the sea monster vanished. They were practically blind against it, which made the naval personnel in the Combat Information Center of the UNS Lightbringer somewhat nervous. However, before they could delve deeper into the disappearance of Leviathan Alpha, another problematic report resounded in the Combat Information Center. 2 incoming radar signatures detected. Target group 132 degrees. Distance 2,500 meters and closing. Depth 187. The leftovers of the Leviathan herd have arrived. Target group identified. Alpha track number. Alpha 101111 and Alpha 100111. Fire torpedoes to target Alpha 101111 and Alpha 100111. Abraham calmly ordered while Captain Lux was busy coordinating the withdrawal of the United Navy fleet. Affirmative, sir. An intelligence officer responded and another weapons release was done. Unlatching torpedo tube, Foxes open. Firing Mark 54 lightweight torpedoes in 321, Mark 54 lightweight torpedoes launched. Designated target, Alpha 101111 and Alpha 100111. The torpedoes were released almost immediately upon command. With each moment under the pressure of battle, the efficiency of the naval personnel increased. The torpedoes escaped the metallic confines of their torpedo tubes and dropped into the rough waters of the high seas. Upon contact with the tides, it burst into its target and sunk deeper into the ocean. Foxtrot's distance to the target, 1,954 meters. Distance closing in. 1-222-321 impact. Abraham carefully observed the ongoing engagement with scrutiny, inspecting every possible movement from their adversaries. Target group status. Alpha track numbers. Alpha 101111 and Alpha 100111 confirmed hit. 2 hostiles sunk. The current engagement was a success, and the remains of the Leviathan herd were defeated. But nonetheless, no one in the Combat Information Center cheered. The threat of Leviathan Alpha loomed over their mind as they spread their awareness into various radar arrays to find it. The same could also be said with their friendlies, UNS Zaria and UNS Guardian of the High Seas. In the confines of the Combat Information Center of UNS Zaria, Bakshad was busy directing his naval personnel to find Leviathan Alpha. Even though they should have incredible sonar capabilities, none seemed to be able to find the gargantuan sea monster. Bakshad had a serious expression as he had a hard time believing the disappearance of the abomination. It was practically a moving hill. How could they not find it? Despite his unrelenting complaints, Bakshad continued to be patient and maintained his calm. He was the captain of the UNS Zaria, so he shouldn't be panicking like a child. Comrade, have any of our companions sent some intelligence through the data link? Bakshad inquired as their colleagues might have discovered something about the monster. Sadly none, Captain Bakshad. Our comrades are also asking for intelligence about the monster. A Russian intelligence officer responded with a saddened voice. I see it looks like we aren't the only ones blind from this abomination. I guess the sea shouldn't be underestimated. Bakshad sighed in disappointment. Before, he was elated by their victory against the herd of sea monsters. But now? He can't even cheer for what they have won because of the impending threat. Maintain strict vigilance. We must never let our guard down. He sternly ordered his comrades, not wanting an unfortunate fate to befall upon them because of carelessness. On the other hand, in the interiors of the bridge belonging to the UNS Guardian of the High Seas, Captain Howard was in the same predicament as the other captains. Becoming blinded towards an unknown and giant sea monster didn't feel good. But no matter how much he urged his subordinates to find Leviathan Alpha, there were no signs of its existence. The UNS Guardian of the High Seas is in a problematic circumstance. We are the lowest, largest, and least equipped warship against sea monsters. If it was a land invasion or operation, the Guardian would have been helpful. But in a sea engagement against sea monsters, it's hard to support other ships. The UNS Guardian of the High Seas was a San Antonio-class amphibious transport dock. Its main use was the support and transportation of marine companies into highly contested zones. It was a warship of great capabilities as without it. A naval force wouldn't be able to do much to land forces other than pummel them to the ground with superior firepower. I hope that the United Navy can leave the sea unscathed. Captain Howard muttered in his breath while preparing himself for the worst that could happen to them. If they do lose, he will do everything to rescue the fleet admiral and evacuate him to the so-called Port of Dawn. At the very least, they wouldn't be the fleet that would bring the highest of command to his death. But regardless of his depressing thoughts, the reality was in itself complex. There was no use in provoking what-ifs inside one's mind for something that hadn't happened yet. To avoid a doomed fate, one must merely work hard for themselves and others around them. With this in mind, Captain Howard had some relief from the stress the lurking sea monster brought. Meanwhile, back in the UNS Lightbringer was Laplace wearing her newly acquired clothes that took some time to be adjusted because of her beastly proportions. Mainly, her thick dragon tail that required newbie tailors to work hard to have it excellently adjusted to her. Anyhow, Laplace's clothes were merely ordinary, everyday modern clothes. Practically, black shorts and a white t-shirt. If not for her black dragon horns and tail, she would have resembled a modern model. Their clothes are interesting. Laplace waved her thick dragon tail back and forth as the newbie tailor perfectly adjusted her shorts to fit them. However, as much as she wanted to enjoy looking at her beautiful and unique clothes, there was a troublesome issue she needed to solve. Since Abraham had saved her from becoming sold to the annoying Magus, it was natural to pay the favor by helping him in his troubled state. For every herd of Leviathan, there is its leader. Bigger, stronger, better, and older than the rest. An elder Leviathan. In all honesty, Laplace hadn't fought against such a gargantuan sea monster. A Leviathan was manageable and perhaps easy, but the same couldn't be said with an elder Leviathan. The logic of their bodies doesn't work the same as an ordinary Leviathan. Besides, Laplace wasn't interested in fighting to death against such an abomination. Though as said before, she must help her savior. And so, Laplace looked in a particular direction and walked towards it without any hesitation. She smashed through the metallic wall, leaving behind a hole leading to the main deck of the destroyer. Chapter 36. 036 The Dragoness. In the Combat Information Center of the UNS Lightbringer, a report from the naval personnel startled Abraham from his solemn state. According to his subordinate, the Dragoness had just broken out of the private cabins and got into the main deck. What? Why did she do that? Abraham was confused as to what made Laplace take destructive ways out. There were doors leading to the outside, for heaven's sake. We don't know, sir. She simply left after getting her new clothes and is hanging in the railings of the main deck. The naval personnel who reported the situation of the Dragoness were also muddled about it. I guess I'll have to personally confront her about it. Abraham sighed while he wondered what he had done wrong to the Dragoness. He turned his gaze towards the white-bearded captain and ordered him to take command of the operation. Captain Lux, you'll be taking command for a moment. I have something important to do. Abraham's words resounded, to which the captain swiftly responded with a salute. I shall do so, Fleet Admiral. I will be waiting for your return. Abraham nodded in satisfaction and left the confines of the Combat Information Center. In all honesty, taking command of a warship wasn't his job. He was the Fleet Admiral of the United Navy. His duty was to guide the direction where the United Navy shall go, practically a shepherd. He wouldn't tell a carriage driver how to drive a carriage as the driver already knows the skill to do so, to begin with. The reason why he was taking command was merely because of his inexperience. This would probably be the last time he'll be in a warship. Especially when the United Navy will grow bigger than ever before and gain several fleets. His attention would be pointed at a large margin, not only to the smaller section of the sea. At any rate, Abraham walked through the metallic hallway of the interiors and saw the opened door leading to the main deck. He stepped into it and got outside of the main deck where he was met with the sea breeze ruffling his jet-black hair and the light of the golden sun gleaming over his body. Abraham glanced around and saw a gorgeous lady leaning amongst the railings. Although the scenery was familiar, it was a lot more different compared to before. From the clothes, the stature, the atmosphere, and many more. You're troublesome, Laplace. He muttered, knowing that the Dragoness would be able to hear it with her vast hearing distance. Perhaps she might have already known he was coming. Abraham was met with a smirk from the Dragoness. He felt a vein popping up in his forehead when he saw that smirk. He walked towards her and sarcastically remarked to the gorgeous white-haired lady, For someone who broke through a wall, you seemed awfully proud of it, Laplace. His words were met with a chuckle and following response from the Dragoness. Oh, did I? Oh, yeah, you did. Do you know how much repairing a wall costs? Abraham questioned since repairing a broken wall would require money and time. I don't know how much it cost, but it should be nothing compared to the weapons you are throwing at the Leviathans. Laplace's counter was apt, but Abraham felt that she was instigating something from him. Wait, you are not implying. Yes, I am implying that. Before he could continue, Laplace already answered his confusion. Abraham furrowed his eyebrows after hearing her answer as he wasn't in agreement with it. Even though she was strong, Leviathan Alpha was an abomination of a monster. To fight against it was foolish, especially without a proper weapon. I won't agree with it, Laplace. I don't underestimate your strength. But you just recovered from your weakened state. Fighting against an abomination like that is foolish. He voiced out his agreement in the sternest voice possible. He didn't want his ally to die the moment he discovered them. That would be problematic for the middle-aged man. Laplace didn't seem convinced, which made Abraham want to drag this lady to rest in her quarters. Sadly, though, he would be dragged by her instead. I am grateful for your worry, Abraham. Laplace revealed a soothing smile that froze Abraham. Her golden irises seemed to glimmer while her slitted pupils absorbed him. She was a beauty, there was no doubt of that. But that wouldn't be enough to convince him. However, I am a lot more different than you think. It may be ironic, but despite looking more human than an ordinary beast folk, we cardinal beast deities are actually the farthest. Laplace calmly explained and turned her gaze to the horizon. Not because of our power, intelligence, or anything of that matter. The reason is simple. She stopped for a moment and looked at Abraham seriously. Because we weren't humanoids to begin with. Just like that, Laplace just dropped another bomb. Abraham felt confused for a moment, wondering what she meant by her words. Thousands of thoughts flooded his head, trying to find an answer. I want to pay the favor of freedom, Abraham. I am not doing this because I want to be free from your debt. My desire is only to protect my savior. Laplace continued as the edges of her lips slowly rose. Nevertheless, there are a lot of things you could do without fighting against that monster. You are an ally, Laplace. A weakened one at that. Making you fight wouldn't do good for the United Navy's ethos. Abraham softly argued. None of the two were willing to back out from their decisions. As leaders of their respective organizations, they had their personal dignity to deal with. Abraham didn't want his only ally to fight against the sea monster, especially when she was just recovering from her recent enslavement and injuries. On the other hand, Laplace was the dragoness who led as the rebel forces leader. She wasn't someone who'd make an ally fight on their own, merely because she was injured. If she could help in some way, then she would do so, even if her current state doesn't deem it applicable. Besides, she was a cardinal beast deity. Her regeneration, endurance, speed, and power weren't to be underestimated. You'll see what I mean, Abraham. After all, actions speak louder than words. Laplace slightly chuckled and slowly backed away into the railings. Abraham realized what she was doing and sprinted at her at full speed. However, he was already too late. Laplace. Abraham reached out his arms as Laplace fell into the rough waters of the high seas. His thoughts rumbled with anxiousness, thinking of what to do. But before he could continue his surging worry, the blue waters bubbled as a shadow emerged. His body shook while a monstrous creature slowly emerged from the high seas. It dwelled beside the UNS Lightbringer, a gargantuan pitch-black serpentine dragon with golden dominating eyes. Its scales glistened along the piercing light as seawater dripped from its body. Abraham gazed at it with a sliver of dread, but when he looked at the dragon clearly with his jet-black eyes, the fleet admiral slowly saw its familiar beauty. Laplace, Chapter 37. 037 A Dragon All Along. The feeling when you confront your suicidal friend as they hopped off the roof while smiling at you before disappearing and turning into a gargantuan pitch-black serpentine dragon was a strange and unique feeling. It wasn't just any serpentine dragon. It might as well be an eastern dragon with a length of 300 meters and a diameter of 20 meters. Abraham felt complicated, yet somewhat amazed by the intriguing circumstances he found himself in. To think that his dragoness friend would actually be a real dragon. It was within understandable terms that she was but a humanoid beast folk with dragon-like traits. But to literally transform a dragon? It was nothing short of a fantasy. You're crazy, Laplace. He smiled as though not bothered by the massive pitch-black serpentine dragon gazing at him with its dominating golden eyes. That's the first someone said such words to me. A soft voice echoed in his mind while the serpentine dragon lightly growled at the fleet admiral. At first, Abraham was surprised to hear the voice of Laplace inside his mind. But it wasn't unbelievable as she had recently become a dragon in mere seconds. The capabilities she had might be a lot stranger than he had previously thought. How would they act then? Abraham inquired with light curiosity. The bit of dread that shrouded his heart faded through the calmness of the remarkable situation. Well, it was along the lines of crying for mercy, screaming for help, running away, or kneeling and praying for divine grace. Laplace responded with intrigue. Abraham, the man who had freed her, was always strange. The way he acted was different, somewhat foreign compared to the usual common sense of the world. It was a breath of fresh air, but it was also an invitation to curious thoughts regarding who he might really be and what his United Navy really was. Abraham raised an eyebrow after hearing Laplace's response. The expected reactions weren't far-fetched as Abraham could already imagine it in his mind. Crying for mercy when cornered by a gargantuan serpentine dragon. Screaming for help, not wanting to face the force of nature alone. Running away, which was the smartest choice, though a useless one. And finally, praying to the serpentine dragon, giving faith and devotion. Practically, surrendering themselves to the force beyond their comprehension. That may be because I feel a bit jealous of your ability. Transforming into a giant eastern dragon is cool and exciting. Obviously, this may be because I don't understand the implications of becoming one. But to be honest, I don't care what implications there are. The ability to become a dragon is amazing. Abraham was honest with his answers. And it's not like I didn't fear you at first. I just got over it when I realized that it was you all along. Besides, anyone would feel the dread of meeting a giant dragon face to face for the first time. One sometimes wonders whether or not the Fleet Admiral had maxed out his speech skills. For a recovering man from the realms of deviousness, he was great at his words. Abraham, you're still hitting on me even though I'm practically a giant serpentine dragon. A fang of mine is already the size of your body. You're interesting. The pitch-black eastern dragon let out a silent growl as its head levitated nearer to the Fleet Admiral. Ding, I believe that the dragoness just accused you of being a fur. Shut it, Systema. I'm not one of them. And to be fair, dragons are awesome. Abraham felt embarrassed as the two were now condemning him of baseless accusations. It ain't baseless if every moment you talk to the dragoness. You try to charm her with your maxed-out speech of eagle freedom. What? And where did you learn that? He felt confused as his precious partner was starting to punch him with accusation after accusation, even though he was innocent. An unproven innocence. Yeah. Abraham shook his head and looked at the golden and arrogant gaze of the pitch-black eastern dragon. Even though it seemed like the dragon was looking down on him, Abraham couldn't fight against the allure of regality that the dragoness unconscionably emitted. That's just how I am, Laplace. And despite being a dragon, you're as beautiful as you were before. Perhaps a bit better. Abraham found the Eastern dragon form awesome. He wouldn't deny such a basic fact. I guess you haven't changed. You're the same as the moment I met you. Which hasn't been that long, Abraham added, which made the pitch-black Eastern dragon chuckle. At any rate, Fleet Admiral of the United Navy. How about we plan our counterattack? The Elder Leviathan is a vengeful being. It wouldn't leave your fleet alone, even if you don't instigate it. Laplace decided to change the subject to the pressing one, which was the lurking Elder Leviathan at the bottom of the high seas. Abraham realized that he was so consumed with his conversation with an actual dragon that he forgot for a second about the circumstances they found themselves in. Understood. Let's strategize. Let's first start with how to bring the Leviathan Alpha or Elder Leviathan out of the cradles of the abyss, Abraham uttered, to which Laplace immediately replied. I'll handle that. Okay, assuming you got the guy into the surface. We'll assist you however we can against the fish. I'm sure you don't want to be spoon-fed of your deserved victory, correct? With the existence of a gargantuan Eastern dragon, he was confident in fighting against Leviathan Alpha. After all, what's better than having a monster brawl in the middle of the seas? It looks like you understand me very much, Abraham. I don't really try to fight against Leviathans as I have no reason to do so, but that doesn't mean I'm weaker than them. Laplace stated with unmatched arrogance, befitting the dragoness. It made the devious side of Abraham imagine him being stepped on and insulted by the dragoness. However, such devious thought was quickly thrown away into the void of his mind, where it will never be heard of ever again. That sounds convincing. Abraham nodded in understanding and remarked, I shall haul the Elder Leviathan to the surface then. I'll be up in a moment, Abraham. Take care. Her soft and enticing voice sounded out in his mind. Abraham swiftly got out of his trance and saw the pitch-black Eastern dragon grinning at him, showing off its silver fangs that were the size of the middle-aged man. It then turned its massive head to the rough waters and quickly slithered towards the tides. It plunged into the ocean and swam inside of it with an unmatched speed. A brawl between two monsters was about to begin. Captain Lux, you can get out now, Abraham muttered after some time of staring into the vicious seas. Behind him were several Marines emerging from the metallic doorway. With them was the captain of the UNS Lightbringer, Captain Lux. From his expression, he appeared to be extremely worried. But Abraham didn't have an interest in explaining much for now. Instead, what he needed to do first was keep his promise and prepare the armada for the battle. Chapter 38, 038, The Fleet Admiral's Dilemma. In the metallic hallway of the UNS Lightbringer's interior were Captain Lux and Second Lieutenant Campbell walking beside one another. Behind the two was a group of Marines, and in front of them was their highest of command, Fleet Admiral Abraham Shepard. So you're telling me that the Fleet Admiral is trying to charm that gargantuan Eastern dragon? Captain Lux quietly muttered to the blonde-haired second lieutenant. Well, technically, when we found her first. She was merely a gorgeous lady with dragon traits like her jet-black horns and tail. None of us knew that she could become an actual dragon. Second Lieutenant Campbell stated since they were ignorant of her true form. But ignorance wasn't the same word they could correlate to their fleet admiral. This alludes that their highest of command might have been knowledgeable about her true form as an actual pitch-black Eastern dragon. I guess the fleet admiral knows no bounds. Even a real dragon wouldn't be far from his grasp. For some reason, though, Captain Lux was amazed. In his eyes, a dragoness was the perfect spouse of their fleet admiral. It fits perfectly with the United Navy, and it would make their highest of command's lineage grander. That is to be expected from the fleet admiral. He's beyond human understanding. His goals are outside of our capacity to conjure. A dragon for a spouse might be the very most understandable of his plans. Second Lieutenant Campbell was skilled in the art of yapping. He uttered such words without a tinge of embarrassment. He even was proud of it as though he stated a fact. I wonder when we'll hear news about the fleet admiral's children. Before Captain Lux could continue babbling his weird dreams, Abraham, who walked in front of them, stopped taking a step forward. He slowly turned his gaze towards the ones behind him, and they swiftly avoided his gaze, acting like nothing just occurred. You do understand that I am in front of you, correct? And I can hear you clearly with my own ears. Abraham strictly muttered while his subordinates kept avoiding his gaze. After some time, he sighed and continued walking towards the Combat Information Center of the UNS Lightbringer. He didn't know what had happened, but his reputation was at rock bottom. He only thought of dragons as cool. Why were his subordinates starting to pair him with Laplace? Ding, that's because you're a fur. As I said before, I'm not. Abraham denied the accusation, and out of nowhere, Systema retracted her statement. It appears that I was wrong. The middle-aged man felt hope upon hearing such monotone words. The dream of regaining his respected reputation dawned. But then it was washed away by the biblical flood from Systema's following words. The correct term would be a scowl, no, and what are you trying to say, Systema? Abraham raised an eyebrow as his partner has been annoying him since the emergence of Laplace. Fleet Admiral, do you understand the world you are in? Systema asked a strange question to the middle-aged man, making him confused. What did she mean by it, or what was she trying to say? I don't understand, Systema. What do you mean by understanding this world? Abraham inquired, wanting to know more about the intention behind her question. From the parameters set by what is fantasy. Through giant animals, sea monsters, magic, medieval ships, and many more signatures, we can conclude that this is a fantasy world. And? What does this fantasy world have to do with the United Navy or me? Abraham asked as he became more dumbfounded by what his precious partner was saying. You're close-minded, Fleet Admiral. A fantasy world signifies the existence of monster girls. Whether it'd be cat girls, wolf girls, fox girls, mermaids, harpies, and perhaps demon girls. The middle-aged man felt enlightenment through the cultured words of his partner. His abandoned dreams long lost to time resurfaced inside his mind. However, I'm not interested in going on a harem spree, Systema. I might not look or appear like it, but I'm a monogamous guy. Abraham declared his personal views. Impossible. What do you mean impossible? Do you think every man only wants to F***CK? We also want to have a happy marriage and a loving wife who cares of us. Abraham felt a bit vexed. Every guy wants to be happy in their lives. It was as simple as that. Besides, while a harem might be intriguing at first glance, Abraham doubted that he would be able to handle more women in his life. One already needed your whole attention. What about 2 or more of them? It would be the death of him. I see you're much of a better man than I had previously thought, Fleet Admiral. You have grown. For some reason, Abraham felt like being praised by a single mom who realized that her troublesome son had finally grown up into a respectable adult. He immediately shook his head and decided to ignore the strange feeling. At the moment, he must tackle the problem before him. Abraham and his entourage entered the Combat Information Center. Every naval personnel looked at the Fleet Admiral with a piercing gaze. After all, they saw him talking with the gargantuan Eastern Dragon as though they were close friends. Obviously, they would be curious. Attention! Captain Lux shouted, gaining the eyes of others. The old white-bearded man straightened his back and announced, "The Fleet Admiral has something to say, so listen carefully." With his words resounding throughout the Combat Information Center, the naval personnel were ordered to listen. Seeing that most of his subordinates were ready to hear him, Abraham slightly coughed and looked at his naval personnel with the sternest expression he could conjure. We are here to change our battle plans to act in the upcoming events. Our strategies will change once again as we have gained the assistance of an important ally. The United Navy will be bringing the fight to the sea monster. And along with our Eastern Dragon friend, we will prevail from these precarious circumstances and achieve complete victory. So, prepare for battle. The current strategy of the United Navy was entirely overturned. They would be now fighting against the sea monster without thoughts of retreat. The naval personnel in the CIC straightened their backs and saluted to the fleet admiral at the same time. It was quite a sight to see, and the previous embarrassment of Abraham faded. Okay, let's start. Abraham nodded in satisfaction and declared. The naval personnel swiftly returned to their positions and assumed their respective duties. The news about the change of strategies was also sent to the data link along with some information regarding the Eastern Dragon, who would be their ally. Their tactics are arranged in a maneuver that would support the Eastern Dragon in her brawl against the Elder Leviathan. Abraham watched his subordinates prepare for the upcoming monster brawl, and the report he expected had finally emerged. Sir, 2 big radar signatures are rising from the bottom of the seas. They are heading to the surface fast. One of the radio operators reported. Abraham only grinned upon hearing the news and muttered, "Let the monster brawl begin." Chapter 39, 039 Eastern Dragon vs. Elder Leviathan Combat Information Center, UNS Lightbringer. Designating radar targets. Alpha target, Leviathan Alpha. Bravo target, Whiskey Dragon. Designation confirmed, sending intel to the data link. An intelligence officer reported. Target designation sent. Data link confirmed. Another one followed. Target Leviathan Alpha. Distance 2,000 meters. Depth 2,556 and rapidly rising. Speed 45 knots. Commencing torpedo strike operation. A naval personnel calmly inquired. Negative, operation armaments are air-to-surface missiles and turret batteries. Await for Leviathan Alpha to resurface before ordered striking. Abraham struck down the naval personnel's question. Maintain a distance of 2 clicks from the targets. We will be using precision strikes against Leviathan Alpha. Avoid attacking or harming Whiskey Dragon. He uttered an order, to which his naval personnel responded with a nod. This battle would be intricate, as it would be comparable to them shooting one guy while it brawls their ally. Affirmative. Orders sent to the data link. Bridge has also been relayed with the orders. A communication operator disclosed while navigating through the complex equipment of the CIC. Time then passed by for the naval personnel inside the Combat Information Center. Most of them were concentrated on their duties, awaiting the official start of the battle operation. Target Leviathan Alpha. Current status distance 1,950 meters. Depth 1,431 and rising. Speed 42 knots. The intelligence officer sent another report. Give me the status of Whiskey Dragon. Abraham inquired, since he wanted to know the current situation of Laplace. Target Whiskey Dragon. Status distance 1,915 meters. Depth 952 and swiftly rising. Speed 50 knots. It seems to maintain an appropriate distance between itself and Leviathan Alpha, sir. One of the naval personnel answered and reported the situation to the fleet admiral. Abraham nodded in satisfaction, as he wouldn't want something bad to happen to his dragoness. Estimated time of arrival? He asked, as his patience was barely holding out, as a lot of things had occurred on his first day on the maritime security mission. ETA 3 minutes, Fleet Admiral. An intelligence officer humbly responded. Good, prepare for their arrival to the surface. Abraham took a deep breath and watched the monitor screens relaying the status of the oceanic depths below them. Seconds went by as the middle-aged man saw the 2 blinking dots get closer to them and the surface. Maintain linear formation and prepare for our turret battery. I want them pointed at our target. Abraham sternly ordered, and his naval personnel immediately complied. Turret batteries from UNS Lightbringer, UNS Zaria, UNS Guardian of the High Seas, pointing to 123 degrees. One of the intelligence officers reported. Seahawk is armed, Fleet Admiral. Do you want them to be up in the air? His communication operator relayed and asked for their launch. Clear the airspace. The battle will be difficult and hazardous. I don't want to have my bird sink into the depths of the high seas. Abraham shook his head and rejected. Their upcoming monster brawl would make it hard for a helicopter to maintain its support. It might even be destroyed as collateral damage from the fight. Understood, sending rejection to the hangar deck. The communication operator who asked for the bird's launch didn't have that much opinion and sent the rejection into the hangar. Sir, target Whiskey Dragon is on the surface. Asterisk bam. Asterisk. The rough waters erupted into oceanic mist as a pitch-black Eastern Dragon escaped from its vicious grasp. The dragon slithered into the heavens and roared towards the sea. Asterisk roar. Asterisk asterisk bam. Asterisk what responded to its thunderous roar was the elder Leviathan launching itself from the deep water and into the heavens, trying to chomp the dragon in half. But the eastern dragon easily dodged its assault and bit its tentacle instead. Asterisk screech. Asterisk M4 all right angles IY. An echoing cry resounded throughout the heavens and earth. Sadly for the elder Leviathan, it didn't end there. Turret batteries, fire. Following such orders from the fleet admiral, the 5-inch turrets of the UNS Lightbringer and UNS Zaria immediately followed afterward. Asterisk bang. Asterisk 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 various shells exploded from the side of the elder Leviathan, causing its fleshy bits to be charred. It glared at the armada and returned to the rough waters. However, instead of trying to square up against the eastern dragon for a second bout, the elder Leviathan changed its course and target. It was swimming towards the United Navy's armada. Prepare for 10 Tomahawk launches, Abraham ordered with his grim voice. The naval personnel inside the Combat Information Center swiftly prepared for the missile launch. Locking into Leviathan Alpha. Leviathan Alpha locked, awaiting for weapons release. With the confirmation of his naval personnel, the fleet admiral ordered their launch. Fry the fish. Through Abraham's order, the Tomahawks were free for launch. The naval personnel swiftly facilitated the launch, which didn't take more than 10 seconds. 10 VLS door cells unlatched, Foxes are open. One of the weapon officers relayed, and after his relay was a stimulated voice from a partner naval personnel. Tomahawks ready. Launching in 321-inch. Accompanying the launch sequence was the juddering of the entirety of the UNS Lightbringer. It quivered for a moment before the Tomahawk missiles reverberated like thunderclaps. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk asterisk swish. Asterisk asterisk swoosh. Asterisk the Tomahawk missiles thrust forward, deserving of their titles as Freedom Warheads. White smoke shrouded the deck upon their launch as they pierced through the sky and headed down to the incoming elder Leviathan. It wasn't only the UNS Lightbringer that launched its barrage of Tomahawk missiles. The UNS Zaria and UNS Guardian of the High Seas also followed the attack order. Asterisk swish. Swoosh. Asterisk asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. The Tomahawks pierced through the azure skies with gleaming lights. It didn't take a second for them to crash down into their target, bringing about deafening explosions. Asterisk boom. Asterisk 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 they reverberated throughout the high seas and the heavens above it. The radiant lights brought about by the explosions overshone the sun's light for a moment. Asterisk screech. Asterisk. A piercing screech followed the explosions as the Alpha Leviathan turned away from the armada, fearing another barrage of Tomahawk missiles. Unfortunately for the elder Leviathan, though the eastern dragon behind it wasn't finished. After the deafening explosions caused by the United Navy, the golden and dominating eyes of the pitch-black eastern dragon dawned upon the elder Leviathan. Without any hesitation or delay, it swooped into the rough waters and bit into the sea monster's head with its sharp fangs. SCRECCH. Before the elder Leviathan could continue screeching, it was forced into the water while the eastern dragon bit deeper into its head. It swam wildly from its pain and tried to shake the eastern dragon off from its fishy body. But the eastern dragon was proven to be a good hunter as it never freed its prey from its fangs. Sir, the Leviathan Alpha is heavily injured from the Tomahawk barrage. An intelligence officer calmly reported the elder Leviathan's status. Its defeat served a greater purpose for the United Navy since it would make them a bit more confident in treading the rough waters of the high seas. Good. Maintain distance from the target and assist Whiskey Dragon if the situation requires it. Abraham responded with a nod and gave another order to his naval personnel. Chapter 40. 040 Elder Leviathan critical stage. Somewhere in the high seas was the United Navy Armada and a pitch-black eastern dragon engaging against a lone Elder Leviathan who had its herd blown up into bits by UN Freedom warheads. The small fleet of warships belonging to the United Navy maintained a linear formation and distance from the brawling monsters. After all, none would desire to become part of the collateral damage brought about by the monster brawl. From the looks of it, the naval force double-teaming against the sea monster was winning the vicious clashes. Dozens of injuries shrouded the elder Leviathan's body as its tough hide could neither resist the firepower nor biting strength of the United Navy Armada and Eastern Dragon. It kept screeching from the unbearable pain it found itself in and wanted to escape. But there was no way the United Navy would let it escape. With the amount of taxpayer money spent on dealing with this fish, at the very least, they wanted to kill it so that it wouldn't bother them ever again. Precautionary measures were always a predominant part of the United Navy's logos. It was better for the problem to not be a problem than to wait for it to be an issue. It was simple logic. Through this thought process, the moment the elder Leviathan dared to show its back to the United Navy, 5-inch shells from the warship's naval guns would blow its back into damnation. Afterward, the Eastern Dragon would bite its neck and try to tear as much flesh as possible from the elder Leviathan, bringing about a spill of dark blue blood into the ocean. The elder Leviathan was severely injured and cornered by forces it couldn't clearly comprehend. What it thought to be its prey would soon become its executioner. Obviously, it didn't want to meet its end after living for centuries on the high seas. But there was nothing it could do as it was alone, surrounded by its adversaries. Its herd of leviathans that it had cultivated for a century was blown into bits and sunk into the depths of the high seas in mere seconds by strange radiant exploding birds. How such birds could sacrifice themselves and die in an explosive manner was a question that it couldn't answer. Nevertheless, what mattered wasn't its curiosities and wonders, but its survival. It needed to escape the circumstances it found itself. And to do so, it must do everything it can to fight against the adversaries that dared to corner it. Even if it does die, it must take its enemies with it. Quite an ironic and interesting logic, as it was the same thoughts that the ones that called for it had before their untimely sacrifice and deaths. A question does arise, however. How can it escape from this situation, or perhaps take out its opponents? Well, one mustn't underestimate the capabilities of a cornered beast. There was a reason why it survived for centuries. In the interiors of the Combat Information Center residing inside the UNS Lightbringer, Fleet Admiral Abraham Shepard watched the monster brawl with deep interest. He observed it through the monitor screen and saw the elder Leviathan being slowly defeated by the combined force of the United Navy's Armada and the Dragoness. Sadly, though, things in this world were never meant to sail smoothly. Sir, a high-frequency spike is detected. It's currently rising at an accelerated pace. One of the radio operators reported with an anxious voice. Abraham raised an eyebrow, wondering what the radio operator meant about the high-frequency spike. Fleet Admiral, our communication and radars will be hit hard. An intelligence officer clarified, which made Abraham realize the seriousness of the situation. Send out to the data link. Provide maximum firepower support. Communications will be down for a mom dash. Before Abraham could continue uttering his orders, a thunderous explosion resounded. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. The UNS Lightbringer and its armada shook from the potent force of the explosion. Their metallic walls and decks trembled for a few seconds before calming down. Give me a report. Abraham sternly commanded, wanting to know the current situation. Status report, sir. The elder Leviathan just unleashed a high-concentrated energy wave. And the intelligence officer seemed hesitant to continue. But the middle-aged man didn't have time for hesitation. And what? Tell me. None of our sophisticated systems are properly working. The radar array is completely down and communication got knocked out. But that isn't the most problematic thing, sir. The UNS Lightbringer, our ship, it's rising from the sea. The last words of the intelligence officer shocked Abraham. How the hell would a several thousand-ton warship levitate from the seas? Sir, Leviathan Alpha is exuding a high-voltage electrostatic field. It's slowly growing, one of the naval personnel relayed and pointed at the somewhat static monitor screen. SH*T. Noticing the current state of the elder Leviathan, Abraham felt that they got unknowingly hit by the second stage of a sea monster boss. Fire our naval gun and get our missiles up in the air. Don't let the fish continue. Otherwise, we will be fried. Abraham deafeningly ordered with his heart rapidly beating. The naval personnel immediately started moving for a counter-engagement. However, they were slowly losing their balance as the warship was steadily tilting backward. If this continues, even if they defeat the elder Leviathan, they'll probably sink from their current problematic position. Meanwhile, in the high seas was the elder Leviathan, levitating with a thick field of electrostatic energy surrounding it. Its dozens of eyes glowed as though it was a deity descending from the skies. The capabilities of a cornered beast weren't to be underestimated. Laplace watched the circumstances of her allies and opponent with a dominating gaze. She quietly slithered behind the elder Leviathan, who had concentrated its attention on the armada of warships. The Eastern Dragon calmly bid her time, and her patience was rewarded with glee. Another barrage of missiles escaped the confines of the warships. They propelled themselves into the air and pierced through the heavens. Swoosh, swyish, swoosh. The naval guns of the warships also followed the barrage with suppressive fire pointed towards the elder Leviathan. Bang, 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 bang. In an instant, the elder Leviathan's electrostatic suppression field was met with explosions. Unfortunately, however, some missiles had their guiding systems completely broken by the field, and they sadly sank into the vicious tides. But the 5-inch shells of naval guns had proven themselves to be effective as they pierced through the electrostatic suppression field and impacted the head of the elder Leviathan. Asterisk screech. Asterisk. It cried out in pain, of course, but Laplace wasn't willing to let such an opportunity go. So, without any hesitation or delay, she hastened and attacked the elder Leviathan from the back. Asterisk roar. Asterisk she bit its head with her sharp fangs and tried to slither around its body, trying to constrict the body of the sea monster. Though it wasn't without its problems. Laplace felt the sharp pain, rivaling that of 1,000 ants biting across her body. The electrostatic suppression field of the elder Leviathan was trying to fry her into crisps and turn her into a fried lizard. Laplace could only grit her teeth and hope that she could kill the elder Leviathan before it could cook her. Chapter 41. 041 Monster Brawl Climax. Fire. Fire everything we got. Support Whiskey Dragon. If she gets defeated, this armada will be at the bottom of the sea. Abraham yelled at his naval personnel while anxiously watching Laplace getting tortured by the electrostatic field. Shards of her jet-black scales broke off bit by bit. If this continues, her flesh will get fried by the high-voltage electrostatic field brought about by the elder Leviathan. All tomahawks are clear. Permission for weapons free. One of the naval personnel relayed and requested the fleet admiral. With no questions, hesitations, or delay, Abraham accepted the request as there was no need to feel bad about the millions of dollars spent if they were using it to stay alive. Get that fish. Abraham ordered, and the naval personnel surrounding him nodded at the same time. Their efficiency was rapid as their actions didn't waste a second. Unlatching 20 VLS store cells, Foxes are open. They were throwing every anti-surface missile they had in stock within the vertical launching system toward the elder Leviathan. If that didn't work, then they'll use everything they got, from torpedoes, anti-submarine missiles, and anti-air missiles. Tomahawks ready. Launching in 321-inch in mere seconds, the launch sequence was already initiated. Both the time of the United Navy Armada and the elder Leviathan were running out. The first one to die would be the loser. With the missile launch, the UNS Lightbringer trembled from the power of 20 Tomahawks launching themselves into the heavens one after another. It was as though they were met with an earthquake in the warship. Thunderous echoes of the Tomahawk's propellants resounded throughout the UNS Lightbringer, as if thousands of fireworks were exploding simultaneously around them. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk asterisk swyish. Asterisk asterisk swooyish. Asterisk asterisk swyish. Asterisk asterisk swoosh. Asterisk asterisk swa. Asterisk brilliant lights escaped the confines of the UNS Lightbringer as they pierced through the air and roared like savage dragons who were about to tear their prey apart. UNS Zaria also fired half of its caliber stockpiles, which numbered about 24 missiles. It was quite a scene since twinkling stars emerged from the frigate and propelled themselves like awakening monsters. The UNS Guardian of the High Seas wasn't planning to watch the situation without doing anything. It fired its Bushmaster guns and ES-SEMs in large quantities. Obviously, the United Navy wasn't holding back its firepower. All of these missiles were pointed at one location of the elder Leviathan. And it was its head. Dozens upon dozens of missiles pierced through the air like homing daggers. They glided above the seas and through the heavens like hypersonic birds. In mere seconds, the missiles arrived before the electrostatic field created by the elder Leviathan. Dozens of them exploded upon contact, but the shock waves brought by the explosions caused a hole to emerge in the electrostatic field. Boom, 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 boom. It was the perfect opportunity. As such, numerous tomahawks and calibers punctured through the hole of the electrostatic field and directly impacted the elder Leviathan's head. What followed was tens of gleaming lights rivaling that of the sun. They even outshone its sunlight as though they were falling stars sinking from the skies. Abraham watched everything through the monitor screen with his heart rapidly beating. Anxiety grasped his mind as he saw a thick cloud of smoke covering the elder Leviathan's head. Along with the smoke was also the incoming shock wave brought about by the explosions. Asterisk boom. Asterisk 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 the UNS Lightbringer shook with a magnitude stronger than before. Some devices and electrical circuits were affected by the blasts, and the waves also caused the floating warship to tilt sideward. It was at this moment that the fleet admiral realized the full scale of the United Navy's firepower. There was no need to use or even desire to acquire nuclear capabilities. With such firepower akin to an exploding volcano, they had little to no rivals. Sir, the electrostatic field is causing the frontal explosion to compress. This might be the reason for the higher-than-usual yield of the missiles. An intelligence officer reported. Will the back be affected? Abraham inquired, as it would be problematic if they injured their allied Eastern Dragon. Well, since the explosions were compressed in the front of the Elder Leviathan's head, there should be little to no burns to the Eastern Dragon. The only problem is once again, the intelligence officer hesitated, making Abraham furrow his eyebrows. The shock wave brought about by the explosions would turn organs into puddles. The words of the intelligence officer shocked the middle-aged man. But before he could react to it, another report came in from his naval personnel. Fleet Admiral, electrostatic field is losing its high-voltage energy yield. We have won. The announcement caused the naval personnel in the UNS Lightbringer to cheer. Yeah, freedom, baby. I love democracy. Their reactions were interesting, but Abraham didn't have his mind or heart celebrating their victory. The UNS Lightbringer quivered for a moment before slowly falling back to the rough waters of the high seas. When their landing was confirmed, Abraham didn't hesitate anymore. Is the Seahawk still on the flight deck? He questioned a nearby intelligence officer. Yes, sir. But the aviation personnel are trying to load it back to the hangar deck. The intelligence officer softly responded as the gaze of the fleet admiral was cold. Tell them to get the bird up in the air, Abraham ordered as he watched the fog of smoke clearing up on the monitor screen. He squinted his gaze as he saw a shadowy figure falling into the vicious tides. He clenched his fist and looked at his naval personnel. Prepare a rescue team. Hearing the stern words of their fleet admiral, the naval personnel in the Combat Information Center understood that this wasn't the time to be celebrating. There were many things to be done, and one of them was rescuing their important ally. Affirmative, sir. Sending orders to the aviation control. One of the communication operators immediately sent the orders to the aviation control. Then, a reply was received from the aviation control. Sir, the aviation control has accepted your orders. According to their report, the Seahawk will be up in the air in less than a minute along with its rescue personnel. This was a piece of good news, as the less time the Dragoness spent in the sea, the better. So, Abraham nodded in satisfaction and gave another order. Good, get Laplace to the UNS Guardian of the High Seas. The medical quarters there should be capable of handling severe injuries or life-threatening problems. Meanwhile, in the rough waters of the high seas, large pieces of flesh left behind by the elder Leviathan floated along the vicious tides. With them was a figure who almost got hit by the firepower of the United Navy. Laplace felt pain throughout her body as her consciousness was barely holding on to her senses. Time seemed fast yet slow in her mind. The radiant sun also appeared to blur her perception. But soon, a shadow covered its entirety. The burst of clapping sounds escaping the propellers echoed in her ears while she felt her body being carried up into the air. And so, the monster brawl ended strangely and unexpectedly. Chapter 42. 042 Smug Dragoness. Bluish crackling light shrouded everything as the crimson red bloomed with radiance before her sight. What followed was unending pain and suffocation. She couldn't breathe properly for some reason, and then she blacked out. In the medical quarters of the UNS Guardian of the High Seas, a white-haired lady awoke her slumber from fright. Her heart rapidly beat as dread enraptured itself in her chest. Upon her awakening, the piercing light coming from the ceiling blinded her. The white walls of the medical quarters didn't help, but the soft and comfortable bed did calm her for a bit. Laplace, are you okay? She heard the familiar voice of her friend, which echoed inside her ears and mind. Everything seemed disoriented and unsteady for the Dragoness. Abraham, is that you? Laplace weakly and softly muttered from her supple lips. What had happened to her was the second worst thing she had experienced in her life. It's me, Laplace. You are safe now. We defeated the so-called Elder Leviathan. Abraham tenderly revealed their victory against the gargantuan sea monster. Defeated the Elder Leviathan, huh? I don't feel good despite this victory of ours. Laplace weakly remarked, making Abraham wryly smile. It was my fault, Laplace. I ordered my subordinates to unleash everything we had against the Elder Leviathan. I won't excuse myself for what I have done. I deeply apologize. Abraham bowed towards the laying white-haired dragoness, who smiled meekly at the middle-aged man. If not for the fact that I consider you as my friend, I would have thrown you to the wall for blowing your bombs on my face, she remarked while holding Abraham's arm tightly. Hearing the words of the gorgeous white-haired lady, the middle-aged man nervously smiled while trying to de-escalate the situation. Yeah, I'll consider this as a favor. I owe you one for making sure that the Elder Leviathan stayed put. Abraham anxiously chuckled. The Fleet Admiral's nervous chuckle steered the ample feeling of domination creeping into the lady's heart. She opened her eyelids, revealing her golden-colored irises glowing with a neon hue. You owe me a favor, Abraham. I hope you won't forget that. While she wanted to aid her savior against the gargantuan sea monster, Elder Leviathan, the situation of getting blown up was beyond that. I won't forget the debt, Laplace. Without you, the Armada would have probably been picked off one by the sea monster. Abraham straightened his back and looked back at the dragoness with his jet-black eyes. He wasn't ignorant of the situation. He knew that Laplace was one of the primary equations that was needed for their victory. Without her bringing up the Elder Leviathan to the surface and pinning it into one location, it would have been extremely problematic for the United Navy. Laplace smiled at the serious response of Abraham and slowly stood up from her comfortable and soft bed. She stretched her arms upward while yawning. Abraham looked at her with an astonished gaze. He was undoubtedly confused as he previously thought that the dragoness was severely injured. Laplace stepped out of the medical bed and stood beside the confused Abraham with a smirk. She patted the middle-aged man's shoulders and calmly explained. I am a dragon. Such simple yet baffling words made the Fleet Admiral perplexed. But he shook his head and decided to throw common sense away. After all, he was dealing with a cool dragon. So, were you pretending to be weak during our conversation? Abraham raised an eyebrow while Laplace merely kept her teasing grin. Maybe or maybe not. Laplace smugly taunted and was about to step outside through the metallic wall. But before she could walk a few feet away, she felt a hand on her shoulder. You're not thinking of going through that wall, right? Abraham sternly questioned while Laplace glanced at him and the wall she was about to break through. Perhaps I was planning. Before the dragoness could continue, Abraham drilled his knuckles into her pale temples, making the gorgeous white-haired lady grunt in pain. Arg! Stop it, Abraham. I was joking. The dragoness tried to resist, but Abraham merely dodged her incoming arms and continued grinding her temples. You smug dragoness. You think you can just keep teasing me? Abraham was grinning as though enjoying the suffering the white-haired dragoness went through. I promise I will, Laplace apologized, prompting Abraham to release her from the grinding session between his knuckles. Do it again. But the arrogant dragoness wasn't someone that would back down from suffering. Abraham furrowed his eyebrows and was about to start the grinding session once again. However, the gorgeous white-haired lady already left the confines of the medical quarters in an instant. She's fast at escaping. He muttered under his breath before a smirk emerged on his face. It was the first time he had fun for quite some time. And it was the best feeling that he had, especially after the recent troublesome situation they found themselves in. Abraham shook his head and decided to wipe that smirk off his face. It was intriguing, but somewhat strange for a middle-aged man like him to act like a child of some sort. Ding! For a former loser and gamer, are you sure you weren't already experienced in acting like a child? Out of nowhere, the familiar mechanical bell rang inside his mind, and the sarcastic yet monotone remarks of his precious partner echoed inside his mind. Why did you have to interrupt my internal monologue, Systema? Besides, acting like an idiot in public and playing a game in private is completely different from one another. Abraham thought while getting out of the medical quarters. He walked through the familiar metallic hallway and soon arrived on the flight deck where several dozens of naval personnel surrounded a white-haired figure in the middle. They appeared to be asking tons of questions about Laplace and her Eastern Dragon form. Not only that, but they also inquired about her relationship with the Fleet Admiral. While Laplace answered the first questions to the best of her ability, the relationship query was responded to with a mere smile from the dragoness. When Abraham arrived at the flight deck, the naval personnel immediately dispersed themselves. The middle-aged man walked through the flight deck and met with the dazed dragoness. Must be hard trying to answer their questions. Abraham calmly commented to the trance Laplace. She seemed to be watching the cleanup process that the United Navy was operating. It wasn't that bad, though I feel that some of my image has been tarnished, Laplace stated while placing her pale arms on her hips. I feel the same. Abraham's reply was short and clear. His reputation wasn't good after being considered as someone who was trying to woo a dragon. Oh, the fleet admiral cares for his reputation? Laplace smirked while Abraham gazed at her and chuckled. Well, it's the last thing I care about on my list. The safety of those important around me is the first. Their happiness follows, though I consider the importance of these two as equals. Abraham's priorities weren't primarily about himself. It was always all about those around him, those who cared for him. For they were the ones to make the world warmer for someone like him. Naturally, he would treasure them the most. I see you're a lot better than me, Abraham. Laplace expressed with a tinge of desolation. Chapter 43, 043 Aftermath Cleansing Operation. I don't really consider myself as better than anyone else. Abraham softly smiled while gazing at the seemingly saddened dragoness. Perhaps her past was hindering her future, and maybe he could help her from it. He understood being lost, not knowing where you should go or where you should end up in this long yet short life. It wasn't until he was transmigrated after his death that Abraham found his calling. And he didn't want his friend to die to find hers. Even I sometimes doubt my choices, whether they'll be the best for me or for those around me. But regardless of their results, I can only learn from them and move forward. You know there are no bad choices in this world. One you might perceive as a bad choice might be a good one to the other. It all depends on the situation you find yourself in, and whether such a choice benefits you or not. Let me ask you a question, Laplace. Abraham stepped nearer to the dazed dragoness, who looked at him with her golden irises akin to beautiful gems. Did you choose the best option for yourself? Emotionally, spiritually, physically, and mentally? Was it for something you believe in? It was a simple and hard question. A complex yet straightforward one. The golden irises of Laplace glimmered with radiance. Abraham's words seemed to give her some enlightenment about herself. It was the best. Abraham, even if I went back in time, I would have done it again. Laplace responded to Abraham's questioning words with a soft smile. Then, there's no need to think much about it. What you did was for the best of yourself. It might be selfish, but that doesn't matter. You control your life, and it isn't for others to decide. There might be responsibilities and consequences to your choices, but you can tackle them knowing that you at the very least chose with your freedom. Others face consequences brought by the choices they picked through the thoughts of others. And who could they blame? The others who urged them? Or themselves for not having the courage to face responsibility? Regardless, there's no need to be saddened over your choice, Laplace. For they make us who we are. Abraham stopped speaking as he might have gone too overly emotional with his short speech about choice and freedom. They were practically heading out of the topic. At any rate, be confident, Laplace. Regrets only make us bitter about what had already happened. He gently patted the white-haired lady's shoulders. I see you're quite correct, Abraham. A dragon regretting their choice would be a laughingstock of the century. She lightly chuckled while turning her eyes to the warships cleaning up the mess of the elder Leviathan's corpse. But it does make me wonder, Abraham, why are you cleaning up the sea? Laplace was a bit curious about Abraham's reasoning for the current undergoing operation. Well, it's not that complicated. The elder Leviathan's body is a hazard to the sea and ourselves. Just to make sure nothing unexpected happens, we try to clean up our mess. Abraham remembered many kaiju movies where former monsters get resurrected from the leftovers of their corpses. He didn't want some vengeful sea monster trying to eat the United Navy in the future. Besides, we are curious about how the flesh of this gargantuan sea monster works. Maybe there'll be some breakthrough in our scientific and biological research department. Yen, Theta, how sea monsters work was always a topic in Abraham's mind. Their composition was important to study as it might give them some idea about how such massive weights could support themselves. That makes sense. I do sometimes wonder how something heavy could swim in the water. Laplace remarked, making Abraham raise an eyebrow at her. Why are you looking at me like that? She questioned as she was confused why Abraham was giving her the stare of judgment. Had she done something wrong? You have a gall to say that despite being a giant eastern dragon that could fly in the skies with ease, Abraham uttered with a tone of astonishment. What's wrong with that? Laplace looked at him as if he was an idiot for saying such words to her. This made the middle-aged man doubt himself. Were giant flying creatures natural in this world? Ha 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 ha, what's that face, Abraham? I can't believe you. Laplace chuckled while barely containing her tears from dripping out of her eyes. Her chuckles echoing inside his mind made Abraham realize that he might have been tricked or perhaps bamboozled by the dragoness. But before he could grind her head with his knuckles, Captain Lux stepped forward with a report at hand. He interrupted the two from their conversation with calm. Sir, the cleansing operation is near its completion. As per the order, the ospreys sent to transport various vital parts of the Elder Leviathan are currently returning to the port of Dawn. Remaining vital parts will either be carried by the UNS Guardian of the High Seas or destroyed into damnation for zero contamination. Captain Lux's report was concise. Abraham nodded in understanding and thought about the report inside his head. The Ospreys, which was their only long-range transportation aircraft, was the primary part of the cleansing operation. Because of their high load capacity and long-distance transport, they were the best aircraft for the job. As to why they were directly sent to the port of Dawn, it was merely because the UNS Guardian of the High Seas had no space to spare for the corpse parts of the Elder Leviathan. Thank you for the report, Captain Lux. Have you notified the port of Dawn about the incoming transport of biological hazards? Abraham inquired. Not telling the port of Dawn that something might be heading their way was a recipe for disaster. I have already sent them a transmission about the incoming Ospreys. However, they did have a lot of questions about why the maritime security mission ended early and how we got Ospreys under our command. Abraham chuckled for a bit after hearing about the questions the port of Dawn had about him and the United Navy Armada. Well, it was understandable. It would be somewhat strange if the fleet you sent to scout nearby sea regions returned in larger numbers. We'll explain what happened once we return, Abraham stated, which made Captain Lux nod in agreement. Abraham, do you feel something? Laplace gave a strange question to Abraham. He raised his eyebrows wondering what the dragoness meant, only for her to point in one direction. What are you trying to point at? Abraham questioned as the gorgeous white-haired lady was pointing at the interiors of the USN Guardian of the High Seas. Meanwhile, Captain Lux glanced at what Laplace was pointing at before realizing something important. He furrowed his eyebrows and commented to the two. Has the cargo area interested Lady Laplace? Understanding that the dragoness was pointing at the cargo area, Abraham had the same question in mind. Laplace merely looked at them with her golden eyes before answering with an interested tone. I feel something calling for me in that direction. Abraham glanced at Captain Lux with a gaze of wanting to know what was in the cargo area. That's the place where we are keeping some of the remains of the Elder Leviathan. Captain Lux remarked as the two stared at the old white bearded old man at the same time. Chapter 44. 044 Elder Hearth. Deep inside the UNS Guardian of the High Seas was a small cargo area containing various hazardous biological materials taken from the corpse of the Elder Leviathan. Throughout this small cargo area were several naval personnel wearing precautionary hazmat suits, gloves, and gas masks. They seemed to be tasked with documenting the biohazards. While they were efficiently and quietly documenting the biohazards of the Elder Leviathan, a white-haired lady unexpectedly entered the cargo area without any protection. Miss, you can't enter this area without protection. Please follow our safety rules. One of the naval personnel conducting the documentation stopped the dragoness. Laplace turned her gaze at the naval personnel with her irises gleaming in radiant gold. But she calmed herself down and nodded in understanding. Although she didn't understand what they were saying, they seemed to be implying her outfit's lack of protection. On the other hand, Captain Lux and Abraham had hurriedly arrived since the dragoness just stormed off the flight deck for no reason and disappeared quickly from their eyes. Laplace, why are you in a hurry? Abraham questioned while looking at the white-haired lady and the piece of biological hazard she was staring at. I feel some strange energy emanating from that flesh, Abraham. It feels a bit enticing, like cooked beef. Laplace calmly answered while putting on her own bioprotection suit. Abraham glanced at the biological hazard that was considered cooked beef by Laplace. It did look like cooked beef, but there was no way anyone would be eating it without any precautions. Don't tell me you're planning to eat it. Abraham sternly inquired to the dragoness. Luckily, she shook her head and responded in rejection. I obviously don't consider it as food of some sort, Abraham. I'm not someone who eats anything for no reason. Laplace sounded a bit offended from being treated like a gluttonous beast. That doesn't give me confidence at all. Abraham quietly remarked, though it was clearly heard by the dragoness, who found it offending and lightly stomped his foot. I don't appreciate that, Abraham. Nonetheless, wait here for a moment and watch. I'll try to investigate that smell. Laplace seriously uttered and left to discover where the strange feeling was coming from. She didn't even wait for my answer. Abraham sighed and waited for the dragoness at the entrance of the small cargo area. He observed her from afar as she got nearer to the biohazard. Laplace walked closer to the piece of flesh that radiated the strange feeling. As she got closer to it, the stronger the feeling became. It felt as though it was directly coming from her blood, as if her bloodline was tempting her to get closer to the flesh for some reason. With each step, the dragoness got closer. As she stood before it, she slowly tried opening up the biohazard with her gloved-covered hands. The documenting naval personnel merely observed her from others. The same could be said with Captain Lux, who was watching with interest in his eyes. Most of them were wondering what the dragoness was trying to do and what was actually inside the piece of flesh. Laplace separated the flesh bit by bit and slowly noticed a hard object in its depths. It took some time to hold it clearly, but it was at this moment that she realized it was rather tiny. Perhaps at the size of a small marble. The dragoness pulled the tiny object from the biohazard left behind by the elder Leviathan. With her strength, she easily took it out from the flesh and finally, it was for the world to see. She was right about its size. The only difference was that it was an actual marble. A gorgeous marble that seemed to be brimming with azure-like shifting substances. Laplace examined the beautiful marble under the pinch of her pale fingers with a scrutinizing gaze. After peering at it for quite a while, she finally had some understanding about what it may be. Zaida, what do you think is it, Laplace? Abraham calmly asked with curiosity all over his face. His interest was understandable as he wondered what the peerless marble might be able to do. It's hard to say, but I believe that this is the compressed mana essence of the elder Leviathan. I don't really see such things in other Leviathans, so it might be centuries worth of mana concentrated into one. After all, just because the elder Leviathan died, doesn't mean that all of its contained mana would dissipate with time. Most of it might compress into one object while some would dissipate with the body. Laplace calmly explained, making Abraham nod in understanding. Although he had a hard time understanding what some of her words meant, the middle-aged man understood the concept. That marble must be a powerful artifact, Abraham remarked, which made Laplace grin and smugly express. Correct, those bastard magi would probably be wasting their wealth for this marble. An artifact containing centuries' worth of mana essence would cause chaos in the market. What do you want to do with it? Abraham calmly inquired, and his questioning words did nothing but make Laplace's grin even wider. Naturally, I'll eat it. Laplace confidently declared, since this was a particularly rare artifact even for the dragoness. Abraham sighed at first before lightly smiling at the words that escaped the lady's supple lips. Though, inside his mind, he planned to converse with Systema about the subject. Can I eat that, Systema? The fleet admiral asked. What followed him was the familiar mechanical bell ringing inside his mind and the monotone voice of his precious partner. Ding, you can eat the elder hearth, fleet admiral. Its effects would be internal implosion. Systema's words were straightforward. Abraham would practically explode if he dared to eat the marble in Systema's fingers. Abraham felt disappointed after hearing the answer, but he wanted to know why he would explode. Fortunately, the following response of Systema answered his questions. The physique of the fleet admiral does not have the ability to efficiently and safely absorb the elder hearth. If the fleet admiral does so, it would be akin to a demon core being eaten by a normal man. When Systema spoke about the demon core, Abraham felt chills inside his spine. A demon core was practically a plutonium core, a ball of extreme hazard. The comparison practically destroyed the middle-aged man's regrets about the so-called elder hearth. But will Laplace be able to handle it? Abraham asked, as he didn't want his friend to eat something that rivaled a demon core. Laplace is part of the cardinal bestiarities. Her physique is the apex of what could be done with natural biology. She won't die from eating it. Perhaps she can evolve into something greater through the consumption of the elder hearth. He nodded after hearing the explanation of his precious partner inside his mind. With the confirmation of his partner, he decided to not stop the dragoness from eating the ball of death. Laplace calmly took off her gas mask and slowly placed the gorgeous marble, or the elder hearth, on her tongue. She closed her eyelids and gulped down the elder hearth in one swoop. Seconds passed by and everyone around her watched with scrutiny. But with time, she opened her eyes and felt nothing had changed. She turned her gaze to Abraham with a prideful smirk. But before Laplace could utter a word brimmed with smugness, blood dripped from her lips, and she fell to the metallic floor with a thud. Chapter 45. 045 Draconic Evolution. Systema, I trusted your words, and this is the result of it? Abraham silently muttered in anger as his thoughts were right about the marble being too dangerous for consumption. After all, if it was comparable to a nuclear demon core, why should anyone eat it? A familiar mechanical bell chimed inside his mind, and the monotone response of Systema followed. Ding, I only confirmed that Laplace wouldn't die from consumption, Fleet Admiral. I didn't say that the Elder Heart had no effects on the one that consumed it. Even if Laplace has the physique of the Eastern Dragon, the centuries' worth of mana essence contained in that little marble would have been too much for her body to safely consume. But, as said before, she wouldn't die from it. Systema's response was annoyingly concise. Abraham could only sigh since he couldn't conjure a hard counter against his precious partner. He defeatedly sat back to his chair in the medical quarters, a room he hadn't left too long ago before returning back with the same patient. Abraham watched Laplace in deep slumber, wondering how she might evolve after eating that marble of implosive death. After all, Systema did say that the Dragoness might possibly advance leap and bounds from her biological constraints. Or, in short, evolution. Will her Eastern Dragon form become bigger? Perhaps she can now breathe fire. Abraham had various thoughts inside his head regarding the evolution of Laplace. Before he could continue thinking about how she might end up, he felt something strange in the air. His skin seemed to tingle as static seemed to shroud his nearby surroundings. It was then that Abraham realized that the electrostatic was coming from the Dragoness herself. With seconds passing by, it was becoming stronger in voltage. Naturally, the middle-aged man backed away for safety and observed the transforming electrostatic field with scrutiny. Such a scene was something he would usually see on television, so it was hard to not get enamored by it. BBZZZZZZZ, BBBBZZZZZZTTT, asterisk BBBBZZZZZ. The crackling echoes of the electrostatic snapping across the medical quarters reverberated in Abraham's ears. It was at this moment that he understood that it was time to back off. Otherwise, he would get electrocuted by the growing electrostatic field of the Dragoness. This Dragoness is a troublemaker. Abraham clicked his tongue in annoyance and closed the door to the medical quarters. In the fringes of the medical quarters door, he could see the electrostatic's radiance flickering in and out of existence. Along with it was a strange humming of the rumbling electric. Abraham calmly waited for what was happening in the medical quarters to calm down. Some naval personnel wondered what he was doing outside of it, but they quickly moved one after he explained the troublesome Dragoness inside it. After a minute, the situation inside had returned to its tranquil state. The rumble of electrostatics had long disappeared, and danger didn't seem to tirelessly flutter. Upon the obvious signs of calming, Abraham opened the door of the medical quarters and saw the scorch marks left by high-voltage electrostatics scattered throughout the ivory walls. The price of repair resounded in his mind, and he promised in his heart that the Dragoness would go through the most torturous grinding session she'd ever go through. Though speaking of the Dragoness, Laplace was now awake from her deep slumber. She stood silently in the interiors, gazing at her pale hand that was emitting electric flashes. Abraham, look, she uttered with amazement while controlling electricity like a conductor in a beautiful orchestra. Abraham merely watched in astonishment as the Eastern Dragon became capable of controlling electricity. He was a bit proud, to be honest. When will I get my buff? The middle-aged man thought to himself and entered the medical quarters casually. You're an electric dragon. Now, Abraham commented while looking at electricity shrouding her as though she was a storm cloud of some sort. The edges of Laplace's lips rose as she smugly remarked. More like a thunder dragon, even a dragon wants to be a cooler dragon. Laplace felt the growth of strength and became a bit more confident than before. Yeah, oh, great thunder dragon. What is your guidance? Abraham sarcastically expressed with a tinge of mock amazement. Square root yen, there's no need to be a killjoy, Abraham. I'll let you ride me if we have time. Laplace pouted and confidently said while pointing her thumb at herself. The middle-aged man raised an eyebrow after hearing the words of the Dragoness. Hearing someone say that they were willing to let you ride them was strange. Where can I even ride you? I doubt I'll be able to stick to your body without slipping. Abraham shook his head as he didn't want to die. Though honestly, riding a dragon did sound cool. But he would only do so with ample protection. He wasn't stupid to ride it without anything that could save him if he ever fell from it. There's no need to worry. I'll make sure you won't slip off my body, Laplace smirked, appearing more smug than ever before. Abraham remembered that he planned to grind this dragon's head to damnation, and he was planning to do so at this very moment. However, before he could act to his desires, Captain Howard coughed while watching them from the door of the medical quarters. Abraham looked at him with raised eyebrows and questioned, "Captain Howard, how long have you been staying there?" His questioning words resounded in Captain Howard's ears. Despite being more aloof than the other captains, Howard felt that he must tread this situation carefully. "I just recently got here, Fleet Admiral." Captain Howard responded with some determination. Abraham didn't look away from the captain and merely squinted his eyes. "You haven't heard much from our conversation, correct?" The Fleet Admiral calmly inquired, and the captain rapidly nodded in agreement. "Yes, sir. I haven't heard or understood anything from the medical quarters." "Good." Abraham nodded in satisfaction and continued. "Anyhow, what brings you here, Captain Howard? Is there something that you need to report?" Captain Howard remembered the report he was about to give to the Fleet Admiral and immediately straightened his back with the following salute. "Fleet Admiral, the cleansing operation has been completed. The Armada will be routed to the Port of Dawn." With Howard's report, Abraham sighed in relief. Things were finally returning back to their calm. Through his relief, the mechanical bell rang inside his mind, and the monotone report of Systema came after. Ding. Escape. Sea surveillance submission. Escape completion requirements. Completed. 3 UN warships saved. Calculating rewards. Submission status. Completed. Abraham saw and heard the completion of the last submission in the Maritime Security Mission. Unexpected reports have emerged hostile. Elder Leviathan has been promptly defeated. Secret achievement acquired. Allocating rewards. Sea surveillance. Maritime security mission. Sea surveillance requirements. Due to unexpected circumstance, the requirements has been deemed completed. Maritime security route earnestly followed. 3 submissions completed. And 1 secret achievement acquired. Calculating rewards. Maritime security mission status. Completed. Congratulations, Fleet Admiral Abraham Shepard. You have completed the first mission declared by the Naval Gacha System Apparatus, Systema. He was bombarded with various notification reports from Systema, but he wasn't bothered by it. Especially when most of them were good news and primarily speaking about his rewards. Abraham couldn't help but get a bit excited about it. After all, there was no way he would go through all that for nothing. Rewards will be given promptly in 321. Chapter 46. 046 Maritime Security Mission Reward in the medical quarters of the UNS Guardian of the High Seas. Abraham watched several digital windows materialize before his eyes and end with the long-awaited reward panel of the Maritime Security Mission. You have obtained 1,000 naval points, Maritime Security Mission Rewards, 1,000 naval points, Escape Rewards, and 1X Modernized Iowa-class Battleship, Secret Achievement Reward. Total current accumulated naval points, 2,000 naval points. As expected, 2,000 naval points, huh? Abraham silently muttered under his breath while staring at the reward panel with scrutiny. But as he read deeper into the digital panel, he realized something important was written in it. It was the emergence of the modernized Iowa-class battleship. What dash, the middle-aged man found himself in disbelief as he couldn't believe what he was seeing before his eyes. It felt like a dream, a little bit too good to be true. Am I becoming mad because of the accumulating stress? Abraham wondered to himself if it was possible that what he was seeing before him was merely a hallucination. Something that his mind wanted to see. Before Abraham could ponder about the state of his sanity, the familiar mechanical bell of his precious partner rang inside his mind. What followed it was her monotone voice. Ding, you aren't falling into madness, Fleet Admiral. What you see before you is the truth presented by the Naval Gacha System. It is the reward for achieving the unforeseeable. The monotone words of Systema awoke the middle-aged man from his trance state. It seems that the modernized Iowa-class battleship was real. So, it's real. But what does it mean, Systema? Can you explain more about it? Abraham inquired, wanting to know more about his unique reward. It has been deemed that the Fleet Admiral would be given a personalized ship as a reward for his secret achievement. The modernized Iowa-class battleship was chosen. As the Fleet Admiral is the curious type, he must be wondering what a personalized ship means. You're correct, I was curious about it when you spoke of it. Abraham nodded in agreement since Systema wasn't wrong about his curiosity about the personalized ship concept. The personalized ship is a crewed ship summoned by the naval Gacha system. Its difference from other summoned warships is the simple fact that it has no captain commanding it. Practically a leaderless vessel. In simpler terms, it can be considered a directly controlled ship of the fleet admiral as it has no commanding officers. I see what you mean. You're implying that I am practically the commanding officer of the ship. That's the reason why it's considered a personalized ship. Abraham nodded in understanding as he grasped the concept of what Systema was trying to inform him. Correct, the fleet admiral has complete control over its crew, and they have a higher than usual degree of loyalty compared to the ordinary naval personnel. These kinds of summoned warships are rather rare, especially with the modernized Iowa-class battleship dangling between the actual and concept warships. Wait, I'm a bit confused. What do you mean by concept? Doesn't the modernized Iowa-class battleship already exist? It isn't a concept in my knowledge. Abraham was a bit baffled by what Systema had said about the modernized Iowa-class battleship being a concept of some sort. You were half correct and half wrong, Fleet Admiral. The modernized Iowa-class battleship was a naval project that was never entirely completed by the USN. What can be summoned by the Fleet Admiral is the completed version of the modernized Iowa-class battleship, far from its real counterpart and closer to the concept version. With the explanation of Systema about the modernized Iowa-class battleship, Abraham understood the difference between what he expected and what was to come. It might be a lot more powerful than expected, but I guess this works well for me. The edges of his lips rose as he imagined himself commanding the vessel. The modernized Iowa-class battleship might not have the ranges of a destroyer, but it sure does pack a lot of punch in its 16-inch guns. Any direction pointed by them freedom guns would probably be blown apart into damnation. Abraham, you sure are grinning like a child. It seems that I'm not the only one that got something from the elder Leviathan. Laplace noticed the obvious changes in Abraham's expressions. Abraham got out of his thoughtful conversation with Systema and noticed the dragoness smirking at him. Perhaps his expressions were too obvious. Right-angled, well, I just got a gift from a certain someone, he uttered while maintaining the stupid smile on his face. It was hard not to get excited, especially when he was about to summon a battleship. It might look older than other warships, but it was the beast of the sea. It might as well be every man's wet dream. Being able to command such a warship was nothing short of an honor. Speaking of the battleship, Abraham turned his gaze towards Captain Howard. He immediately ordered the captain to notify the surrounding friendlies of a warship's emergence. Captain Howard, send out a notification to the data link about the arrival of a battleship in our armada. Make sure to not engage our reinforcements. Hearing the stern words of the fleet admiral, Captain Howard calmly nodded and followed the orders. He stepped out of the medical quarters, leaving the dragoness and the middle-aged man alone. From what I can see, it must be massive and cool-looking, Laplace calmly commented as if guessing the flooding thoughts inside Abraham's head. After all, you do like cool-looking giant dragons, right? The white-haired lady's teasing tone was penetrating through the aloof defenses of the fleet admiral. But it does make me wonder, Abraham, where might this gift be coming from? She squinted her eyes and stepped closer to Abraham. Her scent could be smelt clearly, and it was akin to a flowery scent. It makes one wonder if this kind of scent naturally emanated from her body. What matters is not the origin of my gift. Abraham dodged her questioning with a smile and walked towards the door of the medical quarters. Arriving in front of it, he looked back at the curious dragoness and uttered, "Follow me, Laplace. You'll see the gift I got." Without any hesitation or delay, Laplace followed Abraham as he walked through the hallway and entered the flight deck of the UNS Guardian of the High Seas once again. Several reverberating sounds of propellers clapping the air echoed into her ears as the sea breeze ruffled strands of her silver-white hair. The piercing sunlight gleamed over her body while the splashing waves resounded throughout the flight deck. Laplace saw Abraham standing beside the railings and headed towards him with brimming interest. As she got nearer to him, she noticed the fleet admiral staring into the distance. When she followed his gaze, she saw a behemoth of a warship bigger than anything she had seen before. It was long and bulky, clad with thick armor and massive turrets. The dragoness finally understood where the excitement of the fleet admiral was coming from. As expected, men were as simple as she thought. Nonetheless, she was amazed by the size and the overpowering aura emanated from the ship. But what surprised her the most was Abraham's following words. "That's my ship, Laplace." Chapter 47, 047 UNS Trinity of Solace. UNS Trinity of Solace. The UNS Trinity of Solace is a modernized Iowa-class battleship of the Fast Battleship designation. It is an entirely refurbished and modernized battleship of the old era outfitted with the latest radar technology and the updated Aegis combat system. As such, the battleship is capable of anti-air warfare, AW, anti-submarine warfare, ASW, and anti-surface warfare, ASUW. It has completely overhauled its old designs and is entirely replaced with modern effective systems. The Trinity of Solace has a gargantuan displacement of 60,000 long tons with a length of 270 meters and a beam of 33 meters high. With its Westinghouse A4W nuclear reactor, the modernized battleship can reach up to speeds of 35 knots. Its current complement is about 690 officers and enlisted personnel, primarily because of its modernization program, which equipped its 3 16-inch naval guns with fully automated loading systems and smart guided shells. The modernized battleship also carries 4 MQ, 8B fire scouts for the provision of long-range reconnaissance, situational awareness, aerial fire support, and precision targeting support for ground air and sea forces. The main armament of the modernized battleship are its 3 16-inch Mark 8 naval guns with complete auto-loading capacity and Mk-41 vertical launching system, VLS, between its middle section and stern. It also has a supporting complement of 2 RIM, 116 rolling airframe missile launchers, and 4 20mm phalanx CIWS. Its extra armaments also ranged from 4 RGM, 84 Harpoon launchers, 8 BGM, 109 Tomahawk launchers, 120mm Thales Seahawk Sigma, and 8 Otobrita 127mm/54 compact naval guns armed with long-ranged guided volcano ammunition. The Trinity of Solace is the prided ship of its navy, a symbol of power, wealth, and dominance over the seas. Let it be the starting point for climbing to the pinnacle. Reading through the long description of the modernized Iowa-class battleship, or UNS Trinity of Solace, spanning across several digital windows, was a weird and exhilarating experience. It was as though your lottery win was described before your eyes. Abraham sat in his luxurious chair in silence as he gazed into the supposed flag of the United Navy adorned on his office's wall. It was beautiful, to say the least. The flag of the United Navy was akin to the United Nations flag of his former world. The only difference was that it was navy blue in color instead of light, and the global decor residing in the flag center was replaced with an anchor signifying the United Navy. Abraham never thought about the United Navy's flag since the creation of the naval organization. The reason was that it was hard to design an interesting flag with a meaning. Luckily, he didn't have to waste his time thinking about what may look good as their flag. With the United Navy's flag before him, it painted a clearer picture of what they were as a naval force. Nonetheless, this massive warship is brimming with weaponry. The UNS Trinity of Solace had several dozens of armaments scattered throughout its deck. It was almost crowded with defensive arsenals, which could only be used as an offensive at the moment because the battleship had little to no modern forces to fight against. And a nuclear reactor at that? Although only one, unlike the aircraft carriers, it still is quite something to be equipped with a reactor. Abraham thought while reading the nuclear reactor part of the description once again. However, even though it was amazing in terms of weaponry, power, defense, endurance, and speed, he understood that it wasn't invincible and must not treat it as such. Nothing is invincible. Every vessel that considered themselves as such always found themselves at the bottom of the seas, Abraham muttered under his breath. He understood that he must keep his confidence at grasp so as to not escalate it into arrogance. Knock, 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 knock. Someone knocked on his door, turning Abraham's attention towards them. He raised an eyebrow before calmly uttering to the visitor, "Come in." With his words, the door to his office opened. Beyond it was the white-haired lady, or the Dragoness Laplace, the smug ally of the United Navy. Her appearance was a bit better than before as she was wearing an officer uniform of the United Navy. Although Abraham didn't know if it was allowed or not, Captain Howard seemed to be open to the idea. So, at the moment, Laplace wore a navy blue officer uniform of the United Navy. It seemed to be tightly wrapped around her body, enriching her already enticing figure. But this officer wasn't easily worn as it needed to be modified to conform to her jet-black dragon tail. It took some time, but the same naval personnel that altered Laplace's first clothes easily modified the naval officer's uniform. "You seem to be enjoying that uniform, Laplace, square root epsilon." Abraham smirked at the Dragoness, who was grinning at him. Laplace only winked at him and stepped closer to his desk. "Your subordinates sure are skilled, Fleet Admiral," Laplace remarked while leaning over the middle-aged man's desk. Her black stockings laid bare for the eyes to see. "That is natural, of course. Did you enjoy touring my ship?" Abraham glanced at her stocking-clad tights for a moment before looking away and changing the subject. "Well, it was enjoyable to explore this massive metallic warship of yours. Your subordinates seemed fond of explaining how many weapons it has." Laplace muttered while her golden irises stared directly at Abraham's face. This warship, or the UNS Trinity of Solace, it was called, was a monstrous behemoth. Armored into damnation, crowded with dozens of weapons, and powered to the brim by this so-called reactor. With such a ship, it wouldn't take long before the United Navy dominated this region of the Ferris Sea. "Consider them as excited," Abraham responded with a smile. He wasn't bothered by the excitement portrayed by his subordinates. It was completely understandable. Even he himself was excited about the battleship. How couldn't they? Laplace merely stared at Abraham and didn't continue the conversation they had. Her golden irises seemed to glow, but before they could fully gleam, someone knocked on the door. The dragoness obviously felt interrupted, but she could only sigh and stand beside Abraham with a straightened back. Even though she wasn't a subordinate of Abraham, most of his subordinates consider her as his personal trump card. It wasn't hard to realize why such a misunderstanding occurred. She wasn't as dense as the middle-aged man in front of her. She would admit that they were too close, but she didn't consider it a problem. However, as the United Navy and Abraham had treated her well since the beginning, she didn't find it problematic to be considered a trump card of the Fleet Admiral. "Get in." Abraham was surprised at first by Laplace's action, but he quickly threw it out of his mind. After he uttered such words, the front door of his office opened once again. Behind it was an important naval personnel under his ranks. It was his direct subordinate, practically only below him, and perhaps the highest ranking of his officers. It was the executive officer of the UNS Trinity of Solace, Vice Admiral Charlotte. Laplace squinted her eyes, critically observing the executive officer, and the latter did the same. Their gaze seemed to clash with one another. Chapter 48. 048 Vice Admiral Charlotte. In front of the Fleet Admiral's desk, Vice Admiral Charlotte stepped forward and gave the respected salute of the highest of command of the United Navy. Her grayish eyes peered at the middle-aged man before she calmly introduced herself as per protocol. "Fleet Admiral Abraham Shepard, Vice Admiral Charlotte reporting." Her soothing voice escaped her supple lips. Charlotte's beauty wasn't to be underestimated. Although it didn't rival that of Laplace's, it was still a realm on its own. Her silver-shaded blonde hair and somewhat curved yet lean body seemed to promote one another well. There was also her natural aloof expression and her empty grayish irises. It makes it hard to read, and perhaps that was among her greatest qualities. Abraham raised an eyebrow, wondering what the executive officer of his ship might need from him. "Is there something you need, Vice Admiral Charlotte?" he inquired while gazing at the eyes of the Vice Admiral in front of him. "I am reporting the current route of the Armada, sir." Charlotte aloofly responded, making the Fleet Admiral nod in understanding as to let her continue. "We are about 100 kilometers from the port of Dawn and are getting nearer by the minute. We have connected a communication transmission with the port and are sending intelligence to their command. According to their reports, the research personnel have already started investigating the biohazard of the Elder Leviathan. They have also reached 90% of the highway network's completion." Charlotte's report was short and concise. She seemed to be an efficient secretary, which made Abraham wonder if he should get one to lower his workload. After all, handling everything about the United Navy would be too much for a middle-aged man like him. At any rate, Abraham nodded upon hearing Charlotte's report and commented, "It's good that the highway is almost complete. We need the oil field to be up and ready for our future endeavors. The Fleet Admiral is right. Supplies are what we need the most at the moment. As our fleet grows in numbers, so does the logistics that support it," Charlotte softly remarked. "Thank you for your report, Charlotte. But before you go, you seem to have something to say. Are you curious about the Elder Leviathan?" Despite the clear aloofness displayed by the Vice Admiral, curiosity was a hard thing to cover. As expected of the Fleet Admiral, "You are correct, I am curious about the so-called Elder Leviathan. To think that a 250-meter gargantuan sea monster exists in the sea. The recent arrival of the UNS Trinity of Solace made them unable to participate in the engagement of the United Navy's Armada and the Elder Leviathan. Quite a large battle that would be written in the annals of history, and the UNS Trinity of Solace was nowhere to be found in that battle. It was a bit disappointing for the Vice Admiral. I also heard of an ally participating in that battle, an Eastern dragon that's a bit longer than the gargantuan sea monster. I heard from the captains that it was massive. Charlotte also spoke about the Eastern dragon. While doing so, her gaze seemed to linger on Laplace. The dragoness only squinted her eyes and maintained her indifference. Abraham wasn't dense and could feel some imaginary lightning crackling between the two. These two just met, and why do they act like mortal enemies? Ahem, it is unfortunate that the UNS Trinity of Solace couldn't participate in the monster brawl. It would have been an intriguing sight for its armament to be unleashed. The middle-aged man asserted, which made the Vice Admiral nod in agreement. The firepower kept within the UNS Trinity of Solace was something to be used. Not kept forever without seeing the light of day. I'm a bit curious about this Eastern dragon. I'd like to talk to them someday. The captain seemed hesitant in giving me information about her. Charlotte tilted her head and continued. They said that the fleet admiral must authorize them to do so. Abraham raised an eyebrow, a bit surprised by the words of the vice admiral. He never ordered Laplace's identity to be a secret. But thinking about it clearly, he understood the reasons. Laplace was overpowered. As an ally of the United Navy, she was practically their trump card. However, despite understanding the simple reason of wanting to hide your most powerful card, Abraham never considered her as a trump card of some sort. So, Abraham only glanced at Laplace with a smile on his face. She wasn't a weapon for him or anyone to use. There's no need for my authorization to learn of Laplace's identity. She isn't mine and no one controls her. Tell the captains to cease such efforts. Abraham remarked and ordered, Zayupsalon, I shall see to it, Fleet Admiral. If my instincts are right, then she must be the legendary Eastern Dragon. Charlotte also smiled and stared at the white-haired dragoness. Well, it's not like she's really hiding it. Abraham lightly chuckled as the jet-black tail and horns of the dragoness were practically out for the world to see. Charlotte stepped closer to the white-haired dragoness and shook hands with Laplace. I'm Charlotte, pleasant to work with you. The Vice Admiral calmly uttered and stepped back. Laplace only felt confused as she didn't understand what Charlotte had said. She's introducing herself to you, Laplace. Her name is Charlotte, and she's glad to work with you. Abraham did the translation and realized that despite being able to communicate with Laplace, his subordinates had no way of talking to her effectively. Laplace nodded in understanding and also followed the etiquette. I'm Laplace, the best and strongest dragon of the fairest sea. The Stormbringer, bearer of the lightning bolt and controller of the electrostatic. She smirked while introducing her not totally self-made titles. Abraham barely stopped himself from coughing blood out from the sheer second-hand embarrassment he was getting from the dragoness. Though, what she had said wasn't a lie. She became the Thunder Dragon after eating the Elder Hearth. Her abilities must have grown to become stronger than ever before. But to keep her reputation as the dragoness, Abraham decided to keep things short. She says she's Laplace. Charlotte raised an eyebrow as she was quite sure that what the dragoness had said was a lot longer than the words escaping her fleet admiral's mouth. I'm sure what she said was a lot longer than that though, Charlotte muttered in confusion while Abraham only continued smiling. The vice admiral could only sigh as the fleet admiral seemed adamant in keeping most of what Laplace had said. Anyhow, I'll take my leave, Fleet Admiral. I'll relay your orders to the captains through the data link. Charlotte lightly bowed and saluted before heading out towards the front door. When the Vice Admiral stepped out of the officer, silence lingered before Laplace's questioning words escaped her supple lips. Abraham? What was that? Abraham avoided Laplace's gaze and acted as though he hadn't heard her. She will appreciate what he has done to save her reputation as the legendary dragoness. I saved you from eternal embarrassment, Laplace. Eternal embarrassment? Laplace felt confused as to what Abraham had meant about eternal embarrassment. Why would she even be embarrassed? Chapter 49, 049 Port of Dawn Upgrade. In the bridge of the UNS Trinity of Solace, Abraham watched it, in the seemingly endless lines of the horizon. It was the destination of their armada. The lone port of the United Navy. The Port of Dawn. Located on the island of Kruskara. The place where it all began. The Port of Dawn was the only establishment of the United Navy in this foreign world. It must be protected at all costs, for its destruction will cause the collapse of the United Navy. The Fleet Admiral understood this simple yet complex concept. As he gazed at the boundless horizon, Abraham noticed a blinking icon in his perception. He raised an eyebrow wondering what it was. "Systema, what's that icon blinking in the bottom right side of my sight?" he questioned through his thoughts. His precious partner didn't disappoint as a response followed. It was yet again with the chime of a mechanical bell echoing inside his mind. Ding! The blinking icon is an indication of a possible naval base upgrade. Systema's answer confused Abraham as he wasn't aware that naval bases could be upgraded. Luckily, Systema seemed informed about her fleet admiral's ignorance. Naval Gacha System Bases Port of Dawn, Level 0. Upgradable, Gacha Random Naval Spin, 1000 EPI. Store Arleigh Burke-class Destroyer Flight 3, 2000 EPI. San Antonio-class Amphibious Transport Dock, 1600 EPI. Admiral Gorshkov-class Frigate, 250 EPI. Dash Naval Points, 2270. The digital status screen of the Naval Gacha system materialized before Abraham. It has been a while since he opened his status. He never got to do so during the maritime security mission as his attention was on their unfortunate circumstances. A lot has changed. Abraham thoughtfully remarked while staring at the status screen. He obviously noticed the Port of Dawn's upgradable icon. He finally understood what Systema meant. With the Port of Dawn in the confines of Level 0, it should be concurred that it can be upgraded. Naturally, with the importance of the naval base weighing in his mind, Abraham found it stupid to hesitate for a possible upgrade. Perhaps the upgrade would lead them to better defensive fortifications, industries, or an increase in population. Each single result would be priceless for the current United Navy. With this in mind, Abraham decided to upgrade the Port of Dawn with utmost determination. Following it was the emergence of another digital screen. Port of Dawn Level 0, 1000 naval points for upgrade. The price was honestly a lot cheaper than he expected. He thought he would have to grind for it, but to think that the upgrade was already available for him. I guess that's the result of completing many side missions before the main mission. Abraham thought to himself before shaking his head and focusing on the digital screen in front of him. Systema, upgrade the Port of Dawn. Through his thoughts, several notification screens materialized one after another. The Port of Dawn upgrade had begun. Ding! The Fleet Admiral has purchased the Naval Base Level 1 upgrade. Upgrading Naval Base, Port of Dawn, square root yen. Abraham immediately noticed it. A golden radiance shone from the growing, in the lines of the boundless horizon. It was the same color as the summoning but brighter than ever before. The effects of the naval base upgrade were not known, but he was confident that the Port of Dawn would be larger than its former form. He couldn't help but become excited with this thought. A couple seconds passed and the golden radiance glowed dim with time. He calmly observed the striking scene until the light faded from the What followed was the appearance of multiple notification screens. Ding! Port of Dawn successfully upgraded. Port personnel increased from 1,000 to 5,000. Moderate port infrastructure and manufacturing facilities added. 1st Battalion of the UA has been summoned. Abraham raised an eyebrow as he read through the notification screens in front of him. The upgrade was a lot better than he expected. It increased his port personnel from 1,000 to 5,000 people. To him, it was a large number of people. Not only that, but moderate port infrastructure and manufacturing facilities have been added. This would improve their manufacturing capabilities to another level. And finally, there was the summoning of the 1st Battalion of the UA. Obviously, the UA acronym meant the United Army. A military battalion was about 1,000 in personnel. It was practically an army in his grasp, which would make the exploration of the island easier. Damn, the United Navy is growing pretty fast. Abraham noticed the accelerated growth of the United Navy. Its growth meant the greater his safety would become, but it also gave him more work to do. It seems that I really need to get a secretary to help me. He thought and decided to close all of the digital screens except the status screen. The reason was simple. He wanted to turn his attention to something else. It was none other than the store. Beforehand, he thought of the store as too expensive for him to even dare to tread in. But things were different now. With the summoning of 2 more ships, the store had more versatility. The San Antonio-class Amphibious Transport Dock was somewhat expensive, but it made a lot more sense than the Arleigh Burke-class destroyer. With its 3 marine companies, it hosted a large number of military personnel. This also wasn't counting the military vehicles transported by it. Because of this, the 1,600 naval points of the San Antonio-class Amphibious Transport Dock was a better deal than the 2,000 naval points of the Arleigh Burke-class Flight 3 destroyer. But these two weren't the things he wanted to dwell upon. Instead, his whole attention was pointed at the Admiral Gorshkov-class frigate. Cheap. It was the only word that stuck in his mind when looking at the frigate. It was understandable, after all, for a mere 250 naval points, he could buy one. For a single Arleigh Burke-class Flight 3 destroyer, he could purchase 8 Admiral Gorshkov-class frigates. As someone who wasn't entirely focused on missile defense and firepower, the frigate was the greatest warship that could ever appear in the store. Naturally, he wanted to buy it. However, he understood the importance of patience. He had a lot of things to do after returning to the Port of Dawn. Summoning more frigates would increase his already large workload. I need to calm down. Abraham sighed and returned his gaze to the horizon. The former, in its lines, became larger. It was the Kreskara, the home of the United Navy. He calmly watched as the armada got closer to the Port of Dawn. To think that a single warship increased into an armada of 4. Destiny really was unexpected. Fleet Admiral, the Lieutenant Commander of the Port of Dawn wants to speak with you. One of the communication operators in the bridge reported. Abraham nodded at her and took the radio from her hands. He held it tightly with his fingers, and the voice of his lieutenant commander sounded out of it. Fleet Admiral, you must have gone through quite an interesting adventure during your time in the high seas. As it is, Lieutenant Commander Morgan. But you must have enjoyed my gift. He smirked while staring at the Port of Dawn, which resembled more of a tiny city than ever before. Chapter 50. 050 The Armada's Return. So this is the Port of Dawn, huh? In one of the several docks of the port, Laplace remarked as she stepped out of the gangplank while covering her face with her pale arms from the gleaming light of the golden sun. The UNS Trinity of Solace was anchored in Dock 1 of the 5 docks in the Port of Dawn. Due to the battleship size, it took some time and guidance for them to be moored onto the dock. Laplace observed the busy docks and the warships anchored along them. Dozens of strange iron carriages were parked and appeared to be prepared for the returning naval personnel. It's pretty big. Laplace noticed the massive size of the Port of Dawn. It was like a tiny city, which was very unlike the villages of various tribes. Perhaps the only structures that could rival what she was seeing were none other than the colonial dominions. It wasn't this big before. Although it wasn't tiny either, it was a humble abode of the United Navy. Abraham got off the gangplank while carrying a couple of bags on his shoulder. Hearing the words of Abraham, the dragoness turned her head towards him with a smile. You must be proud. Abraham raised an eyebrow after hearing her soft voice. Well, he was proud of what he had done for the United Navy. Its growth was something he was appreciative of. I am proud. This is only the beginning for the United Navy. We will grow bigger, Laplace. Abraham grinned at the gorgeous white-haired lady. Well then, I am looking forward to seeing how much of this grows. Laplace lightly chuckled and turned her gaze towards the Port of Dawn. The two of them walked through the dock and soon arrived at the passenger receiving station of the port. Even though migration hadn't hit the United Navy yet, they were still strict in their migration procedures. As they arrived at the gate, one of the soldiers guarding it nodded at Abraham and saluted before opening the gates without any questions. This was one of the perks of being the Fleet Admiral. You practically own the place. Abraham and Laplace went through the checkpoint and saw various soldiers waiting for them in a convoy of black SUVs and a single dark limousine. Naturally, the middle-aged man wondered where they got that convoy. After all, it would have been expected if it had been Humvees, but luxurious cars? When had they been able to afford it? Surprise, Fleet Admiral? I got these from your gifts. Lieutenant Commander Morgan walked forward and expressed while saluting Abraham. This is far from my expectations, Lieutenant Commander. Abraham smirked as they shook hands after Morgan concluded his military salute. Afterward, the Lieutenant Commander turned his eyes to the gorgeous white-haired dragoness. Although he had heard about her through the data link, the difference between reality and imagination was clear. Imagination had to make sense and meet expectations, but reality? It can be stranger and well beyond. Such unrivaled beauty was to be expected from the Fleet Admiral's friend. You must be Laplace. Morgan smiled at the dragoness, who tilted her head in confusion. I am Lieutenant Commander Morgan, but you can call me Morgan. For all road, Laplace and Morgan shook hands while she couldn't understand anything he was trying to say. Though, she was aware that he was trying to introduce himself. His name is Morgan, you can call him as such. Abraham calmly translated, understanding that Laplace was ignorant of their language. Laplace nodded in understanding after hearing the words of Abraham. Morgan then realized that she couldn't understand what he was saying. Language barriers, huh? I do wonder how we'll handle this problem with the influx of refugees. Morgan commented as hundreds of refugees and war prisoners were entering the port en masse. I suppose that's a problem. But we did discover an artifact during our boarding of the slave trading ship. It could translate the languages and intentions of people very well. Abraham addressed this since he knew the problems brought about by language barriers. I assume you want to reverse engineer this artifact. Morgan understood what the fleet admiral wanted to do. Yes, of course. It's something we desperately needed for our expansion. After all, we must have the capabilities to talk to locals before even thinking about diplomacy. However, it will be hard. It is a magical artifact, after all. They still had no idea how such things work. For them to even get an idea about the workings of magic, they must crack what was written in the diary left behind by the Magus. Magic is another highway of knowledge rivaling that of science. No matter how much we try, we won't be able to catch up with the locals naturally. Morgan coolly expressed. Naturally, I guess we will have to hire a group of magi in the future. We need their knowledge to be able to catch up. Abraham knew they had no chance against the group of people who had studied magic for their entire lives and for thousands of years. The best course of action was hiring them to learn about what magic was and integrate their knowledge into the United Navy's existing structure. After all, there was no way the United Navy wouldn't utilize magic, especially when it was actually before them waiting to be harnessed. However, as he thought about it logically through his mind, Abraham realized that he had a local of this world that could help him. It wasn't confirmed whether she was skilled at magic or not, but she was already magically inclined when she could turn into a gargantuan eastern dragon or conjure static lightning. Abraham turned his head and was surprised that there was no one beside him. He was confused as to where the dragoness was. He glanced at Morgan, who merely pointed in a certain direction. Realizing that she ran off without him realizing, Abraham sighed and promised in his heart that he'd grind her head into damnation the moment he found her. That dragon, I can't believe she ran off. He muttered under his breath. She's a dragon, Fleet Admiral. Morgan could only try to soothe his Fleet Admiral. As someone who was a bit adept in fantasy, dragons were never creatures that acted based on laws or rules. I guess she truly is. Abraham could only nod in agreement as he watched the direction where Morgan was pointing at. Once again, he promised in his heart that he'll grind that lady's head into damnation with his knuckles. Just imagining it gave pleasure to his heart. Morgan shook his head as he felt sorry for the dragoness who would be punished later on. Let's go, I'll have to hear your report about the changes. Abraham entered the jet-black limousine with aloofness and Lieutenant Commander Morgan followed. Meanwhile, somewhere in the Port of Dawn, a gorgeous white-haired lady with a draconic tail and horns roamed the street. She observed the structures in amazement, clearly impressed by the cleanliness of her surroundings. As expected of Abraham, he has good taste. She nodded in satisfaction while continuing her stroll in the busy streets. Chapter 51. 051 Morgan's Status Report. In the jet-black limousine driving through the streets of the Port of Dawn, Abraham gazed through the tinted windows and observed the current scenery of the port. The change was astonishing, to say the least. Most of the remaining land of the port brimmed with various facilities and buildings that could support a population of 5,000 to 7,500 people. In itself, the port could consider itself a tiny city. With several kinds of factories springing up one after another, it made him wonder about the growth in defensive capabilities of the Port of Dawn. Fortunately, his questions would be answered by the lieutenant commander's report. Morgan, who sat in front of Abraham in the limousine, took out several report papers and explained them with ease and adeptness. Fleet Admiral, our population has risen from 1,000 to 5,000 personnel. With the inclusion of the naval personnel of our fleet, our population should be 7,000 at least. The lieutenant commander first reported, to which Abraham responded with a nod. The middle-aged man was already aware of their population growth. Seeing the nod of the fleet admiral, Lieutenant Commander Morgan continued. Our docks have increased from a single 1 to 5 docks. Dozens of cranes have also been acquired for cargo transport, though we still lack cargo ships in our arsenal. At the moment, we can't utilize our transportation and cargo capabilities. I suggest we try to set out and trade with foreign cities. Trade was bare bones in the Port of Dawn, which wasn't a piece of good news. There were only many things one could be self-sustainable to. Their current production was also less reliable than future importation. It would take time for them to completely adapt and start self-production of products. Trading with other cities, huh? That sounds like an interesting idea, Morgan. Abraham muttered under his breath. The only problem with this suggestion was the cities. After all, while villages were confirmed to exist, cities were owned by organizations that might be hostile to the United Navy. How should we trade with cities that are hostile to the United Navy? Abraham calmly questioned the lieutenant commander as this was a problem that needed to be solved before thinking more about the trading suggestion. I suggest we make a trading company that is semi-independent from the United Navy. With this, they wouldn't correlate the company to us and can apply for trade. Morgan responded with a suggestion, which interested Abraham. That sounds like a good idea, Lieutenant Commander. I'll take that in mind. Abraham wasn't against the creation of the trading company. Anyhow, our warehouses have grown in numbers. Empty warehouses have also been replenished to the brim. I believe that we can last 6 months with our resources, 3 months if we continue the operation of our Navy. Lieutenant Commander Morgan reported the growth of warehouses and the fact that they were filled to the brim with supplies. This meant that for every upgrade of the port, not only did it grow, but it also replenished its used supplies, which was obviously good. That is a piece of good news, Lieutenant Commander Morgan. Within 3 months, we should be able to construct some production facilities in locations of interest. Abraham was in a good mood with the news he had received about their supplies. This made him a bit more relaxed as the problem of emptying out their supplies lessened its effect on his mind. Correct, Fleet Admiral. Through the creation of our highway, it would be easier to build the production facilities we need to support our logistics. A lot more efficient too. Morgan nodded in agreement as the highway was important for the transportation and logistics of the construction of various production facilities. To think that the United Navy has come this far, Abraham quietly thought, as it was a bit surprising. From the former population of 1,000 to 5,000 and more, including the naval personnel, they were becoming bigger. For all Upsilon, Theta, it somewhat made him sentimental. Though, on the exterior of himself was a barely changing face, an aloof expression. About the defensive forces, I have heard some information about them. Abraham continued their conversation with a new topic, which was the newly gained battalion. Yes. The 1st Battalion of the United Army. They are quite an interesting addition to our defensive forces. Lieutenant Commander Morgan smirked when Abraham mentioned the army. With them in our ranks, our defensive capabilities have grown farther than ever before. Those annoying creatures that assaulted us during our resource survey wouldn't even be a pest. The lieutenant commander seemed confident with the 1st Battalion. This made Abraham a bit curious about their capabilities. After all, they were part of his recently summoned subordinates. I do wonder about the current capabilities of our military forces, Lieutenant Commander, Abraham commented, making Morgan nod in response and proceed to explain. I was about to report to you about our military force, Fleet Admiral. We currently have 1,150 personnel in the military, all coming from the 1st Battalion and the 25th Military Police Company. But there are thousands of able-bodied personnel that can be conscripted to our ground forces. Our ground forces, or the United Army, also fields over 100 Humvees, dozens of LMTV military trucks, a large number of M2A4 Bradleys, several defensive arrays of multi-mission launchers, MML, a couple of M1A2 SEP-3 Abrahams, and a handful for M109A6 Paladin. Following them would be the United Army's air support, which consists of 2 dozen UH, 60 M Blackhawks, a dozen MH, 6 M Little Birds, 6 AH, 64 E Apaches, and 2 CH, 47 F Block 2 Chinooks. Combined together, our military capabilities would have rivaled small nations of our former world. The lieutenant commander concluded with a factual declaration. Hearing the updated version of their military, Abraham was somewhat amazed by their current capabilities. The monsters probably wouldn't be a problem to them anymore. Though he knew more than to underestimate his enemies. He needed to be logical and rational. He mustn't let confidence turn to arrogance and blind him to the truth. With this in mind, Abraham calmed his excitement and closed his eyelids for a short moment. When seconds passed, he opened his eyes with clear determination. That is impressive, Lieutenant Commander Morgan. But this is a foreign world where monsters, magic, and abnormal phenomena exist. We mustn't be too confident in our capabilities. We must grow with the thinking that what we have might not be enough. Because it is the truth, for as long as we and our values exist, we will be the enemies of the many. Abraham used his speech, which dazed Morgan. The jet-black limousine then stopped moving as they arrived at their destination. The Port of Dawn's official branch building. It was a lot bigger than before and resembled more of a modern concrete building. It probably reached the 20th story by now. Its rooftop was also riddled with several phalanx serum operated for air defense. As Abraham got out of the limousine and was followed by the lieutenant commander, he could see a familiar figure among the crowd waiting for him. It was none other than the dragoness who took off without notice earlier. While thoughts of grinding her head flooded his mind, Laplace immediately arrived in front of him and held his hands with shining eyes resembling twinkling stars. Abraham, please employ me. Chapter 52. 051 Unemployed Dragoness. In the Fleet Admiral's office residing inside the branch office building of the Port of Dawn, Abraham sat on his comfy chair while rubbing his forehead with an indescribable expression. Before him was none other than the dragoness, who was still looking at him with twinkling eyes brimming with hopes and dreams. Obviously, he was confused as to why Laplace acted in such a way and wanted to know why she even wanted to be employed by him. It was a confusing situation, to say the least. Especially when she was emanating expectations that he didn't want to accidentally disappoint. After a short while of thinking and Laplace staring at him with the same twinkling eyes, Abraham finally spoke with utter calm and questioned the dragoness. Why do you want to be employed, Laplace? It hasn't been that long yet since she arrived in the Port of Dawn and she already wanted a job. Even he wasn't this desperate when he was job hunting in his 20s. Laplace smiled after hearing his words and stepped closer to the Fleet Admiral's desk. Her golden eyes blinked for a moment before she responded with a long and unexpected story arc. You see, when I left the port to explore your place, I was quite appalled and somewhat amazed by the architecture and the cleanliness of your tiny city. The streets are very clean and don't even stink, which is practically the first for me. I don't even dare to go near cities because of their stench. At any rate, as I was exploring through your streets, I noticed some shops beside it. I was quite surprised to see what they were selling. I didn't know you were selling some useful products, Abraham. Laplace gave a thumbs up to the Fleet Admiral with a bright smile that revealed her fangs. She then continued her long story arc. She sold something similar to our soaps, but better and easier to use. There was also something called a shampoo and a conditioner. She said that it could make my hair better and silkier. Wait, how did you even understand what the shopkeeper was saying? Abraham brought up a vital question as Laplace seemed to easily understand what others were trying to tell despite the language barrier. Well, it wasn't easy. She was an understanding shopkeeper and was patient with me. So, she explained everything through pure actions which I could understand. Laplace wryly smiled, but soon regained her joy as she continued her long story arc once again. Anyhow, I wanted to buy them and brought out some gold I had with me. She became downcast once again as if remembering a disappointing memory. Sadly, she doesn't accept gold and needs some strange paper. I don't even know why a piece of paper has enough value to purchase goods. It doesn't make sense. Laplace explained with a disappointed and confused expression. She couldn't comprehend why papers had worth in the United Navy. She said I needed to get a job to get the strange paper. So I'm here trying to be employed and become rich enough to buy conditioners and shampoos, Laplace declared with unrivaled determination. The long story arc of Laplace was intriguing. How she managed to do such a thing while arriving earlier than Abraham at the branch building was a question he thought about. But how did you know that I'll be in the branch building? Abraham coolly inquired. Well, Laplace smirked as she got nearer to the Fleet Admiral. Her golden irises appeared to glow in neon hue. This made Abraham wonder what she did to get his information. Did she use mind control on someone? Force them with her magic? Use her innate dragon abilities to make them talk? Abraham's thoughts were flooded with theories of what the dragoness could have done to the pure soul getting questioned. I asked for directions. His expectations failed him. It wasn't as horrendous as he thought it was. I see. Abraham controlled himself since he didn't wish his untangled emotions of disappointment to be obvious to perceive. Luckily, his savior emerged in the form of someone knocking on his door. Both Abraham and Laplace turned their eyes towards it with raised eyebrows. One was for interrupting her conversation with her dear friend, and the other was thankful for saving himself from the doom of disappointment. Come in, Abraham uttered, and the door to his office opened. Entering from the outside was none other than his executive officer, Vice Admiral Charlotte. Her silver-shaded blonde hair swayed as she walked through the office and arrived in front of the Fleet Admiral's desk. She held a report folder gracefully in her arms and saluted to Abraham. Fleet Admiral, Vice Admiral Charlotte reporting. It was the same greeting as before. Abraham nodded with a thankful expression and let the Vice Admiral continue with her business to him. Laplace observed the two in silence and decided to think about what she wanted to buy when she got her money instead. I'm here to report about the status of war prisoners and refugees. It seems that her report was about the serious circumstances of the refugees and war prisoners. The refugees have been sent to a refugee camp where they'll be staying for the meantime while we stabilize our logistics and economy. They have very much complied with our orders and haven't brought us problems. We are currently in the process of teaching them how to use basic necessities for themselves and also some basic laws of the Port of Dawn. Charlotte concluded the report of the refugees, and it was now time for the war prisoners. On the other hand, war prisoners have been violent since their capture. Although there were some who complied with orders, most wouldn't without the necessary force to do so. Abraham raised an eyebrow after hearing about the situation of the prisoners of war. It was natural for them to keep war prisoners, but it seems that their mercy has been trampled upon as weakness. He closed his eyelids and thought about the situation. You know that prisoners of war don't have rights, correct? Laplace remarked while leaning on Abraham's desk. Abraham raised an eyebrow, wondering what the dragoness meant about the war prisoners having no rights. Charlotte tilted her head in confusion about Laplace's words. In this world, countries can do anything to their war prisoners. Perhaps the reason why they seem like a problem might be because they are thinking that you are afraid of the ones backing them. Laplace's remark stuck deep inside Charlotte's mind as the Vice Admiral couldn't understand a word escaping the white-haired lady's supple lips. Meanwhile, Abraham realized something else. Vice Admiral Charlotte, Abraham uttered, and Charlotte immediately straightened her back and raised a salute. Our friend here wants to get employed in the United Navy. Unfortunately, she doesn't have the knowledge or training to get into the basic curriculum of the Navy. So, why don't you educate her on our ways and train her for the United Navy or United Army's military training course? Like the leader that he was. He tossed the problem dragon to his subordinate with a smile on his face. Charlotte was clearly astounded and felt that a troublesome one had been thrown into her jurisdiction. However, she could only sigh as it was the fleet admiral who had given her orders. Chapter 53, 053 Intelligence about the foreign world. A few days have passed since the UNS Lightbringer returned to the Port of Dawn with an entire armada after the hasty completion of the maritime security mission. Things have been hectic since that day for the fleet admiral and his personnel. First was the conclusion of the refugee camp construction. It was called Camp Laban, and it consisted of over 100 refugees rescued from the slave-trading vessel, Pinguisarca. Since the day they had been rescued, the Bespoke refugees had rather been compliant with the United Navy. There was no resistance or even thoughts about its decision, which confused everyone. However, through Laplace's words and Abraham's translation, they understood that the torture brought about by the slavers extinguished signs of resistance in the hearts of the enslaved Besfolks. Naturally, this information turned the situation in another direction. Not only did the Bespoke refugees need physical therapy, but they also needed a mental one. However, Laplace's indifference wasn't swept away and was noticed by Abraham. If one thought about it, she never did try to consolidate herself amongst the Besfolks. He wanted to confront her why, but it seemed too personal to delve into it. However, it does make one wonder how a rebel leader could be indifferent to the ones she was supposed to free from enslavement. Only time could tell, and Abraham didn't want to disrupt their growing relationship. She was a dragon, after all. An ally that needed to be prioritized in some way to another. Other than that, things were going well for the Bespoke refugees as they had begun opening up to the port personnel who were helping them recover. It was quite a beautiful sight, to say the least. But this did present another problem, and that was the language barrier. The United Navy tried to learn the local language, but it proved too inefficient to do so. They instead opted to use the lingua gem left behind by the imprisoned captain of the Pinguisarca. It was an interesting artifact that needed to be studied. Though, there was no way for the United Navy to efficiently study such things. Even trying to make Laplace help them was of no use as the dragoness had no idea about how magic worked. It seemed that whatever mystical thing she was doing, she had done it instinctively. The lingua gem was primarily used for two things in the Port of Dawn. There was the recovery of the Bespoke refugees, and there was the interrogation of prisoners of war. Speaking of the prisoners of war, they had been a problematic bunch for Abraham to handle. He didn't forget the words of Laplace about them not having rights. Logically, they would be able to do anything to these prisoners and not get repercussions. As if they were the ones imprisoned, their adversaries would do the same. This was a world where the strong thrived after all. The military police were ordered to use the necessary amount of force when handling the war prisoners. Necessary can go far up and down depending on circumstances. But nevertheless, keeping prisoners of war had its own benefits, and that was intelligence. With over 100 prisoners, they could cross-match every information they gained to create a temporary intelligence of the foreign world. And they had discovered a lot from the prisoners, especially from the captain of Pinguis Arca, Crassus. He had been unveiling swaths of information regarding the colonial dominions and the nations of Europa. The information he had revealed was shocking even to the most aloof intelligence officers. The first intelligence was the local sea region report. According to the captain and many others, Creskara belonged to the sea region of the Ferris Sea that bordered the entrance to the continent of Europa. These signified that the United Navy situated in the middle of the New and Old World. Such a fact would cause problems for them in the future, and it didn't even end there. The second intelligence was the Intercontinental Report. Through the words of Crassus, the continent of Europa consisted of several nations ruled over by their sovereigns. Sovereigns were powerful mages that could sink mountains and split seas. They were practically the highest of the mages. How much of their abilities could be taken seriously was in question, but none dared to underestimate the foreign world. Other than the sovereigns, there was also the League of Humanity, an alliance of all human nations in the world ruled together by the sovereigns. This helped humanity stand united and not collapse from the pressure of rival or near-peer races. The third intelligence was the final one. It was the most important as it was the information about the current adversary. Called the Colonial Dominion Report, it was primarily about the colonial dominion of Terra. Its location on the map was uttered, and the same with its various controlled tribal colonies. With this information, it made it easy for the United Navy to understand the possible strength of their adversary. All of this intelligence gained from the interrogation they had done was one of the greatest things they had won from the maritime security mission. With it, the United Navy wouldn't be as ignorant as before and understand the geo- and socio-political currents of the foreign world. It was a treasure that must be appreciated. Abraham stopped reading the report and closed his eyelids. The report of the interrogation had just come, and he had read the report from start to finish. It was quite long, but useful nonetheless. Colonial Dominion of Terra and the League of Humanity over it. While I'd like to keep things in peaceful terms, it would be near impossible to see each other at leveled ground. He sighed with clear disappointment in his tone. From the report given by the intelligence officers, the League of Humanity was extremely arrogant and xenophobic. They would enslave other races and even their own, especially those with no signs of mana in their bodies. The humans of this world consider mana as divine, and without it, a human can be considered as lower beings by fellow humans. Do we even have mana? Abraham silently questioned while clenching his fist. The scenery of war was getting nearer by the moment. It was becoming unavoidable. If he wanted for the United Navy to survive, he needed to get stronger, and the United Navy must do the same. To preserve peace, they must prepare for war. A dangerous yet rational thought. Pretending that everyone wants peace was the path to certain doom. At least, with strength, they'll be able to negotiate and not get trampled by those around them. Before Abraham could continue with his cold thoughts about the future, someone knocked on his door, taking him out of his wretched dazed state. Knock, 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 come in. He immediately responded to the knock and the door opened. What emerged from the other side was the Vice Admiral. It seems that another report must be given. Vice Admiral Charlotte reporting. She straightened her back and saluted to the Fleet Admiral. Abraham nodded and signaled her to report. Sir, I am here to report the completion of Highway 01. Charlotte softly uttered through her supple lips. Chapter 54. 054 Highway 01. Highway 01 was the first highway on the island of Creskara. It connected three specific locations to one another. The first was the Port of Dawn. The second was the Eastern Grassland. And the third was the Northern Plateau. These were the locations of interest in the United Navy's archive, one of which contained their home, and the other two were their hope. At the moment, Highway 01 wasn't a concrete or asphalt road. It was too costly and time-consuming to use such materials and wouldn't do good for the United Navy. Instead, they were prompted to utilize a dirt road leading to the locations of interest. These roads would be clearly defined and would be used for the heavy logistics of the future construction project. The completion of Highway 01 didn't take long. It only took a week to be constructed by the construction personnel in the port. In his office, Abraham calmly observed Charlotte placing the reports about Highway 01 on his luxurious wooden desk. After she placed them on the table, Charlotte silently backed away, and the Fleet Admiral began reading the files. Reading through the efficient and straightforward report about the completion of the construction project, he discovered that its status was far from simple. After going through the report, Abraham rubbed his forehead and glanced at Charlotte with his jet-black irises. He then questioned the Vice Admiral. "Is the report verified?" Charlotte calmly nodded to the Fleet Admiral's question and responded. "All of the words written in the report are verified, Fleet Admiral. The status of the project is troublesome. The continuation of any construction effort will be difficult." Abraham sighed in disappointment after hearing the confirmation of Charlotte. Thoughts flooded his head as to how to curb the issue presented in the report. According to the status report of Highway 01, it has been completed and could be utilized for further logistics to the eastern grassland and northern plateau. However, due to the resistance of natural wildlife, any massive convoy passing through the highway has the probability of getting attacked. The solution to the problem was an escort, but for every delivery and the transportation logistics of the construction effort in the locations of interest, the cost increases with each escort. If the problem couldn't be solved, further construction efforts into the eastern grassland and northern plateau would be temporarily halted. It was saddening news, and it needed to be solved. The construction effort was a solution to their dwindling supplies. An oil field and quarry must be made for resource production. After a few thoughts went through his mind, Abraham's jet-black eyes laid upon the standing Vice Admiral before him. He asked for her suggestions regarding the matter. "Do you have any ideas for a solution, Vice Admiral?" Charlotte stepped forward and asked with an aloof tone. Her empty and grayish eyes peered with calm. "If I may ask a question, Fleet Admiral, how much of a priority is the construction effort into the eastern grassland and northern plateau?" Abraham raised an eyebrow when he heard of the Vice Admiral's question. He thought about it for a short while before concluding an answer. "It is the hope of the United Navy for self-sustenance. Our supplies aren't infinite and we will run out sooner or later in the future. The resource production facilities must be constructed no matter what." The Fleet Admiral's determined words brought sternness to Charlotte. She knew that she was about to suggest something horrifying to the highest of command of the United Navy. "With the great importance of the construction effort, I suggest an operation for the United Navy. The requirements and mission of the operation are simple. The termination of giant, harmful local wildlife. The giant beasts will have to be exterminated from the face of Kruskara." Charlotte's suggestion was beyond terrifying. To advocate the extermination of an entire species on an island was something that possibly disturbs the ethos of the United Navy. Naturally, Abraham wouldn't desire to even commence such an operation. But it was this operation or an expensive and resource-consuming escort effort. Square root epsilon. Logically, he would have to pick the former. "This kind of operation will be extremely expensive, Charlotte. We had just recently returned from the maritime security mission. It has been a few days since then." Abraham expressed his doubts about the operation. While it would tackle their problem directly, that doesn't mean that it would immediately solve it. "Regardless of whether we do it now or later, the results will be the same, Fleet Admiral. As long as we desire to continue our construction effort, they will pounce at us." Charlotte was clear about where she stood in her decision. She understood that it wouldn't do good for the United Navy's reputation. But she already questioned the importance of the construction effort to the United Navy's continued survival. If it can prolong the existence of the naval force, it must be done. "I see your point. Instead of prolonging our debate, why don't we call a local to discuss with us?" Abraham sighed and looked at the front door of his office. "Laplace, you can stop eavesdropping and enter the office," he continued while shaking his head. It was impossible to hide anything when the Dragoness was around. Her hearing was too good and could easily cover the entirety of the branch building. Charlotte followed Abraham's gaze, and the front door soon opened. From it was a gorgeous white-haired lady. She was none other than the Dragoness of the United Navy, Laplace. She entered the Fleet Admiral's office with a teasing smile on her face. It was a vast contrast to the seriousness portrayed by both Charlotte and Abraham. "The two of you sure don't look good. You look like you're about to murder babies." Laplace smirked, revealing her fangs to the highest officers of the United Navy. She softly threw a luxurious gem to the Vice Admiral, which the latter caught with ease. It would be boring if the stone girl couldn't understand her conversation with Abraham. "Laplace, you were listening?" Charlotte calmly asked, and the Dragoness only maintained her smugness. Abraham looked at the two and sighed once again. Ever since he tossed the problem dragon to the Vice Admiral, the two ladies had gone closer to one another despite their contrasting personalities. The aloof Charlotte and the smug Laplace were an intriguing sight. Charlotte has followed her orders faithfully and taught the Dragoness as patiently as possible. Of course, it wasn't without any problems. The Vice Admiral asked for a transfer of responsibility 20 times before giving up. Naturally, Abraham rejected her without any hesitation. Her sense of hearing, sight, and smell are far greater than that of a human. She can pretty much hear everything around us without much of a problem. Don't think much about it. Let us continue with our conversation. Abraham remarked and Charlotte nodded in agreement. Laplace stepped closer and sat on Abraham's luxurious desk, earning a frown from the Vice Admiral. Abraham coughed and began their discussion so as to not let the two clash with one another. Laplace, the giant creatures lurking on the island. What would be the effects on wildlife if we ever exterminated them? Abraham calmly inquired. The edges of Laplace's lips rose as answered with unrivaled arrogance. Nothing. Exterminate them if you want to. You'll be giving nature a favor. Chapter 55. 055 Magibeast. Hearing the uncaring remarks of the dragoness, Abraham and Charlotte were obviously flabbergasted. They tried to make sense of her words, but it led them to more questions instead. Abraham rubbed his forehead and glanced at Laplace with his jet-black irises. His expression seemed to evidently ask for her explanation about her remarks. Laplace gazed at the two and sighed in disappointment. These guys don't seem to act like come from this world at all. They don't even understand what they're trying to tackle. It made her wonder about how closed off the United Navy was from the outside world. After all, their actions, mindsets, and worldviews were extremely different from the world's common sense. You don't think that giant violent beasts are part of the natural order, right? It would be stupid, as the existence of these beasts would be destroying the ecosystems they are in. Laplace calmly explained, and the two looked at her with dumbfounded expressions. Abraham and Charlotte had referred to the foreign world as naturally mystical. Things that shouldn't exist might exist. That was the thought process they had when tackling a problem in regard to the foreign world. Never did they understand that while the foreign world might be mystical, it still needs to follow the natural order. If there were prey, there shall be predators. No sentient creatures can stand at the top and dominate nature without sapience. If they did dominate their surroundings through sentience, then there should be something wrong with them. Laplace then continued her explanation to her ignorant friends. The giant creatures that are a problem to your construction effort are none other than the Magibeasts. Monsters born from mana, completely unnatural. The Magibeasts are like a plague that spreads island to island. Every island they appear on has had its biodiversity collapse. These monsters practically eat anything and reproduced extremely fast. Formed from the high mana density, the ones that bring them are magi from Europa. Although unknowingly, as those guys hadn't known their very existence would cause the emergence of Magibeasts. I have annihilated their species a couple of times when several tribes began warring against them. They sprung up every now and then like massive pests. So, annihilating them shouldn't be a significant problem to nature. You're practically helping it, as the Magibeasts are pests that don't give to nature. They only consume and don't even defecate what they have eaten. With that, Laplace's explanation ended. Her explanation opened a whole world for Abraham and Charlotte. The complexities of the foreign world were far from simple. The two understood that they shouldn't think as such. Laplace observed Abraham and Charlotte with her golden irises. Her slitted pupils seemed to enthrall others when gazed upon. But the two were too focused on their thoughts to even see her face. That makes sense, Charlotte muttered under her breath and continued. Giant violent and carnivorous creatures that reproduce very fast. One can see them getting extinct from causing their habitat to collapse into itself. The words of the Vice Admiral awoke Abraham from his thoughts. He looked at Charlotte and then at the smug Laplace. The Magibeasts are completely unnatural and are harmful to the environment. They are creatures that only consume. For the protection of Kreskara's environment, I'll open the way for an operation. Abraham finally agreed with Charlotte's termination operation. With the words of Laplace, it would be stupid not to do so. Besides, it was a better rationale for the operation. A harmful biological agent that causes the collapse of habitats. No one would be reasoning against their extermination. A dominant sentient species. Worse than that of sapient ones. After all, sapient species can be reasoned with. But these guys only had their instincts engraved in their DNA, right angle epsilon, theta, they'll consume without care of consequences. None of their species would even try to actively stop it, as they have no motivation to do so. Abraham understood the differences between dominant sapient and sentient species. A sapient one can understand their mistakes and possibly learn from them. Sentient ones won't even think of it as a mistake. Their vision for the future doesn't go as far as half a decade. We will utilize both the naval and ground forces for this operation. They will be working together to clean up this far-spreading plague of creatures. Vice Admiral Charlotte, I'll be giving you authority over this operation. You can make the plans for it and are free to use resources available in our depots. But the operation will only be limited for a week. After that, the termination operation will conclude regardless of the outcome. Abraham gave Charlotte the full reins for this operation. Its planning, strategies, tactics, and logistics will be handled by her. He also gave her a time limit for the operation. After all, the United Navy simply can't maintain a war against some species indefinitely. Charlotte nodded and straightened her back. She saluted the Fleet Admiral and responded with calm. Affirmative, Fleet Admiral. I'll exterminate our enemies. Await for good news. Charlotte lightly bowed and glanced at Laplace before taking her leave from the office. As the Vice Admiral stepped out of the office, Abraham and Laplace were left alone together. It has been a while since they had a private time together. Abraham was too busy with his job as the Fleet Admiral, and Laplace was occupied with getting educated by Charlotte about the basics of the United Navy. From general arithmetic, physics, and biology, Charlotte was practically hitting the Dragoness with major subjects of his former world. It has been a while, Abraham. You look good. Laplace smugly expressed while smirking at the middle-aged man. Working for a couple of days non-stop didn't do good for Abraham. It was one of the reasons why he wasn't as energetic as before. I really need a secretary to help me. Abraham breathed out while slumping his shoulders. Just when he thought that he was free from work after getting transmigrated. He was still plagued by it, and it wasn't even out of necessity. It was something he needed to do as he was the highest of command in the United Navy. Secretary, that will take some time. Most people here already have busy jobs. Laplace commented while crossing her legs together. Her black stocking seemed unveiled for the eyes to see. Abraham glanced at her legs and felt DJVU after observing it for some time. A thought went through his mind when looking at it. It was 2 words. Thick thighs. He swiftly shook the slang out of his head and continued their conversation instead of gazing at some stocking-clad thighs. How's your time with Charlotte, Laplace? Abraham brought up her time with the Vice Admiral. Being taught by the second highest of command of the United Navy was an honor for any personnel in the United Navy. Though, the Dragoness might not look at it the same as the others. Oh, that stone-faced girl. Laplace smiled as if remembering something interesting. Stone-faced girl. Abraham raised an eyebrow as this was the first time someone called the Vice Admiral with such a nickname. She reminds me of a stone, unchanging despite the times. Laplace chuckled. The two then began talking about what they had gone through the past few days. A short moment of peace for the middle-aged man and the problem dragon. Chapter 56. 056 Operation Hammer of Dawn. Inside the command center residing deep within the defensive sector of the Port of Dawn. Most of the United Navy's highest of command stood beside one another under the direction of the Fleet Admiral. Captain Howard glanced at the massive round table and understood that it might be time for the operation that the Vice Admiral brewed to be unveiled. Most of the captains calmly waited until the metallic door of the Strategic Command Room slid open. They turned their eyes towards it and saw the Fleet Admiral in his uniform stepping in with a stern gaze. Behind him was the legendary Eastern Dragon, the personal trump card of the Fleet Admiral and his supposedly close friend. The captains swiftly straightened their backs and saluted to the Fleet Admiral of the United Navy, Abraham Shepard. Abraham nodded at their salute and stood amongst the officers. He turned his gaze towards the Vice Admiral and ordered for the meeting to be set forth. Let's start. On the other hand, Laplace stood in the corners of the Strategic Command along with the median officers of the Navy. However, whether she stood amongst them or not didn't matter. Their discussion would be clearly heard through her ears. Affirmative, Fleet Admiral. Charlotte nodded in response and continued with an aloof tone. Give them the operation assessment files. She ordered her officer, who immediately placed the operation assessment files on the table before the captains of the United Navy. Afterward, the officer backed away into the corner along with many others. The operation assessment files contain a detailed summary of the upcoming operation. If you require more information, you can open the operation assessment file in front of you. I shall start with verbally expounding the operation. When she concluded her clarification about the operation assessment files, the Vice Admiral officially started the meeting. Now, the subject of our meeting will be the Magibeasts. Information about them should be well spread out by now. I'm confident that none of you would be ignorant of them. Charlotte squinted her eyes and observed the captains surrounding the round table. They nodded together as they were aware of the Magibeasts through the intelligence officers. Good. The Fleet Admiral has opened an operation to exterminate the Magibeasts from Kreskara. We must do so no matter what. They have been plaguing around Highway 01 for some time now. If their harassment continues, the construction effort into the eastern grassland and northern plateau will be delayed or possibly halted. I'm sure none of you want that. The eastern grassland grants us access to crude oil, and the northern plateau presents us with the opportunity of precious metals. These two resources are required for the survival and growth of the United Navy. They must be acquired, otherwise we risk the internal collapse of the naval force. The Vice Admiral first started with the rationale of the operation. After all, the captains must understand the importance of the upcoming task in relation to the United Navy. However, why don't we simply drop their numbers down instead of outright exterminating them from the island? Captain Vakshad suggested to the Vice Admiral. She looked at the Russian captain with her grayish yet empty eyes and calmly explained to him why such a thing wasn't an option for them. To opt for draining their numbers would be resource-heavy to our military force. It would only give short-term results since the Majabeasts are known for their quick reproduction. Once the Majabeasts notice their lowering population, they will be prompted to reproduce to raise their numbers. It will be harder for us to handle them. We mustn't consider them as normal creatures. They dominate the line of sentience in this world. They are the apex of what couldn't be considered sapient. Hearing the explanation from the Vice Admiral, Captain Vakshad nodded in understanding, realizing the danger posed by the so-called Majabeasts. Royupsilon, at any rate, let us continue with our meeting. The strategy of this operation will be simple. We shall begin with reconnaissance and find their nests scattered throughout Kreskara. Both the ground forces and naval forces will be working together in this reconnaissance. Every intelligence about these monsters must be discovered. If we do discover the nests of the Majabeasts, we will start the next phase of the operation. Investigate their behaviors. Where the entrances and exits reside must also be found, since they will be crucial to the third phase. The naval force will start bombing the nests of the Majabeasts into zero. No one must hesitate their firepower, since not a single Majabeast must be left alive after this operation. On the other hand, the ground forces will be taking care of the escaping Majabeasts. Our heavy and light armored vehicles will be deployed along with air support. They will be on standby in the discovered entrances and exits of the nests. So, Captains, Vice Admiral Charlotte coldly looked at the captains and continued. Destroy them with everything you got. The captains in the Strategic Command nodded in understanding and maintained their serious expressions. This would probably be the first large-scale ground operation of the United Navy. It was highly dependent on the naval force, as the destruction they caused would decide the lives of military personnel sacrificed on the battlefield. That is everything for now. For the specifics of our strategies, I shall debrief them in a later schedule. With that, the meeting in the Strategic Command ended. As the captains were about to leave the Strategic Command after saluting to the Fleet Admiral, Vice Admiral Charlotte reminded them of an important thing. It was none other than the name of the operation. Before you leave, the designated name of the upcoming operation is Operation Hammer of Dawn. The captains nodded and kept the name of the operation in their minds. They soon left the Strategic Command along with their officers, bringing about silence to the formerly full meeting room. Laplace glanced at the Fleet Admiral and Vice Admiral of the United Navy. None of the two seemed to desire to utter a single word. This prompted the Dragoness to start the conversation instead. After all, it would be too boring if they only kept their silence. Charlotte, what a great meeting, Laplace remarked with a smirk on her face. Charlotte raised an eyebrow and was a bit confused by the praise of the Dragoness. During her time with the Dragoness, she heard nothing more but complaints about why knowledge mattered when strength was enough. Naturally, Charlotte gave the Dragoness a long-winded philosophical explanation about the importance of knowledge. Hammer of Dawn, how quite interesting, don't you think? Abraham joined their conversation with a smile on his face. He underestimated the naming capabilities of his subordinate. Ding, your naming skills are simply non-existent. Out of nowhere, a mechanical bell rang inside his head, followed by Systema's snarky remark. Abraham furrowed his eyebrows as he was quite confident of his naming skills. To tarnish it requires some bravery, which his precious partner sadly didn't lack. I took my time thinking of the name, Fleet Admiral. Charlotte lightly pouted, which caused the Dragoness and the middle-aged man to freeze in shock. Chapter 57, 057 Northern Plateau Reconnaissance. In the ridges of the Northern Plateau, a Black Hawk flew through the air and circled the mountainous region. The transport helicopter was given a mission by the High Command. It was a reconnaissance of the surrounding area. This is Scalpel 2, targets in sight. Maintaining distance and following. An aviation officer reported to the communication link of the recon group. He looked at the screen and saw numerous giant beasts roaming in the rock crevice of the northern plateau. They were everywhere like ants. The fact that all of these were carnivorous was troublesome. How the local ecosystem could support their population was an aching question. However, it might not take long before the supporting ecosystem collapses in on itself. You see this? One of the aviation personnel expressed his shock. Their ground forces would probably be annihilated if met with the full assault of the populous Magibeasts. It was fortunate that they wouldn't start the operation with the ground forces first and foremost. It will take a lot of ordnance to handle them. The aviation officer commented while observing the gathering of Magibeasts through the monitor screen. The echoes of the clapping propellers resounded as the static of the radio resounded in the interiors of the transport helicopter before being replaced by a voice. Asterisk, this is Scalpel 1, targets detected in the northernmost part of the plateau. Possibly 243 in number. Asterisk, reports from the aviation officer of Scalpel 1 escaped the confines of the radio device. The officer of Scalpel 2 raised an eyebrow and decided to follow suit. He reported the numbers of the gathering Magibeasts they were following. Scalpel 2, reporting spotted targets numbered around 3 to 8. Maintaining 2 clicks distance and observing. Asterisk, copy, Scalpel 2. Overwatch has been ordered to maintain recon status. Do not engage with targets and find their nests. Asterisk, succeeding to the aviation officer's report was the response of Reconnaissance Task Force Leader, Scalpel 1. Roger that, Scalpel 1. Attending directives. The aviation officer replied and closed the radio communicator afterward. Before he could think about his recent conversation, one of the aviation personnel called out to him. Sir, their activities are changing. An aviation personnel said, turning the aviation officer's attention to the monitor screen. In the monitor screen, the calm gathering of Magibeasts started erratically moving. They began screeching and roaring in madness. Asterisk screech. Asterisk asterisk roar. Asterisk asterisk screech. Asterisk, the aviation officer squinted his eyes trying to understand what was happening before them. The deafening noises of the Magibeasts became louder and louder until one of them cried out in pain. He raised an eyebrow as he noticed one of the giant creatures munching into the head of their kind. And then out of nowhere, the Magibeasts started attacking one another. What the dash? Obviously, the aviation officer was dumbfounded. The terrifying scene of the Magibeasts attacking and eating each other unfolded before him. It was straight up a picture of hell. Damn, these monsters are mad. Why are they eating their kind? An aviation personnel questioned, trying to make sense of the unveiling scenery of hellish savagery. The aviation officer couldn't find an answer and maintained his silence. The feed before them was already preemptively recorded for data gathering. It was their job to gather intelligence, nothing more and nothing less. They don't find answers. The intelligence officers in the Port of Dawn will handle the seeking for answers job for them. Though the aviation officer opened the radio as this was something that needed to be reported to the reconnaissance leader. This is Scalpel 2. Strange activities have erupted within the ranks of the gathering Magibeasts. They are eating and attacking one another. Xi Theta. Asterisk Scalpel 3, reporting massive groups of Magibeasts are heading towards the northernmost part of the plateau. Most seem to be extremely bloodied. Asterisk Scalpel 4, reporting from the west. Observed group of Magibeasts charging northeastward. The weakened ones amongst them are being killed and eaten. Asterisk intelligence received. This is Scalpel 1, an unknown cave entrance has been discovered. Hundreds of Magibeasts are plunging into the entrance. Some corpses have been dragged and lowered into the suspected cave system. Asterisk sending received data to the Overwatch. Maintain current directives until further orders. Asterisk, from the looks of it, every Magibeast surrounding the northern plateau was becoming mad. This brought the aviation officer a bad feeling. After all, it was too unnatural and seemed to be an undertaken activity. It made him wonder whether or not the Magibeasts really lacked intellectual capabilities. But it doesn't matter whether they are smart or not. Only one can have this island as their home, and it would be us. The aviation officer coldly thought to himself. He turned his gaze to the monitor screen and watched as the Magibeasts tore themselves apart and savored the flesh of their kind without a tinge of mercy. Monsters, he muttered under his breath. Meanwhile, on the northern coast of Kreskara was the November fleet of Operation Hammer of Dawn. It consisted of 2 warships, the UNS Lightbringer and UNS Zaria. Inside the Combat Information Center of the UNS Lightbringer was Captain Lux, the commanding officer of the destroyer. The data sent by the Reconnaissance Task Force had recently arrived and was swiftly sent through the data link. The intelligence data that was discovered made them tense. Their current numbers amount to 1,179. That's the number we discovered. Captain Lux remarked and squinted his eyes while tapping the metallic table. However, that isn't including the possible cave system hidden inside the northern plateau. It is highly probable that the cave system contains the nest of the northern Magibeasts. But it's quite troublesome. The cave system is unknown to us. We can't make a move against it unless we receive a substantial topography. They were stuck in a problematic circumstance. Shall we send in the Marines, Captain Lux? One of the intelligence officers suggested. He earned the rejection of the captain as Lux shook his head to deny the suggestion. Sending Marines into the underground cave system would be suicide for the soldiers and a waste of resources. There was no need for detailed topography of the cave system. A simple idea of what was inside should be enough for the operation. With this in mind, Captain Lux turned his gaze toward the communication operators inside the Combat Information Center. His mouth opened as he ordered them to transmit a message to the Port of Dawn. Open transmission to the command center. We require their assistance. Hearing his words, the communication operators nodded and swiftly opened the communication line between the UNS Lightbringer and the Port of Dawn. Ask them if a ground-penetrating radar that could be armed into a helicopter is available. Captain Lux wanted the ground-penetrating radar to gain a simple topography of the underground cave systems. With these, no lives would be lost for the sake of gaining intelligence. The communication operators efficiently sent the captain's message. Fortunately, it didn't take more than 10 seconds for a response to come from the command center. When the message was received, the communication operators hastily nodded and immediately reported to the captain of the UNS Lightbringer. Sir, ground-penetrating radars are available in the Port of Dawn. From the piece of good news, Captain Lux's eyes lit up and smirked. Good. Tell them that our reconnaissance task force will need to be equipped with these radar systems. Chapter 58. 058 Forward Operating Base. In the fringes of the eastern grassland was a military convoy driving through the dirt tracks left behind by the advancing construction task force. They were currently headed toward the newly built Forward Operating Base located on the borders of the plains. Within one of the Humvees in the convoy, Vice Admiral Charlotte calmly read through the reports she had received regarding the current status of the operation. The first stage was going well, to say the least. The reconnaissance efforts were giving results and intelligences were getting poured into the data link. After the reconnaissance task, Operation Hammer of Dawn would probably officially start. Charlotte, I thought you would be managing the operation with Abraham. Beside the stone-faced Vice Admiral was the legendary dragoness of the United Navy Laplace. She still had the same smug expression on her face, which would have easily pissed others off, but the Vice Admiral didn't seem to show that much of a reaction. As expected of the so-called stone-faced Vice Admiral. Hearing the teasing tone of the dragoness, Charlotte turned her gaze towards Laplace with a blank expression. She would have desired to leave this problem dragon with the Fleet Admiral. However, the problem dragon was vital to this operation. She would be assisting the ground forces and making sure that none of the charging adversaries would pass through the defensive lines. Regardless of Charlotte's thoughts about the dragoness, she needed to throw them away for the sake of the operation's success and the lives of her soldiers. After all, ego had no position in the military. Are you aware of your mission in this operation? Charlotte calmly inquired, making the dragoness pout and turn her head to the side while responding. Yeah, make sure that none of the Magibeasts passed through the defensive line. This was her second operation with the United Navy, and she wasn't hired yet. According to her friend, Abraham. She was still lacking in concerns of military discipline, which she couldn't deny. As a dragon, it was hard to be disciplined. She could only pretend and act like one. Good, we'll be needing all the help we can get, Laplace. Charlotte breathed in relief as the edges of Laplace's lips rose. Despite being stone-faced most of the time, that didn't mean that the Vice Admiral had no emotions. She was merely skilled at maintaining her calm. Charlotte wasn't as uncaring as she would like to portray. She wouldn't want her soldiers to needlessly die in an operation she conjured. I'll take care of those pests. There's no need to worry about them. Laplace chuckled while lessening the tense atmosphere with pure smugness. No, it's not like that. I'm troubled by the intelligence we have received from the north. It looks like the Magibeasts there are acting strange. They seem to be eating one another. Charlotte explained some of the reports she had received from the north. Hearing the Vice Admiral's words, Laplace raised an eyebrow and thought about it. Strangeness was synonymous with Magibeasts, but this was the first ever heard of them attacking and eating one another. Are you implying that they are trying to control the population? Laplace understood the implication of Charlotte's words. I don't care about them controlling their population. It's the fact that they're trying, Charlotte said with a scrutinizing gaze. Investigative thoughts flooded her mind, desiring to find an answer. That does sound worrying. This is also the first I've ever heard of Magibeasts eating one another. It seems that the North is dealing with a unique circumstance, Laplace remarked with interest in her eyes. Of the many Magibeast species she had extinguished, the ones in the North intrigued her the most. M4 It was as if something was, unique circumstances are far from something we desire. We need to make sure no unnecessary variable appears, so the northern operation will be postponed until we gain further intelligence. Charlotte decided to halt the northern operation. The eastern one will go first instead, and the north will follow. The reason was somewhat simple. She turned her gaze towards the dragoness as thoughts passed through her head. Even though Laplace was a problem dragon, with her around, no matter how many variables existed, victory would always be attainable. With these thoughts in mind, Charlotte made a call to postpone the schedule of the northern operation. Her orders passed without any resistance as the November fleet was busy mapping out the intricate cave systems. Even if they wanted to follow the schedule, they simply couldn't do it without gathering more information. Where are we heading to begin with? Laplace questioned, curious about the destination of their convoy. The iron carriages of the United Navy seemed fast compared to normal wooden ones, but it was still slower than her running speed. It was in the direction of Charlotte that she was forced to be stuck in a Humvee. Otherwise, she would have arrived earlier at their destination by now. We are heading to the forward operating base, Laplace. The place where most of our ground forces will gather. Charlotte calmly responded while staring through the window and into the grassland. The evergreen slick of grass seemed to flicker with the radiant light of the sun. It was a beautiful day outside, though a tense day for the personnel in the United Navy. This was, after all, their first ground war. It will handle the logistics for the later battle. After all, ammunition, soldiers, ordnance, food, medicines, and armored vehicles don't appear out of nowhere. Charlotte continued while maintaining her pleasant observation of the outside. The clapping of propeller blades soon echoed as a group of Black Hawks passed through the military convoy heading to the forward operating base. Laplace looked upward with her golden irises, staring at the transport helicopters with astonishment. It always surprised her that someone could fly without using wyverns or anything of that sort. She heard that she managed to ride a helicopter when she got rescued from the sea. It was unfortunate that she was unconscious at that moment. Otherwise, she would have enjoyed flying without transforming herself into a dragon. Meanwhile, Charlotte furrowed her eyebrows as she remembered her decision to take a convoy on the ground instead of getting transported through the air. It was because of the needed transportation of essential personnel and electronics immediately into the constructed forward operating base. Since she didn't need to be there immediately, she decided to ride a ground convoy instead. While it was a bit regrettable, she would have done the same thing if she was given a chance to do so ever again. Vice Admiral, we have arrived. The driver of the Humvee reported, prompting the two gorgeous ladies to look through their windows. Various construction sites were getting created one after another as tricks were fully loaded with soil scattered throughout the air. Fences were being erected and structures were getting established. It shouldn't take too long before the forward operating base becomes fully operational. I never said this before, but damn, all of you are so fast at building things. To think you'll be able to build a town in a span of 2 days, Laplace remarked in astonishment. Charlotte quietly smirked while playing around with a lustrous gem held by her pale fingers. Chapter 59, 059. The Solaced battleship of Trinity near the eastern coast of Creskara was the Echo fleet of the United Navy. It was composed of 2 massive warships, the UNS Guardian of the High Seas and the UNS Trinity of Solace. One was an amphibious transport dock carrying 3 companies' worth of marines and military vehicles, while the other was a modernized battleship brimming with weapons of freedom. Inside the UNS Trinity of Solace was Fleet Admiral Abraham Shepard, the highest of command within the United Navy. He stood inside the bridge of the warship, quietly observing the vast horizon of the foreign world before him. A calm expression was plastered on his face, though on the inside, things were different. I can't believe I'm actually commanding a battleship. Such a thought flooded his head as his heart steadily beat with a tinge of excitement. Every man wanted to command a battleship of their own and hear that 16-inch barrel rumble with a deafening sound. Obviously, he wasn't any different. Abraham patiently waited to hear the signal to start firing whatever the battleship had, though it might take some time before he could hear it from the communication operators. Sir, we only have 5 hours left before the official start of the operation. An intelligence officer aloofly reported to the fleet admiral. Abraham nodded at his report and continued gazing at the calm seas. It was the best day for the operation as the seas were easy to sail upon. It also wasn't stormy, which would hinder the troops on the ground. Have you received intel from the forward operating base? Abraham turned his jet-black eyes towards the intelligence officer beside him and inquired. Yes, we have gotten intelligence from the FB in the Eastern Grassland. Do you want the summary, Fleet Admiral? The intelligence officer asked. No need. Just give me the intelligence report. Abraham shook his head and rejected the intelligence officer. He didn't find the need for it to be summarized. After all, it's not like time was running against them. Affirmative, sir. Here's the file regarding the intelligence report sent by the forward operating base. The intelligence officer nodded in understanding and gave the file about the recently gained intel. Abraham accepted it, and the intelligence officer backed away as he read through the file. Inside were the recent discoveries made by the reconnaissance task force. It was a set of intriguing information, to say the least. I underestimated the Magibeasts. Abraham thought while he squinted his eyes in scrutiny. It was problematic for them to act strange, but in such a maddening manner. There was an obvious variable hidden deep inside the Kreskara. And until they discovered that variable, the northern operation would probably be halted. The northern operation might go off schedule, but I guess we can send reinforcements once we handle things on our side. Abraham wasn't against the postponing of the northern operation. It would be better to tread carefully in the midst of this foreign world. After all, this was reality, far from a game on a computer. I hope things won't become even more complicated. He muttered under his breath while watching the blue waves of the high seas. Variables were unavoidable as nothing would ever go truly to plan in reality. Adaptations were required for a plan to be ironically solid, though there were times when variables didn't matter. Oh, well, it's not something that a gun can't fix. Gunpowder, shells, and explosions will probably handle any variables in the operation. The edges of his lips rose as his confidence set ablaze. Meanwhile, in the blue skies above the eastern grassland were a group of Black Hawks flying through the air. They were the reconnaissance task force sent to investigate the Magibeasts dwelling in the eastern grassland. At the moment, they were following a herd of Magibeasts running deeper into the eastern grassland. They observed it through the monitor screen and sent the data footage to the forward operating base. How far are we from the FB? The aviation officer asked one of his personnel aboard the Black Hawk. We're about 25 clicks from the forward operating base, sir. The personnel responded, making the aviation officer nod. The officer then turned his attention to the herd of Magibeasts who were obviously heading somewhere. It seems that it wouldn't take long before they find the nest of these Magibeasts. Sir, a large gathering has been spotted 3 clicks ahead. The radar operator in the Black Hawk reported. The aviation officer raised an eyebrow and saw the increasing numbers. It seems that it didn't take long. We have finally discovered their nest. The officer smiled as their reconnaissance was about to reach its end. Maintain 1 click distance from the gathering and observe them. He ordered the pilot, who calmly nodded. Most of the Black Hawks in the group also followed suit. Deep within the eastern grassland was a small valley with a lake at its center. Amidst the valley was none other than the Magibeasts, numbering over 1,000. This place was their nest, the breeding ground of their species. When the reconnaissance task force discovered the small valley, they immediately sent its location to the data link as the prime target for the upcoming operation. After spending half an hour observing and watching every move of the massive herd, the Black Hawks returned to the forward operating base with all the information they needed. Back to the eastern coast of Kreskara, the Echo fleet was merely a kilometer away from the coastal ridges. Inside the bridge of the UNS Trinity of Solace, a communication operator reported the forwarded schedule of the operation. Sir, the eastern operation has been scheduled an hour earlier. The nest of the Magibeasts has been discovered. It seems to be the only nest in the region. As Abraham heard the news, his eyebrows rose as he couldn't believe what he was hearing. Though, obviously, the operation was about to start. Has the order been confirmed? Abraham questioned the communication operator. The operator nodded and swiftly responded. Estimated time for operation to commence is 10 minutes. Hearing the words of the communication operator, Abraham nodded in understanding and immediately ordered his naval personnel to prepare for the upcoming action. Get to your battle stations. Following his orders, the naval personnel quickly moved and sirens began to echo throughout the battleship. Send these orders to fire control, have them turn the guns to the designated tango. Abraham ordered the turrets to be prepared in their firing position. Orders sent, sir. One of the communication operators on the bridge responded. Fire Control has received orders and is turning the guns to the designated tango. With the confirmation of his order, Abraham threw another one. Good, have the Combat Information Center get the tomahawks armed and ready. I don't want them to be delayed. They will be the first salvo of the operation. The communication operators nodded upon hearing his orders and contacted the Combat Information Center. It didn't take long for the results to come. Combat Information Center has the tomahawks armed and ready, sir. Great, then get ready. Abraham could already smell the scent of freedom in the air. It was finally time for the UNS Trinity of Solace to unveil its firepower. Chapter 60, 060 Operation Hammer of Dawn. Opening 30 kilometers away from the forward operating base, several Black Hawks circled around a small valley. They hovered over 200 meters in altitude and maintained a stable distance while continuing their observation over the Majabis population. The Operation Hammer of Dawn was about to commence. Its estimated time was already scattered throughout the naval and ground forces surrounding the eastern grassland. According to current reports, the logistics for the battle had already been prepared and the ground forces were in position. The Echo fleet was also near the eastern coast of the island, preparing for the bombardment. This is Lighthouse 1, observing designated tango. Movements and activities are stable. An aviation officer reported through the radio. It was directly transmitted to the FB where the command center resided. Lighthouse 1, this is forward overwatch, copy. A response escaped the metallic confines of the radio. And many more followed it. Asterisk 5 minutes until hammering. Increase altitude and maintain distance to the designated tango. Sustain cautiousness of upcoming bombardment. Asterisk the radio operator from the other side warned the reconnaissance Black Hawks about the incoming bombardment of the designated tango. This is Lighthouse 2, directive received. Lighthouse 3. Affirmative. With the replies from fellow reconnaissance officers, the aviation officer of Lighthouse 1 also responded to the radio operator of the forward operating base. Lighthouse 1, following instructions. The aviation officer glanced at the pilot who merely nodded and increased their altitude. They maintained a distance of 5 clicks away from the designated tango and continued to circle around them while supplying footage regarding the small valley. Time soon passed and the minutes before the operation felt the longest. Seconds echoed in their minds, seemingly ticking in a slow manner. It was a strange sensation for the recon personnel. However, their wait ended with the following transmission from the forward operating base. Asterisk this is forward overwatch, ETA 30 seconds before hammering. All reconnaissance task force, brace yourselves. Asterisk the words of the radio operator resounded throughout the interiors of every Black Hawk circling the small valley. The aviation officer of Lighthouse 1 looked at his personnel and reminded them of what was to come. Prepare for the bombardment, hold tight. Hearing his orders, the aviation personnel held tight into the interiors of the transport helicopter. On the other hand, the officer observed the small valley through the monitor screen. The static resounded from the radios then were succeeded by the countdown. 10987654321. 321. The operation has begun. One would have expected bombs to explode throughout the small valley when the countdown ended. But everyone heard nothing but silence and their breaths. Their ears rang from the still silence until bright lights radiantly gleamed from the small valley. The radiance outshone the piercing light of the sun for a mere moment. And what followed was the deafening explosion that caused the Black Hawks to tremble. Asterisk boom. Asterisk 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 asterisk boom. Asterisk. The explosion seemed never-ending. Inside the helicopters, the crew held on tightly with all their might trying to not topple down. While the personnel had their attention on maintaining their stability, the aviation officer had his gaze directly pointed at the monitor screen that buzzed in static here and then. Dark smoke shrouded the entirety of the small valley as a thin cloud soon formed in its surroundings. It took some time for things to calm down. And when it did, the personnel also had their eyes on the monitor. None of them spoke a single word as they observed the monitor with scrutiny. When the dark smoke and thin cloud waned, hundreds of black figures charged out of the smoke-covered valley. The boar-like Majabis had survived the first salvo of the bombardment. They spread out in every direction, but sadly for them, it wouldn't be enough. Rho upsilon dot asterisk boom. Asterisk 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 unlike the first momentary radiant explosions, the second bombardment was like an angry erupting mountain. These explosions were brought about by high explosive shells, causing fires and devastation at the same time. With the confirmed landing of the second bombardment, the aviation officer immediately reported to the forward operating base. This is Lighthouse 1, first bombardment, hit confirmed. Second bombardment ongoing. Asterisk boom. Asterisk asterisk boom. Asterisk asterisk boom. Asterisk asterisk boom. Asterisk as the aviation operator reported the status of the operation, shells kept blasting the small valley into damnation. The nest of the Magibeasts was barely visible from the sky. The thick cloud of smoke and dust continued to cover it with their veil. Asterisk Lighthouse 1, report copy. Inquiring status of the designated Tango and its inhabitants. Asterisk the radio operator questioned the circumstances of the adversaries. The aviation officer raised an eyebrow and glanced at the monitor screen where the bombarded small valley could be seen. Beside the monitor screen was the crew of the Black Hawk who were still holding onto the interiors of the transport helicopter. Their helicopter kept trembling because of the shelling, but it was a lot more bearable than the first salvo. At any rate, the aviation officer couldn't imagine the Magibeasts surviving the shelling of their battleship. Even if the blast and heat of the explosion couldn't kill them, the shock waves would turn their innards into mush. The aviation officer was about to report the negative status of the Magibeasts in the designated Tango, signifying their inactivity. However, before he could do so, he felt a tap on his shoulder. He raised an eyebrow as he was about to make a transmission to the forward overwatch. But his annoyance from the interruption stopped as his shoulder sloped downward. He was shocked. No, all of them were shocked. In the monitor screen observing the situation below, thousands upon thousands of figures exited the smoke-covered landscape. Even amidst the devastating shelling, they charged out without care of anything around them. Some boar-like Magibeasts even lost their limbs, but they still kept sprinting outward. The tenacity of the Magibeasts surprised everyone in the reconnaissance task force. Their will to live wasn't something to be underestimated. But the aviation officer knew that this wasn't the time to keep watching. He needed to report the activities of the Magibeasts to the forward overwatch. This is Lighthouse 1, erratic status observed from the inhabitants of the designated Tango. Thousands of them are charging out without care. Our firepower wasn't enough. Lighthouse 1, say again. Obviously, the radio operator from the other side was a bit dumbfounded by the recent report from their reconnaissance task force. This is Lighthouse 1, our firepower was ineffective. Thousands of Magibeasts are escaping the designated kill zone. The aviation officer repeated his report. Asterisk Lighthouse 1 report received. Inquiring for other reconnaissance helicopters for their confirmation. Asterisk naturally, the radio operator also wanted to know if others made the same observation. Lighthouse 2 reporting confirmed. Lighthouse 3 reporting confirmed. Lighthouse 4 reporting confirmed. Asterisk status report has been confirmed. Sending it to the data link. Asterisk the truth was unavoidable and the radio operator could only accept it. With the confirmation of the forward overwatch, the aviation officer glanced at the monitor screen once again. The horde of Magibeasts seemed endless, making him furrow his eyebrows. We have to destroy them. To him, the scale of threat the Magibeasts boasts became higher than ever before. He was intent on exterminating them. Chapter 61, 061 Operation Hammer of Dawn. The cavalry in the command center of the forward operating base. Reports from the reconnaissance task force have been received regarding the status of the designated Tango and its inhabitants. The intelligence reports were, to say the least, pieces of bad news. Charlotte immediately heard of the reconnaissance report from the intelligence officers. She furrowed her eyebrows as she thought about it inside her mind. The first bombardment was a success and the second one was ongoing. The designated Tango was being continuously shelled at the moment, but it seemed that their firepower was a bit ineffective against the Magibeasts. After all, thousands of these boar-like creatures still managed to escape the kill zone. But nonetheless, even though thousands of Magibeasts managed to flee from the shelling of the UNS Trinity of Solace, it was still within their expectations. With this in mind, there was no need for the plans to change yet. However, that didn't mean that there was no issue. The problem wasn't merely large enough to warrant change. Is the aerial cavalry ready? Charlotte stood before the command table with the topographic map of Kreskara. Designated tangos were being pinpointed and troop placements were also marked on the map. The intelligence officer beside the vice admiral nodded and calmly responded to her query. The aerial cavalry are ready for the operation, Vice Admiral. The task force is composed of 12 MH, 6 M Little Bird, and 6 AH, 64 E Apaches. The aerial cavalry was amongst the vital task force of Operation Hammer of Dawn.